Pink Flamingo Productions presents All's Fair in Love and Juarez, The Viking MC Book 3, written by Kathleen Cole and Frank Jensen, performed by Allison Voller and Tyler Darby. Chapter 1. Ming. Miss Chen? I stopped and whipped around in the hallway as Dr. Burke approached. The man was like a ninja. Somehow his polished loafers never made a squeak on the linoleum as he slinked around the halls. It was well known that Burke was always on the lookout, trying to catch residents doing something wrong. He was a prick and a half, and he didn't even try to hide it. A smarmy smile spread over his face as I plastered a pleasant look on my own. "Good evening, Dr. Burke." I'd just come out of the locker room, and as far as he knew, I was heading home. "I'm going to need you to take a look at Ms. Walters in room 9, he said, without exchanging any pleasantries. I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from saying anything. Ms. Walters was his patient, not mine. But I worked hard to keep a professional attitude at the hospital. It wasn't only my reputation on the line, but my father's as well. It wasn't unusual for Burke to unload his patients off on the residents, so this wasn't anything new to me. Oh. He pulled an empty alcohol swab packet from his pocket that had scribbles on it. I watched him mutter over it as the lights reflected off the bald spot on the top of his head. All of our charting was done in our computer system, so we tended to write down notes on anything we could find. Some days that ended up being my arm if I couldn't find any loose scraps of paper. "Better see to Mr. Bennett in room 5 as well," he finally said after he was able to decipher his note. "Great," I responded. My clipped tone had him looking up from the packet. "Is there something wrong?" "Of course not, Doctor," I said with a toothy smile that probably looked more like a grimace. This was supposed to be the one day I would get out of here early. I planned to do a little snooping around, then head home. We were trying to figure out who from the hospital was working with Bridget's dad and godfather, and so far, I'd found a whole lot of nothing. We learned last week that fentanyl was being stolen from my hospital. They shipped Miguel Guzman's cocaine over from Mexico, cut it with the fentanyl, then the Lycans sold it here in Austin. I'd told the Vikings MC that I'd look into it and see if I could help figure out who at my hospital was in on it. We still needed to find out how the hospital was getting the mislabeled fentanyl that allowed the Lycans to siphon off the extra to be given to Miguel Guzman. Rat was looking into that by researching the company it was coming from. I watched as Burke practically pranced down the hall. The jerk was dumping all his work off onto me, and he was going home early while I was stuck here. Taking care of his patients meant I wouldn't have time to snoop around now that most of the staff had left for the day. Sighing, I headed to the nurse's station and checked the notes that'd been logged into the computer before going to see them. On my way there, my phone vibrated. Glancing around to make sure Burke wasn't lurking in the shadows, I pulled it out of my pocket. "Mom, dinner tonight at 8. Tipping my head back, I groaned at the ceiling. Ignoring my parents' dinners was asking for a lecture that would last weeks. I quickly responded, then stepped into the first patient's room. I hurried through the parking garage toward my car. It was already 8:30. And I knew I'd never hear the end of it from my mother. No wonder Burke had pawned those 2 patients off on me. They both needed me to go through an endless array of questions. Normally, I wouldn't have minded, but since I'd already been in detective mode, it was hard not to check out on them. The sound of something clattering in the shadowy garage made me pause. Listening hard, I scanned my surroundings, trying to peer into the dark corners where the lights didn't reach. They'd spared no expense on the remodel of the hospital a few years ago. But the garage was a whole other story. They wouldn't even spare the money to change out some of the burnt-out bulbs. It made walking alone at night beyond creepy. Most of the nurses were quite vocal about not wanting to work night shifts because of it. When nothing else happened, I slowly continued making my way, still looking around and staying alert. It was only a short time ago that my friend Bridget had been kidnapped by a cartel, and then we'd all been run off the road by an MC working for them, the Lycans. Since then, my friends and I had been living with the Vikings. Two of my friends, Remy and Bridget, were dating members, and since we all lived together, they decided it was best to move all 5 of us in. Cade had club members watching over me at the hospital since we found out that Bridget's dad was mixed up in a situation involving the cartel, mafia, and God knows who else. I'd told my bodyguards to take off once I found out I was going to be late, though. They insisted they could wait, but there was no reason we all had to be late getting home. Scraping sounds filled the air, and a shiver skittered down my spine. I glanced longingly in the direction of my car, but it was still a ways away. The scratching sound came louder. I wasn't about to have someone jumping out at me from the dark when I was unprepared. Biting my lip to keep from calling out, girls who did that in horror movies always died. I slowly pulled a little pocket knife out of the purse that was slung across my shoulder. There were many doctors who took their Hippocratic oath to do no harm very seriously. I, on the other hand, totally planned to gut anyone who thought they'd hurt me. I wasn't above a little bloodshed, and I knew exactly where to strike to do the most damage. I turned on the flashlight app on my phone and pointed it toward where the sounds were coming from. Stepping out of the wavering light off a single bulb that was still desperately battling the darkness, I shuffled forward. The scraping sound came from my left, and I whipped around, holding my phone out in front of me as if that could ward off any evil. The rat squeaked and scurried away into the dark. "Ugh, disgusting," I muttered. My heart was racing, and I tried to even out my breathing. Sneaking around and playing detective was more Remy and Bridget's speed than mine. I didn't like the anticipation or excitement that came along with being scared. That's why I was a bummer at amusement parks. I preferred to keep my feet on the ground and off the unstable death traps those rides were. "What the hell are you doing?" My scream echoed loudly in the parking garage as I whirled around and faced whoever had come in behind me. Axel winced, both at the sheer volume of my scream and at the bright light that was now blinding him. He didn't seem nearly as concerned as he should have been about the knife. My heart was pounding wildly in my chest. "What's wrong with you?" I gasped at him. The scream had taken the wind out of me, and it was a struggle to pull air into my lungs. The smirk that crossed his face gave me mixed emotions. First, it made me want to throw something at him. Second, it made my heart ramp up its accelerated rhythm. I'd die before admitting to him that he'd been starring in my dreams for months. I'd been crushing on Axel almost from the moment I met him. The man was very standoffish, though, so I hadn't made any sort of move. Who needed that kind of hit to their confidence? Axel was huge and dangerous, and so sexy he made me ache. I'd been too busy for too long and couldn't even remember the last time I'd gotten laid. That was really sad for a 28-year-old woman. I should be out partying, living it up, and taking random guys home. Instead, I'd been holed up, studying, working, and trying to become a doctor. Finally, I was one, but it seemed there was always one more hurdle to overcome. Once I got past residency, I promised myself. "I could ask the same of you." His gravelly, deep voice bounced around into all the darkened corners surrounding us and made me shiver. "I thought I heard something," I explained. His brows shot up. "You thought you heard something?" I nodded. "In a dark car garage." Another nod. "So, you went to go check it out, alone, at night?" He growled the last couple of words, and I conceded that he may have had a point. I only admitted that inwardly, of course. There was no way I'd let this domineering man know that I realized it may have been a bad choice. Shrugging nonchalantly, I moved back into the lighted area of the garage and started walking toward my car. A little thrill moved through me when he fell in step beside me. As happy as my lady parts were to see him, I wondered what he was doing here. As far as he knew, I'd gotten off a few hours ago. At one point, the guys were tracking our cell phones in order to keep an eye on us. Cade promised they wouldn't be doing that anymore, but Axel showing up out of the blue made me a little suspicious. He had to shorten his stride quite a bit since he towered over my 5'3" frame. If I had to guess, I'd estimate him to be about 6'1", and I had gotten very good at guessing patients' heights and weights. "Why did you send Rue and Mando home?" he asked as we walked, and there was a menacing undertone to the seemingly innocent question. I knew I was going to be late. There's no reason they shouldn't get to go home to their families on time. I should have realized that my bodyguards would have told Cade they were leaving for the day, and I was still here. That was likely how Axel found me. I glanced over at him again. He seemed even more uptight than usual, and that was saying something. "Ming?" He growled at me and stopped, grabbing my wrist to stop me at the same time. I halted and looked back at him. "There are multiple reasons you're not supposed to be left here alone." I rolled my eyes and shrugged my purse higher onto my shoulder. "That's just a courtesy Cade put into place." "It's not a courtesy, it's a fucking necessity," he growled, shifting closer to me and scowling down into my face. "Stop sending your guards home, Ming." "Or what?" I glowered right back at him, yanking my wrist free and fisting my hands on my hips. A humorless laugh huffed out of him, and he shook his head in exasperation. "Or they're going to get into trouble with Cade." That hadn't been what I expected him to say. It caught me so off guard I wasn't sure how to respond. The way he said it sounded off. I assumed they'd get in trouble because I could get hurt. Now he was avoiding looking at me as though he hadn't meant to let that slip. "Why aren't they supposed to leave me alone?" I asked, narrowing my eyes in suspicion. If I didn't know any better, I'd say they didn't fully trust me, and that made warning bells sound in my head. After months of the MC keeping secrets from us, it was hard to put that aside and fully trust them. We'd get there. Everyone, the men and women, were still trying to figure this new relationship out. The guys were making a lot of concessions to include us, and we needed to do our part. Axel finally met my eyes, but I couldn't get a read on what was going through his head. He was very closed off the majority of the time, and it made it hard to get to know him. Something about him called to me, and I couldn't seem to set my interest in him aside. He seemed happy living the single solo life, but I'd also caught him watching me when he thought I wasn't looking. If he was completely cold and showed no interest, I could probably move on a lot easier. "We don't want anything to happen to you," he said simply. I believed that he meant it, but now I wasn't sure that was their only motive behind putting guards on me. I decided to let it drop. "I'm sorry," I said, letting my shoulders relax as I tried to pacify him and make him think I didn't suspect anything. Now it was his turn to look surprised, and the corner of his mouth twitched like the asshole was about to smirk. "How did those words taste coming out of your mouth?" I made a face at him as we began walking again. "Sour." I finally admitted, and his dark chuckle curled around me, making me think dirty thoughts. I added, "Find a guy to bring home," to my internal checklist of things to do. "There's one walking right next to you," the naughty part of my conscience pointed out. Someone other than him. We were quiet until we reached my car, and I saw he'd parked his bike next to it. He sighed and put a hand on my shoulder. "Seriously, they're here for your protection. You're risking your neck looking for information for us. We're not going to leave you stranded to deal with it alone." It almost seemed like he cared, but that couldn't be true, especially in light of my new suspicions. Besides, we fought like cats and dogs. I'd rather do things other than fight, but it seemed like he was always starting something with me. So now I went out of my way to annoy him as often as possible. It was only fair. "I appreciate that, I really do," I said, softening the last sentence. "But I also know how to take care of myself." He laughed, and I gave him a dirty look. He bit off the laugh, and I hoped he choked on it. "I do. I've been taking kickboxing for years." "Taking a class isn't the same as fighting for your life," he growled at me, all humor gone from his face. "It's not the same as trying to fend someone off who's trying to kill you, mi alma." I stared at him suspiciously since I didn't speak Spanish. "What did you call me?" "Nothing." "You called me something, Bendan." I smiled smugly as I called him a dumbass in Chinese. "Let's just go home," he muttered, too proud to ask me what I'd said. "Can't." His sharp look had me on the verge of laughter. He looked so irritated, and for some reason, I found it amusing. "I have to go to my parents' house for dinner." He groaned. "Can't you skip it?" I scoffed at him and made a face. "Trust me, if I could, I would. You don't have to follow me there, though." "I do, and I am." Shrugging, I slid into my car and looked up at him as he straddled his bike. "Suit yourself." Pulling into my parents' driveway, I frowned at the unknown car sitting next to my sister Julie's Jetta. It had rental plates, so someone must be visiting, but Mom hadn't mentioned having company. I got out of the car as Axel pulled up next to me. The front door of the house burst open, and a tiny woman came rushing forward, speaking so fast in Chinese, I almost had a hard time following it. I saw Axel tense up as she grappled me into a hug and squeezed so tight I lost my breath. I resisted the groan that had threatened to pop out the moment I'd seen her barge out of the house. She chewed me out, asking me to introduce my boyfriend, telling me I was being rude. I reminded her that us speaking in a language he didn't understand was rude too, and she switched over to English. "Aunt May, this is Axel. Axel, this is my aunt." I resisted the urge to add that she was my mother's only sister, and any time she came to visit, chaos inevitably ensued. May was a firecracker. Julie and I both hated when she came to visit. Mom was usually a wreck, trying to keep her older sister entertained and under control. When we were younger, we had a blast with Aunt May. But as I got older, I started seeing the destruction that came along with her. My parents were always stressed, and the last few times we'd seen them fight was always when she was here. There were undercurrents happening that we, as kids, never really picked up on. She'd always been nice to us, but with age I started to realize she was a manipulator. She'd use whatever means necessary, from charm to outright nastiness, to get her way. As a family, we'd usually end up giving her what she wanted just to keep her pleasant and satisfied. Axel froze as his gaze landed on her. I gave him a prodding look and was 2 seconds away from jabbing him in the side with my elbow when he finally held his hand out. "Nice to meet you." May was watching him with the intensity of a black widow eyeing her lunch caught in the web, and I sighed. This was going splendidly. Aunt May was very intuitive, and she'd caught wind of something between us that interested her. "Thank you for following me home." I widened my eyes at him, indicating he could leave now. "Ming!" I cringed as Aunt May barked at me. "Aren't you going to invite your boyfriend to eat with us?" Her smile was wicked. She knew Mom would hate having an additional unanticipated guest. I doubted May had told my parents that she would be here. She liked to drop in, unannounced. "Oh, he's not—" I choked on the words when Axel dropped a heavy arm over my shoulders and pulled me into him. I had to resist the urge to melt into the heat of his body. It was summertime in Texas and sweltering hot even at night, and yet, somehow, I felt comfortable tucked under his arm. Well, anxious, since my aunt was watching us with that calculating look that meant trouble, but physically, it felt great being pressed against his body. It'd been too long since I was this close, to a man, especially one as sexy as Axel. And every place our bodies touched set off electricity under my skin. Aunt May tisked and turned around, expecting us to follow. "What are you doing?" I hissed at Axel, low enough that my voice wouldn't carry past him. "Having dinner," he said with an unperturbed grin. "You can't have dinner with us." "I just got an invitation, so I am having dinner with you, mi alma." There was that fucking word again. I reminded myself to Google it later. "My parents are going to shit themselves if you go in there with me." He laughed down at me. "How do you know? Maybe they'll like me." Oh, yes. I was sure my super traditional mother was going to be thrilled that I brought home a biker. I especially couldn't wait until my aunt called him my boyfriend in front of my parents. "You and your aunt look a scary amount alike." He said it casually, but there was something in his voice that made me pay closer attention. Yeah, everyone always says we could be twins. Aunt May was waiting for us at the door, and I didn't like the look on her face. Axel wore the same expression, and I couldn't help but feel like I was missing something. They were staring as though they knew each other. A menacing look flashed over my aunt's face before she hid it and ushered us inside. I wasn't sure what Aunt May was up to, or Axel, for that matter. I couldn't wait to get him alone so I could ask him. Dread zipped along my spine because first I had to make it through what was promising to be a very uncomfortable dinner. Axel all but dragged me through the door as I tried to figure out what was going on. My stomach was doing this nervous flutter thing, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. This one time, I really hoped my gut feeling was wrong.
Chapter 2. Axel. Ming was practically buzzing with nervous energy as I strode through the house with her. Her aunt was ushering us quickly toward the dining room, so I didn't have a chance to explain why I'd shown up at the hospital so suddenly. I should have told her in the parking garage, but I'd been so mad that she was putting herself at risk unnecessarily. There was no way I could focus on anything else. I don't know what it was about this woman, but she tied me in knots. Being close to her made it hard to think of anything other than how her lips would feel against mine. I'd been fighting my attraction to her, and literal fights were the only way I could keep myself from acting on my impulses. If she was mad at me, she didn't stick around long enough that I'd lose my head. I knew where that road would end, and I couldn't let myself get involved with her, with anyone. Checking out her aunt in my peripheral, my gut twisted with suspicion. Ming hadn't been kidding when she said they could be twins. Considering I'd been slowly getting to know Ming and her entire group of friends over the last few months, I was willing to bet it was her aunt in the photograph that I'd shoved into my pocket. I knew as soon as I saw it that there had to be an explanation. Ming would never betray the girls she considered family. It wasn't in her nature. She may be an ice cream thief, but I couldn't see her secretly working with an MC, a cartel, or Bridget's dad. There wasn't any doubt in my mind that she would protect herself and the other girls if necessary. If there had been, the knife she pulled on me earlier would have eased any worry I might have had. That didn't mean she had it in her to work with some nefarious crime lord. Her aunt, on the other hand, was up to something. I don't know what she was getting out of pulling me in front of Ming's family, but I wanted to find out. May had that look about her, one I knew very well thanks to how I was raised. Her eyes were cold and calculating, whereas Ming's were soft and open. They looked alike, but the similarities stopped there. We stopped into the dining room where the family was sitting, and May announced us in a flurry of Chinese. I smirked at Julie, whose eyes were as big as the dinner plate sitting in front of her on the table. She shot a quick glance over at her parents, and whatever she saw there had her wincing. Glancing over, I met the speculative look of her father, and finally let Ming, who'd been struggling to move away from me, out from under my arm. Stepping forward, I extended my hand to him as he stood. "Dr. Chen, it's nice to see you again. We'd met when Remy, Steele's old lady, had been admitted to the hospital. I didn't think he'd remember me, but there was a look in his eyes that said he did. Ming reminded me so much of her dad. They were both quiet and donned that mask of professionalism that made it hard to see beneath the surface. I wasn't sure how he felt about me showing up here, unannounced, with his daughter, but he was too polite to say anything in front of me. He shook my hand, then shot his daughter a pointed look. "And it's nice to see you again, Axel. We weren't aware Ming was bringing company for dinner. Sorry I didn't get a chance to tell you both sooner. I got stuck at the hospital. Did something happen?" Dr. Chen cut his daughter off, worry flooding his voice. "No, I just had to finish up some last-minute things," she said, and I watched as her dad relaxed. A movement caught my eye, and I saw that her mother had come to stand near us. "Mrs. Chin," I acknowledged her. I had to bite back a scoff as I watched her eyeing me. She was glaring at me like I was a bug crawling across her floor. This was a woman who wasn't too polite to make her feelings known, unlike her husband and daughters. "Mama," Ming said, a warning sounding in her voice. "This is my wife, Luli," her father said, introducing us. Julie was focused on the exchange with a mix of fascination and horror on her face. I turned my attention back to the woman in front of me. "It is nice to meet you." She held out a delicate hand, and I shook it. I didn't miss her sneer as she snatched her hand back and wiped it on her dress. There was no attempt to be discreet, but I didn't expect it. I was used to this behavior from people. Before I joined the MC, I got much the same treatment when they found out I was the son of a cartel leader. Now it was because I was a biker. It usually didn't bother me. Something about it coming from her chafed, though. She was barely 5 feet, if she was on her tiptoes, and yet the way she looked at me made me feel like I was 2 feet tall. There was a lot of personality packed into that tiny woman. After spending time around her daughters, it didn't surprise me. "Why don't we sit before the food gets cold?" Ming's tone was upbeat and conveyed a happiness I was positive she wasn't feeling right now. We all took seats, and I saw the sisters having a silent conversation with their eyes. The waitstaff ran around, adding a new place setting in front of me. For a few minutes, the only sound in the room was the clatter of silverware on ceramic as everyone served themselves. Ming's aunt was the first to break the silence. "So, Axel, what is it that you do?" she asked. Ming's shoulder brushed against mine as she shifted on her chair. I couldn't tell if she was just uneasy or if she was trying to get my attention. "I own a tattoo shop." "Really?" She eyed my arms and I grinned at her. My tattoos were in places she couldn't see unless I let her, and despite being a gorgeous older woman, I didn't plan on giving her a show.
Many young people in China have tattoos now. Shameful,
Ming's mother said loud enough for everyone to hear. It's not, Mama, Ming insisted. It sounded like she was speaking through gritted teeth. I hated that I was putting Ming in this position. It was clear her mother didn't want me here. It was just as obvious her aunt was getting a kick out of the family's discomfort. This was the easiest way for me to find out more about May and her dynamic with her family. Strained, that's what was coming to mind. I felt even guiltier that I'd all but forced Ming to go along with May's invite, and now she felt obligated to defend me to her mother. I ignored the warmth that spread throughout me as she gave her mom a warning stare.
Older generations see tattoos as the sign of a criminal, May explained. However, that view has slowly been rejected by our youth as they've adapted to Western cultures.
So you don't live here? I watched Ming's aunt closely. It felt like I was being examined by both May and Luli, for different reasons. It wasn't hard to see that her mother was pissed that I was here. If I had to guess, I'd say May mentioned me being the boyfriend when we'd first come into their room. It would explain the astonished look on Julie's face. Her aunt, on the other hand, was still a mystery. I wasn't sure what she was up to. It was almost as though she knew that I suspected her of being involved in the shitstorm we'd found ourselves in, thanks to Bridget's dad. I wasn't sure how her knowing would be possible, though.
No, I live in Beijing. I'm only here to visit my darling sister.
May smiled over at Luli. Ming's mom didn't look thrilled with her visitor, but May continued on uninhibited.
And this tattoo business? It makes you good money. Aunt May!
Both Ming and Julie gasped together while their parents glared at her.
What? It's an important question. Anyone looking to settle down with my nieces must be able to support.
Ming hissed something at her in Chinese, cutting her aunt off mid-sentence. She shot a quick look at me before continuing in English again.
I am perfectly capable of supporting myself.
Everyone fell silent again as awkwardness hung heavy over the table. It pays well. Ming shot me an aggravated look as I answered her aunt's question. Your niece won't go hungry with me. Don't worry. I grunted slightly as Ming's foot connected solidly with my shin under the table. How long have you been seeing each other? Her father asked with a wary look at their mother. Not long, but I promised to take good care of her, sir. I was enjoying this. Julie's mouth was hanging open so far it was damn near hitting the table. May had a mischievous and satisfied look on her face. Both Ming and her mother were red-faced. It was clearly for different reasons. Her dad didn't seem to know how to respond to me. Well, that's... He cleared his throat. Great, his wife muttered at him in Chinese. Whatever she said had her daughters glaring at her.
Would you excuse us for a moment?
Ming asked, tossing her napkin down on the table and pulling on my arm to get me to stand. I let her drag me out to the dining room, across the foyer, and upstairs. Ming glanced down the hall as she shoved me into a room before closing the door behind us.
What the hell are you doing?
She started pacing in front of me. Sorry, I chuckled. Couldn't help myself.
This isn't funny, Axel.
She sighed, standing there, seething. She looked so beautiful. I felt my fingers twitch involuntarily. I wanted to touch her, grab her, see how that sexy little body felt pressed up against mine. That was the last thing I could do, though, so I shut those urges down. Instead, I pulled the photo out of my pocket and handed it to her. Her anger instantly cooled, replaced by shock as she looked down at the picture in her hand.
What is this?
She whispered. Rat has been having trouble finding anything on the company supplying the hospital with fentanyl. He did manage to find one of the locations where the drugs were passed over to the company, though, and pulled that off the traffic camera. Her eyes widened, and she looked back down at the photo.
But this is my Aunt May.
She sounded devastated, for reasons I couldn't explain. Hearing the hurt in her voice filled me with rage. Yeah, I figured that out after we got here. I hesitated, but forced myself to say the next words, as hard as they were. We'd promised these women a few weeks ago that we weren't going to keep club business from them anymore. It was too hard to keep them safe and clueless at the same time. I wasn't sure I agreed with it, but the orders came directly from Cade. I wouldn't go against my president on this. We thought... it was me. You thought it was me. She spoke softly, meeting my eyes. Her eyes were understanding, and it made me feel like shit even though I didn't believe for a minute she was involved. No. Well, they did. Her eyes narrowed. And you didn't. I shrugged and stuffed my hands into the pockets of my jeans. I needed to do something with them. The urge to touch Ming every time I was near her was almost too strong to overcome, which was why I mostly tried to keep my distance. With her living at the clubhouse, that had become damn near impossible. It was frustrating, but it also soothed something inside me. Having her nearby was a relief, one I wouldn't admit out loud. I felt protective and possessive of her. I shouldn't feel anything for Ming, but I couldn't seem to stop myself.
Chapter 3. Ming. My thoughts were pure chaos. It was bad enough that he was showing me proof that my aunt had been in a location that the club connected to the drugs. But to have him standing so close, I could feel the heat radiating off his body. It was messing with my concentration. The fact that he'd seen this picture and come straight to me for answers made my belly flutter. He hadn't automatically assumed I was involved, despite some pretty damning evidence. I knew I looked a lot like my aunt, and I wouldn't have blamed any of the men for jumping to conclusions. It seemed like we couldn't trust anyone right now. The guys were holding up their end of our bargain to keep us in the loop, and I really appreciated it. "What else did Rat find?" I asked, searching the photo for any other clues. It was too dark and fuzzy to make out much more than my aunt, though. My stomach clenched as the implications of what this meant really hit me. I felt nauseated. I wondered if this was how Bridget and Remy felt when they found out about their family's betrayals. It was awful. "That's it for now. I'm sure he'll find more soon." I walked over and sat on my bed with a sigh. It wasn't bad enough that Remy's uncle and Bridget's dad were involved in all this. Now my aunt as well? I bit my lip, wondering what the others thought about it. "It actually makes sense." He sat next to me on the bed, and I had to fight the urge to lean against him. He was generally a standoffish man, and despite his joking with my parents about taking care of me, we weren't dating. Not that I wouldn't jump at that opportunity. "You girls have known each other since you were kids, right?" I nodded, brows furrowing as I tried to figure out what he was implying. "So have your families." He was right. "But what about my aunt? She doesn't even know them." "Which means she's connected through someone who does." He trailed off, staring intently at me. I gasped the minute it clicked. "That could only be my parents," I said hoarsely. Anger and shame clashed inside of me. Anger at Axel for proposing the idea. Shame because I jumped to that conclusion so quickly. Shame won out. I felt terrible for suspecting either of my parents of being involved in something like this. It didn't matter that we'd learned that both Remy and Bridget's families were in on it, or that Aunt May was. Axel looked grim. but that's what he'd been leading me toward figuring out.
I'm sorry. I know this is upsetting you.
I refused to meet his eyes. He could already see the emotional turmoil happening within me. I didn't want him to think I was too weak to handle this and go back to keeping me in the dark. It just can't be. There has to be an explanation. Axel sighed and turned toward me so we were facing each other. Tipping my chin up, he forced me to stare into his dark, piercing eyes. I fought back a shiver as his fingers touched my skin.
Your aunt is a part of this somehow,
he said firmly.
We'll find out exactly how, but someone has been giving hospital access to the lichens.
That was his way of ripping off the Band-Aid. It pissed me off. No, I replied, furiously shaking my head and dislodging his grip on my chin. My dad wouldn't do something like that, wouldn't he? He asked, arching a brow at me. He reached forward and gripped my upper arms in his powerful hands, as though he were going to shake some sense into me. He didn't, though. It was almost like he knew I needed the contact to somehow ground me while my mind spiraled out of control. I searched Axel's eyes, trying to understand what he was implying. This was killing me. I'd always idolized my father. He was the reason I wanted to become a doctor. I could remember dragging his stethoscope around with me as a kid until he'd broken down and gotten me one of my own. To think that he was somehow involved made my heart hurt. It can't be. I choked out and stared down at the bed that separated us.
You don't want to believe it.
I glanced up and my breath caught in my throat because Axel still had that probing gaze trained on me. I doubted he realized what those eyes could do to a girl. I looked away, focusing on the carpet at our feet. No, I whispered. He dropped his hold on my arms, and the loss of contact let in a wave of cold realization. I felt dejected because, logically, what he was saying made sense. I'd always considered myself a very logical person, but right now, I just wanted to scream and rail at him that he was wrong.
I get that. He's your dad.
We sat quietly, lost in our own thoughts.
Why don't we wait to see what Rat finds out? Then we can start looking into it.
I smiled gratefully at him. He was being sweet and trying to make me feel better, even though he believed that my dad was working against us. Thanks, but if my family is involved, I need to know. I may have a way to find out whose keycard the lichens have. Then I can prove once and for all that my dad isn't involved in this. Axel raised his brows in surprise. How? There's a security guard at the hospital. He's the night shift supervisor and in charge of handing out cards. I've been getting closer to him for the last week or so. He scowled at me.
What do you mean, getting closer?
You know, stopping by to flirt, touching his arm, laughing at his jokes, bringing him parts of my lunch because I overpacked. I hesitated slightly as I spoke because Axel's scowl had deepened. What? Nothing, he snapped. His jaw was clenched, and he'd tensed up so much I could see the muscles bulging out on his biceps. Down, girl. I wasn't sure why he was so angry, but I couldn't lie and say I wasn't enjoying the show. Axel was ripped and had these massive arms that made me go a bit weak. I side-eyed him and wondered what the rest of his body looked like. His t-shirts and jeans didn't hide much, but I still wouldn't mind seeing the real thing. One of these days, maybe I'd work up the courage to go for it. Today wasn't that day.
I guess we'd better get back downstairs and finish dinner,
he said, putting an end to the conversation about my plan. He didn't sound any more thrilled about it than I was, but he was right. If we didn't go back downstairs soon, My mom was going to send a firing squad up here. Maybe Rat will have something more for us once we get back home, I offered, watching Axel stand up. He held out a hand and pulled me to my feet. Staring down where our fingers linked, I bit my lip as his thumb lightly rubbed over the back of my hand before he let go. Everywhere he touched me sent delicious pulses through my body. It made me want to insist he touch me in other places. Axel used his finger to tip my chin up, so I was staring into his smirking face again. Ugh, that expression had been breaking down my defenses since the first day I met him. "Home?" he asked, his smirk growing into a full-blown smile. I blinked as I thought about the fact that I was now referring to the clubhouse as home. I felt a flush heat my skin, but I'd be damned if I'd let him know he'd gotten to me. I shrugged nonchalantly. "Yeah, well, you guys made us move in, so for now, it's home." I sauntered past him with more confidence than I felt. Having a plan in place made me feel more in control. I was going to break into the hospital's security system and prove my dad's innocence. Axel caught up to me easily, and we walked down to the dining room together. I was worried about telling Julie what we'd discovered. I probably didn't need to hide how upset I was about all of this from Axel, but I certainly would from my little sister. It was my job to protect her. I wouldn't let anyone hurt her, ever, not even our family. We walked back into the dining room, and every eye turned toward us. My stomach dropped when Dad sent me a reassuring smile to offset my mother's ferocious glare. The guilt I had from suspecting him made my stomach hurt. Julie and my aunt were looking back and forth between Axel and I, one with curiosity and the other with savage humor. My aunt was getting enjoyment out of how uncomfortable I was. It didn't surprise me. She'd shown her true colors the more time we spent together. I wished Mom would put her foot down and stop letting her come visit. She made us all miserable every time she came around. My belly twisted viciously, and I felt my mouth water. I will not throw up. "I'm so sorry, everyone, but I'm suddenly feeling ill. I'm going to go home and rest." They all frowned at me, including Axel, but he didn't give me away to the others. Dad hurried over and put the back of his hand to my forehead. "You do feel a little clammy, and you've lost some color." I could feel myself growing paler with every word he spoke. Staring into his soft brown eyes made guilt punch me hard in my already churning stomach. "I'll take her home," Julie said, sending Mom an apologetic look since we were all abandoning dinner. She shouldn't ride a bike when she's not feeling well," Julie insisted, cutting Axel off mid-sentence. "Plus, those things are dangerous," Mom declared. Biting back a sigh, I had to force myself to keep my mouth closed. There was no point in snapping at her when all I wanted to do was get out of here. I could tell Axel was frustrated and concerned at not being able to take me home himself, but I was thankful to my sister. I needed a few minutes away from him so my brain could function. The ride back to the clubhouse would also give me a chance to break the news to my sister. Not that I really wanted to. "Okay, what's going on?" I leaned my head back against the headrest, eyes closed, as I focused on breathing to try and still the nausea. Now that we were speeding down the freeway, away from the source of all my conflicted feelings, the knot in my belly was loosening. That didn't mean I wasn't dreading bringing this up to my sister. "It's probably just a bug I picked up at the hospital." Julie's perceptive gaze landed on me, and I sighed inwardly. I knew I wasn't going to be able to fool her for long. I just needed a few minutes to compose myself. My observant sister didn't offer me the chance. "Don't give me that. I know something's up. What is it?" Damn her and her ability to read people. It's what was going to make her such a good shrink. But it was really inconvenient to me. It was hard to hide anything from her. I debated on how to tell her and decided it would be best to just get it all out at once. I pulled the photograph out of my pocket and handed it to her. Her eyes widened as she glanced down at it, then back up at the road. But she didn't say anything. She just waited for my explanation. It's Aunt May. I can see that, she said. She fell silent again. Usually she was the first to question something, so the fact that she was quiet gave me an idea of the emotional upheaval happening within her. Julie and I were alike in many ways. Our logical, calm exteriors hid an inner well of deep emotion that we always felt intensely. I knew her mind was already asking what Aunt May had done. Our aunt was always up to something, and we've come to expect it at this point. I explained how Rat had gotten the photograph. Watching the disbelief and anger cross her features, I quickly finished. Axel thinks Dad is working with her, and that both of them are working with Brent Jordan and Miguel Guzman. Julie was completely silent. She kept her eyes glued to the road in front of us, and had locked up all the earlier emotion I'd seen on her face. The only indication that she was upset was our speed. I glanced down at the speedometer and winced when I saw we were creeping up on 100 miles per hour. Glancing back through the back window, I could barely make out the light from Axel's bike. "Julie, slow down," I told her through gritted teeth. I wasn't a fan of being plastered against the pavement because she made a wrong move while we were going so fast. That snapped her out of wherever she'd gone in her head, and she flicked her gaze down at the speedometer before easing her foot off the gas. I let out a breath of relief that I hadn't been aware I was holding. Prying my fingers off the "oh shit" handle above the door, I willed my body to relax. Julie was usually a safe driver. I reminded myself of that to further calm myself down. "Sorry," she said, voice calm and cold. "Talk to me." "He's wrong," she insisted. I didn't need to ask who she was referring to. "That's what I said, too. I think I've come up with a way to prove it." Relief washed over her face. She nodded, and we fell back into silence until we got to the clubhouse. We were just climbing out of the car when Axel stalked over and snarled at her. "What the hell were you doing back there?" He'd stepped in close to her, and my protective instincts went into overdrive. "Hey, back off, Axel." I pulled Julie behind me and stepped forward nose to chest with him. He glared down at me, then shot a heated look at her over my shoulder. "She could have killed you both driving like that." "She was upset. It wasn't her fault," I insisted. "If you're pissed off at someone, be angry with me. I'm the one who told her in the car while she was driving." His eyes narrowed on my face, and he flashed his teeth at me in a wicked smile. "No problem, Elma." Before I had a chance to ask him what the hell he meant by that, or move out of his way, he ducked and easily picked me up, tossing me over his shoulder.
Chapter 4. Axel. I strode past Cade's house, heading toward the back of the property where Ming and I could speak privately. The look on my president's face said he found this situation hilarious. I might have agreed if I wasn't so pissed off. Seeing their car pull out ahead of me so quickly had damn near given me a heart attack. It hadn't taken long for them to slow down or for me to catch back up, but it felt like it took years. I kept watching, waiting for Julie to jerk the wheel and flip the car. When a vehicle is going that fast, it doesn't take much movement of the wheel to have the car spinning out of control. I know because Diego and I used to race cars around the desert outside of the Juarez compound all the time as kids. There'd been plenty of times where we'd spun out and a few where we'd gotten into bigger wrecks. It was a blast. The idea of that happening with Ming in the car made me feel out of control and anxious. It wasn't a feeling I liked. "We all need to have a meeting," I told Cade as I stalked past, ignoring the angry hissing coming from the woman slung over my shoulder. It took everything in me to keep my arm anchored over the back of her thighs and to keep my hands off her deliciously upturned ass. She'd changed into jeans before leaving the hospital, and the sight of them molded to her curves had heat mixing with the rage coursing through me. "It's already scheduled," Cade chuckled. "Just come into my place when you're done." With that, he turned from where he'd been leaning against the porch railing and went inside. Continuing on, I barely felt the blows Ming was raining down on my back. She gave a decent kick to my gut, though. I sucked in a breath and used my free hand to prevent her from doing further damage. Thank God she wasn't taller or she might have hit me in the balls. Once we were far enough away to have some privacy, I dropped her down onto her feet and reached out to steady her as she swayed. The blood rushing back to her head rendered her temporarily mute, and I used that to my advantage. "What were you thinking?" I shouted. "Telling her something like that while she was driving?" Ming glowered at me. "I don't know. I was upset. She could tell." She huffed out a breath and swept her hair out of her face. "She always knows when something's bugging me and is damn good at prying it out." I relaxed a little as I stared down at her. "I know you're—" I wasn't sure which emotions were plaguing her. Women seemed to have a lot more of them than I did. Or at least they felt them much more strongly. "Upset." I settled on using her word for it. "I'm sorry for that." She peered up at me, the faint light from the back porch lighting up one side of her face. Her beauty gut-punched me. I stuffed my hands into my pockets and willed myself not to reach for her. Somewhere under the anger, I'd enjoyed every minute of having her curves plastered against me. "Thanks, Axel. You're sweet." Sweet? I had to bite back the laughter. No one had ever called me that before. I'd heard moody, sullen, and asshole a lot, the last being the most prevalent. "If you put your lives in danger like that again, you won't think I'm very sweet," I replied. I stared down at her as her jaw dropped, then our eyes flashed. Before she could turn it into an argument, I began walking back to Cade's place. She practically had to run to keep up with my long stride, but she managed.
"Who do you think you are that you can issue me a warning like that?"
She huffed at me. She was trying to look indignant, and it might have worked if she wasn't having to look down to make sure she didn't take a wrong step on the dark, uneven ground. I stopped suddenly and grabbed her by the upper arms, pulling her into me. She yelped and blinked up at me in surprise. "Don't do it again," I growled at her. Her lips parted, and she pulled in a long breath. My eyes flicked down to her mouth, and I lowered my head toward her. She was like a magnet, and I was getting fucking sick of resisting her pull.
Hey."
Julie's voice floated through the night, and I jerked away from her sister. Our lips had only been a short distance apart. I could feel her breath mingling with mine. Muttering a curse, I released Ming. I glanced back and forth between the women and noted that they both looked shocked. Shaking my head, I left him behind and went to join the meeting. I'd almost forgotten who I was and why I couldn't let myself give in and start something with anyone, especially Ming. It was too easy to care about her. Her kind, steady nature made her damn near perfect for a man like me. If I was someone else, I'd make her mine in a heartbeat. Everyone was already inside and sprawled out on all available surfaces. Now that the church included more than our usual crew, we were having to get creative about where to meet. The kitchen in the clubhouse barely fit all of us. I made a mental note to talk to Roger, the construction foreman, tomorrow. He'd promised us weeks ago that the new build-out would be finished soon. I had a feeling our ideas of soon varied drastically. I nodded to everyone and leaned against the wall in the living room. I was restless, and how close I'd come to kissing Ming outside had hardened my dick until it ached. Sitting held no appeal for me at the moment. Ming and Julie walked inside the house and sat down. I avoided eye contact with everyone. I wasn't in the mood to deal with them. Glancing at them from my peripheral, I could see that both women looked dejected, even though they smiled at everyone. I was glad we hadn't had to sit through the rest of that awkward dinner. Now that we were back, I could breathe. Mother and father had dragged me to plenty of fancy dinner parties when Diego and I were younger, so I knew how to act around pretty much anyone. But I'd always hated it. Stuffy clothes, luxurious amounts of food, exuberant people who were excited to be there so they could lord it over those who didn't get invitations. It was exhausting and fake. My father, being who he was, had always been extended invitations. No one dared offend him by leaving him off the guest list. I hadn't asked my brother if he'd kept up the tradition of attending, but Dad always insisted it was the best way to find new clients and keep your face fresh in the minds of those you wished to intimidate. That's why it didn't surprise me that these girls' wealthy, influential families were a part of all of this. People liked to assume it was guys like us, lowlifes in their eyes, who committed crimes and were responsible for all the evil doings in the world. And we did. What would shock most people was that the so-called upper class were just as guilty. I'd seen it too many times at those parties for it to be a coincidence. In Ming's world, it wouldn't make sense for mayors and doctors to be involved in the criminal underworld. They already had power and wealth. What I knew to be true was once they had a taste of those two things, they'd always strive to gain more. I watched as Cade drew Ming and Julie into the kitchen where they could speak privately. I knew he was checking in on them. I'd sworn to myself I would never get involved with this kind of life. Once my father had been killed, I'd left behind the leadership of the Zetas in Mexico. I'd almost denied Gunnar a job when he showed up on my opening day, just because he was in an MC. His art and skill quickly changed my mind. It hadn't taken long from there before Cade, Riggs, Steele, and Gunnar had drawn me in. The MC was still under control of the previous president when I became a prospect, but those 4 men made me think I could have a family again. That's what I'd left behind, my family. But it was the only way to make it work for Diego. So I'd gone. Now that Cade was president, we were all brothers, and I had to admit, I couldn't leave the life. I needed it. I needed the men who'd become my new family. Cade cleared his throat as he stepped back into the living room, and we all focused on him. I found a seat as the meeting started. All right, so we know that it was their Aunt May in that picture Rat pulled from the traffic camera. They'd told me, before the girls joined the meeting, that the other women had identified May as soon as Rat printed out a new picture. I'd known in my gut it wasn't Ming. I'd gone to her to have her prove me right. Finding her at the hospital after she'd sent her guards home pissed me off. Watching her creep around in a dark parking garage with a knife and her cell phone had pure fury washing through me. These women took too many chances. It needed to stop. They weren't responsible for fixing the messes their families were hell-bent on dragging them into. They'd had us for that. Of course, you wouldn't stand by and let someone else clean up your family's mess. How can you expect them to? I focused back on the conversation when Ming spoke. I know that some of you, Ming narrowed her eyes on me before she continued, think that my dad is helping Aunt May. He has hospital access and the connection with her. She was putting on a brave face, but I could see the exhaustion in her eyes. I wished I could shield her from this, but we made a promise not to hide shit from them anymore. They were all happier knowing the gory details, even if it was about their families. It does make the most sense. Steele broke off on a grunt when Remy elbowed him to shut him up. Yeah, didn't you say your families got together all the time when you were kids growing up? Gunnar asked Bridget. He completely missed the warning signs his girl was giving him. Ming sighed. Yes, we did. Our families all know each other very well. I still don't think it's him, and I may have a way to prove it," she continued on. She told the others of her plan to break into the security guard's computer, and I felt rage coil in my gut. The thought of her flirting with anyone made me want to pound my fist into something, or someone. I bit back the anger churning inside of me. Ming wasn't mine, and she couldn't ever be. I had no right to care who she flirted with. In the back of my mind, I knew she was only doing it to get the information we needed, but I was having a hard time rationalizing that to myself. "The only thing is, he's not going to give me his password, and he's a bit of a nut about security." I smirked when Ming's eyes met mine. Of course he was. Those types always went overboard trying to play cop. Most of them couldn't hack it in whatever police academy they'd tried for and ended up working security instead. The guys you had to watch out for were the quiet men. Those were usually your retired cops and military. They didn't need to brag and strut around. They were there to do a job and get a paycheck, but they knew how to handle themselves. We had one of those types ourselves. Hush was one of the deadliest of our club members, and I'd never heard him brag a day since I'd met him. You knew, though, what he was capable of. He was apparent in the way he held himself, the way his eyes never missed a detail around him. It all added up to someone who had seen some shit in his lifetime. Hush may be one of our older members at 50, but it didn't mean he couldn't keep up. I was glad the security guy was in the former category rather than the latter. It made it easier on all of us. We didn't need to be raising the suspicion of a former cop. We already had that FBI bitch sniffing around the clubhouse. Agent Flynn had a hard-on for our club and wasn't above using our women to get to us. It shocked all of us to find out she was Bridget's half-sister. Family didn't seem to mean much to Flynn, so we weren't going to be able to play that card. "I actually have a program that can help with that," Rat said from where he was sitting next to Remy. Ming frowned at him. "I don't know. I'm not very good at computer stuff. I can do some things, but Julie's way better than I am." She paused and cracked her knuckles. I noticed that was a habit she had whenever she was stressed. "Only, I'm not going to be able to sneak you or Julie in. If you can get it to where you're alone with his computer and plug your phone in, I can access it remotely and do all the work. If you want." Rat hesitantly returned the blinding smile Ming shot at him. "Yes, I want. Definitely." The guys chuckled at her enthusiasm. I listened half-heartedly and tried to keep my eyes from straying over to where Ming was sitting. Eventually, the meeting ended, and Rat took Ming over to the clubhouse to run her through how to use the program he'd be setting up on her phone. I glanced around as everyone filed out of the house and realized Julie was sitting there watching me with shrewd eyes. Gade and I exchanged a glance, and with a grin, he left me alone with the protective she-wolf. Fucker. I cleared my throat and started to stand, only to freeze when Julie's clipped voice rang out. "We need to talk." I groaned inwardly. No man ever wanted to hear that phrase uttered by a female. She wasn't even my girl, and I felt sweat break out on my brow. Sinking back down into the chair, I feigned a relaxed pose. In reality, my muscles were tense, ready for anything. "About?" "I want to know what your plans are for my sister." I damn near swallowed my tongue. "I don't have any plans for her." Julie arched a brow and leaned forward. I had to fight the instinct to ease back, despite the fact that I was sitting in a chair across the room from her and probably outweighed her by 80 pounds. I was beginning to understand that Julie was a lot more like her sister than I'd first realized. They both refused to take any shit. "Then what was dinner about?" "I was invited by your aunt. Once I saw her, I knew I needed to talk to Ming about what we'd found out." I stretched my legs out into a more comfortable position. Julie didn't look like she was going to let me go anytime soon. "Are you actually dating?" I was surprised Ming hadn't told her, but then again, I guess they likely had other things they needed to discuss. "No." "Why not?" she asked, pursing her lips. I blinked at her in disbelief. I knew she wanted to be a therapist, and fuck if I was going to let her get inside my head. No one needed to be digging around in there. The door opening behind us saved me from having to answer. Ming looked at us in surprise as she strolled in. "What are you still doing here?" she asked, looking between me and her sister. "I was just leaving." I was up and out the door before either sister could say a word.
Chapter 5. Ming. I watched Axel slam out the door. His body was rigid, and there'd been anger in his eyes when they'd met mine before he'd gone. "What was that all about?" I asked Julie. She had the decency to look sheepish. "Oh, nothing." When I just gave her a doubtful look, she shrugged. "I was just asking him about dinner." "Dinner?" I asked, my tone clearly saying I didn't trust her. "Why he was there and if you two were dating," she muttered, finally telling the rest of the truth. "Julie!" "What? I just wanted to see what he'd say. You know you're going to catch hell from Mom and Dad, right?" I winced inwardly. She wasn't wrong. I already knew I had a long lecture with my name on it. I idly wondered how long I'd be able to put that off. "What did he say?" "You interrupted us before he had a chance to respond," she said, tossing a small throw pillow at me. I caught it and threw it back onto the couch. Now I was really curious about how he'd have responded to Julie. "You need to grow some balls and make a move on him," Julie said matter-of-factly. My jaw dropped, and all I could do was stare at her in shock. "What? That guy is crazy about you." "He's not." "Yes," she said firmly. "He is. We can all see it. But neither of you is willing to make the first move." Her eyes strayed to the door. "I bet if you came onto him, he'd drop that icy exterior and he'd fuck you so hard you'd both burn up." She spoke with a hint of wistfulness in her voice. "Jesus, Julie," I choked out, face flaming red. We may be sisters, but we'd been best friends our whole lives, so her talking about sex didn't freak me out. I was a doctor. There was hardly anything involving the human body that threw me off. But her words made my mind go instantly to what it would feel like to have Axel's huge hands all over me. That's where my flush was coming from, and what had rendered me speechless. "You should try it," Julie suggested. Before I had a chance to respond, our friends walked back through the front door. "What are you guys doing here?" I asked while searching their faces. Bridget crossed the room and grabbed me in a hug as Remy and Anna pulled Julie up from the couch and double-teamed. "We thought maybe you two would need some company," Bridget said softly. "Yeah, and maybe someone to talk to who knows a little something about family betraying them," Remy quipped. Bridget glared at her, and Anna rolled her eyes, but I couldn't help the laugh that bubbled out of me. Somehow, these women always knew how to come through for us. "How has all of this happened?" Julie asked, her voice shaking a bit. Anna pulled her down onto the sofa and wrapped an arm around her in a side hug. When Anna looked over at me and I saw she was on the verge of tears, my heart melted. That Anna would cry for us shouldn't surprise me. We'd been calling each other family for as long as I could remember. It was shocking enough when we found out that Remy's uncle was involved, but now we keep finding out more and more of our family members are too. Julie continued, shooting both Remy and Bridget apologetic looks for mentioning their families. "Do you think they'll change their minds?" Julie asked. No one had answered her yet. Her points were valid, but I think we were all in a little bit of shock. I frowned at her latest question. "Who?" "The guys." "Change their minds about what, sweetie?" Bridget asked. Julie glanced down at her lap where she was twisting her hands together. "Remember when you were worried the MC would kick us all to the curb because we were more trouble than we were worth?" She asked softly. I couldn't blame her for voicing the concern because I'd wondered the same thing. We certainly were bringing a lot of trouble into these guys' lives. No, she wasn't right. I gave Julie a reassuring smile, and the others nodded in encouragement. I wished I felt as 100% certain as I sounded. Bridget and Remy are engaged to 2 of their officers. I'm pretty sure we're all stuck together now. Besides, these men are drawn to conflict. Running away isn't something they could even conceive of. Exactly, Remy said firmly. They dragged you 3 out to the clubhouse too. If they didn't care about you, they wouldn't have bothered. None of us missed the way she glanced down at the sparkling ring on her finger. Julie smiled brightly at the sight of our friend's happiness. Remy had come home a few days ago, covered in red paint, and engaged. Only after I had practically sat on her to make sure she wasn't covered in blood had she told us what happened. Steele had taken her to a paintball course, and they'd taken turns shooting at each other until he'd finally popped the question. It was really romantic and perfect for Remy, although I hoped when some guy asked me to marry him someday, it wasn't while I was running from paintballs. That didn't sound like much fun to me, and honestly made me think about those asshole lichens running us off the road, then shooting at us. It still pissed me off that those guys thought it was okay to go after women who had nothing to do with their stupid drugs. The reality of the situation was that we were on multiple people's radar. The lichens, Guzman, the FBI, and it was all because our families had gotten us involved. Guilt washed over me for the errant thought. There was no proof that Dad or Mom were mixed up in all of this, even if Aunt May was. We'll work all of this out, Remy said, catching my eyes. And we'll do it together. Exactly, Bridget said cheerfully. Anna gasped, and we all gave her startled looks. Sorry, she chuckled, but I just had the best idea. We all looked at each other warily before focusing on her again. Ming, you have a day off tomorrow, right? I do. Finally, Remy muttered. I couldn't blame them. I'd been working almost nonstop lately. Luckily, I was going into my last year of residency, and with a new crop of students coming into the hospital, I was going to be able to slow down a little. Let's go out karaokeing tomorrow night. Anna had a huge grin on her face, and I felt an answering smile spread across mine. I loved to sing, and not many people knew that, but Anna was doing this for Julie and me. The other girls always grumbled that they sucked at singing and never wanted to go. Now they rallied around us, claiming that was a great idea. I wasn't sure if it was because they wanted to cheer us up, or if they were that desperate for a night of fun. Either way worked for me. Let's do it. I covered my mouth to hide my laughter as my friends stood on stage wailing along with Aerosmith. We'd come to this dimly lit bar so many times before, we were completely comfortable here. The other patrons and our bikers weren't, though. The guys looked completely out of their element in a bar that was meant for college kids. The owner, George, kept eyeballing them as they sat in a dark corner watching Remy, Bridget, and Anna massacre the song. They were having the time of their lives and fully embraced their bad singing. The crowd loved them. When we brought this idea up at breakfast, the men looked at us like we were insane. Maybe we were, but the stress needed to be relieved somehow, and doing my kickboxing routine down in their gym wasn't cutting it. I needed a different release. The song ended, and the announcer called my and Julie's names. We grinned at each other and raced up to the stage. Remy passed over the mic with a hug. Putting it back on the stand, I let out a breath and let my gaze wander the room until I locked into a pair of dark brown brooding eyes. As the music for Disturbed's rendition of Sound of Silence started playing, I let a smile flit across my face. The melody swept me up, and I started singing. When Julie joined in for the chorus, I felt something close to peace steal over me.
Chapter 6. Axel. As soon as Ming started to sing, all of the air left my lungs. I didn't realize I was holding my breath until my body started screaming at me to breathe. She had the voice of a fucking angel. Then Julie started in, and I glanced over at Bass in amazement. He looked just as shocked as I was, so I knew his girl hadn't let him in on their little secret. The audience was silent, and the women's voices blended and saturated the entire room. Every eye was on them, and they were gorgeous, completely natural up there. They looked serene and happy, their voices melding together and working in harmony to enthrall all of us. Aren't they awesome? I glanced over at Remy when she asked the question, and all I could do was nod. I didn't want to break the spell they were weaving over the crowd. As soon as the song ended, I chugged the remainder of the beer that sat in front of me. My mouth was dry, and it gave me something to do with my hands. When the girls insisted on going out tonight, none of us had been happy about it, but we finally decided to go along with their plan. They deserved the night to blow off some steam. Of course, they weren't going anywhere without us. That hadn't seemed to bother the women nearly as much as it might have before. I was positive they were getting used to having us around. Now that I'd heard Ming sing and saw the look on her face while the music carried her away, I was glad we were out. We hardly went anywhere other than Cade's bar, so when we stepped into the college hangout, we'd all groaned. There was no stopping these women, though, and they just plowed through the crowd of people and started chatting with the bartender as they went to order drinks. The music changed, and I looked over as the girls jumped up and met the sisters out on the dance floor. Some fast-clipped song was playing, and I tightened my grip on the beer bottle as I watched Ming roll her body along with the beat. I felt my dick harden at her seductive movements and brought the beer up to drink again, cursing when I realized it was gone. I heard someone laugh next to me and looked over in shock at Rat, who was watching me with a perceptive look. He didn't say anything, but he chuckled at me again. Narrowing my eyes, I scowled at him. Inwardly, I couldn't help but grin. The kid was finally beginning to loosen up. For years, I'd been trying to get him to come out of his shell around me, but hadn't been successful. Strangely, it was the addition of our women that finally had him branching out more. Our women. I shoved that thought out of my head. That was the one thing Ming couldn't be. Mine. It was one thing for me to voluntarily come back into this life. It was a completely different story to drag a family into it. I'd vowed to myself never to involve a wife or kids in this lifestyle. I planned on keeping it. Snatching Rat's beer away from him, I shot him a smirk as he rolled his eyes. My own strayed back over to Ming. She was the marrying kind. There'd been no hit it and quit it with her. So I stayed as far away as I could, considering she lived on property. It wasn't easy under normal circumstances, and even harder when I had to watch out for any threat to her. One husky laugh or pointed grin turned me harder than fucking stone. This, watching her body sway and bounce out on the dance floor, it was torture, and yet I couldn't rip my eyes from her. Since I'd stolen his beer, Rat went to get another one. As soon as he vacated his seat, Cade slid into it. I wasn't successful in biting back the groan, so I could only hope the music covered it. The shit-eating grin on Cade's face told me it didn't. "See something you like, brother?" he asked. "Just watching out for your women." I had to yell over the music, which made me wonder how he could have heard the groan. Dude had ears like a bat. A deep chuckle near my shoulder sounded, and I shot Riggs a hard look. "What the fuck are you laughing at, asshole?" Riggs just smirked at me. "He's got a point." Steele's voice drifted in from behind me. Fuck me, they'd surrounded me. If Steele was back there, then Gunnar was too. "I haven't seen you stop looking at a certain sexy doctor all night," Cade prompted again. I shook my head and finished off Rat's beer. At this rate, I was going to be hammered long before we left. "I've been watching all of them, same as you," I insisted. I knew I was being pig-headed. Cade somehow knew I wanted Ming, but I wasn't going to confirm his suspicions. My eyes narrowed as a group of frat guys sauntered up to the women on the dance floor. The tensing of my body alerted the others, and both Cade and Riggs turned their heads to watch. "I'll kill that fucker," Steele growled as he stalked past us. As one, we all stood and followed him across the room. "Scott," he said in a dangerous, low voice as we approached the guys from behind. The leader whipped around and his eyes widened when he saw us standing there. "I wasn't doing anything," he all but yelped at Steele. He shot a nervous look at Remy. "Tell him I wasn't doing anything." Bridget rolled her eyes at him.
"Then get out of here, Scott, and next time you see Rem, don't try to stop in and say hi."
I stepped in closer to the biggest guy in their group. He had a sketchy look on his face, as though he wanted to prove that he wasn't scared of us. That would be a mistake, but he didn't know it yet. Someone grabbed my forearm, and I glanced down at Ming. She shook her head at me and went back to watching as the kids began backing up. There was 5 of them, but only 2 were puffed up, acting like their little buddies were going to have to drag them away. Whoever Scott was, he was already more than halfway to the door. He'd clearly had an encounter with Steele before and didn't want to repeat. I grinned at the big guy as he narrowed his eyes at me. Our gazes locked in a silent battle of wills. Finally, after a few tense minutes, he dropped his eyes, turned, and headed out after his friends.
"You can't go around starting fights in a bar,"
Ming told me, amusement coating her voice as I let her drag me back to our table. "I'm a biker. I'm pretty sure that's in the job description." I watched as Ming threw her head back and laughed. Swallowing hard, I tried to ignore the way the light shined off her gorgeous long black hair and had her dark eyes twinkling. Her hand was still on my forearm, and I felt her touch burning a path through my system. The others were still talking with the girls, so it was just Ming and I sitting here in our little darkened corner. I felt the walls closing in slightly as she leaned closer to me. She'd been drinking, and if she wasn't about to kiss me, she was at least flirting with me. I tried to come up with something that I knew would piss her off. It was easier to hold her at arm's length if we were fighting. Flirting was dangerous. I couldn't come up with anything fast enough, and her soft, luscious lips met mine. My hands clenched at my sides. I held still while her mouth sought entrance into mine. It was her tongue that broke my self-control. As soon as she swept it against the seam of my lips, I lost the battle I'd been fighting since the warehouse shooting. We'd brought a bleeding bass back to the clubhouse, and this crazy, tiny lady had come peeling into our parking lot and jumped out spouting off in Chinese. Groaning, I fisted a hand into her hair and used the other to pluck her right off her seat. I deposited her on my lap and deepened the kiss, thrusting my tongue against hers. Her gasp of pleasure was like the sweetest music. I wanted to see which sounds I could pull from her while I touched and licked her body from head to toe. Everything around us faded away, and all I could focus on was her. She squirmed in my lap, and I had to bite back a growl as she brushed against my cock. It was straining hard against the confines of my jeans, and I wanted nothing more than to lay her back on the table next to us and bury myself in her wet heat. Someone clearing their throat next to us was like a bucket of ice water to my system. I jerked back, staring at her as she sat there panting. We only had eyes for each other, both looking a bit shell-shocked until Cade spoke. "We could always find another table. Or sit at the bar," Riggs suggested helpfully. I caught a glare in their direction before picking Ming up and putting her back on her own chair. She smoothed out her hair and gave Cade a shy smile, but wouldn't look at me. I cursed inwardly for losing control. One fucking kiss and she'd had me nearly fucking her on the closest available surface. What the fuck was wrong with me? I watched silently as she hurried back out onto the dance floor. I was grateful that the rest of my brothers were out dancing with the women. It was bad enough that I'd have to put up with these two assholes for the rest of the night, without listening to the bullshit the rest were guaranteed to come up with.
What was it he was saying about not being interested?
Cade asked Riggs. Riggs had a huge grin on his face and shot me a sly look. Something about them being our women? That he was just along for the ride? Riggs said condescendingly. I gritted my teeth and picked up the new beer Rat set down in front of me as he rejoined our group. Ignoring them, I watched as Julie dragged her sister down the hallway toward the bathrooms. My dick was begging me to follow them and let Ming help take some of this tension away. Instead, I sat here silently putting up with the jokes and the chuckling of these fuckers. I hoped like hell this night was almost over.
Chapter 7. Ming. I smiled at my patient as I exited her room. I'll go draw up the order for those labs. She nodded, and I let out a long breath as I stepped into the hall. Leaning back against the wall, I closed my eyes. My head was pounding from a night of too much drinking. I was paying for it today at work. Unfortunately, I hadn't drunk enough to forget the fact that I'd kissed Axel. I groaned and covered my face with my hands. What had I been thinking? No, scratch that. I knew that answer. We'd been sitting close, and he looked so damn good in his jeans, tight shirt, and cut, and my alcohol-addled brain had followed Julie's advice and made a move. His reaction had shocked and delighted me. The man had picked me up with one fucking arm and slung me over his lap like I was his prize. Then he'd proceeded to kiss the few senses I still had out of my head. Every time I'd shifted on his lap, I'd felt his dick rubbing against me, and I hadn't cared that I was practically humping the man in a bar. In fact, I don't think I would have put up any resistance if he'd tried. I moaned in embarrassment when I remembered Cade and Riggs crashing the party. I wasn't sure if I was glad they did, or if I wanted to punch both of them. Last night was one of the few times Axel and I hadn't fought. It'd been really nice. Then it had been electric. I'd never responded to a man that quickly before. Even now, my breathing and heart rate were elevated. Elevated, I thought in amusement, like I was examining myself as a patient. Elevated was an understatement. My heart was pounding out of my chest at the thought of him. Yeah, elevated. Dropping my hands away from my face, I shoved off the wall and hurried down to the faculty locker room. I was a churning mass of hormones and lust, and I couldn't seem to shake it. It was definitely Axel's fault. If he wasn't so huge, sexy, and brooding, I might have a hope of fighting my attraction to him. I stood over the sink and splashed cold water over my neck. I may have gone to bed alone, but my dreams barely let me sleep. They'd been all lips, teeth, and tangled limbs. Yelping when a loud knock sounded on the door to the locker room, I spun around right as the man I'd just been thinking about shoved through the door. His piercing gaze took me in, then swept the room as though he were looking for some kind of threat. "What the hell are you doing in here?" I gasped. The last thing I needed was to be alone with him when my libido was raging at me to fling myself at him. "I called your name out in the hallway," he muttered. He relaxed slightly when he realized I was in here alone. "You ran in here so fast I thought something was wrong." I blinked slowly at him. "Why are you even here? I thought Tripp was hanging out today." The guys typically sat around out in the waiting room while I worked. I had all of their phone numbers programmed into my cell in case I needed them, but it was more convenient to us all to have them out there. The hospital staff asked a bunch of questions at first, but now they were used to seeing the guys in the waiting room. I was pretty sure Betty, out at reception, was in love with Tripp. She was constantly bringing him donuts and pies, all made from scratch. The rest of us never got treated to her baked goods. The ornery old woman could be stingy as hell. Axel shrugged one massive shoulder and stuffed his hands into the pockets of his jeans.
I have some free time.
I arched a brow at him. He owned a business. I was mostly sure that free time wasn't a luxury he had. I opened my mouth to question him more, but my words caught in my throat as his eyes met mine. We both sat there silently staring at each other. I wasn't sure if I should address the elephant in the room or pretend like it didn't exist. About last night, I started, searching his gaze for any indication of whether to continue or stop. I didn't have to wait long.
It's fine.
His eyes darkened, then shifted away from me. I felt shame and embarrassment race through me. He didn't need to make it much clearer than that. He didn't want me kissing him. Of course, the asshole had to go and explain more anyway.
It shouldn't have happened.
Now I was pissed. He was still staring at some spot on the wall over my shoulder. "You're right, Axel." The way I hissed his name had him looking at me in surprise. It shouldn't have. I should have known better than to kiss a guy who clearly can't stand me. With that, I shoved past him and strode out the door, head held high. "Ming!" He caught up to me easily, thanks to those long legs of his.
"That wasn't what I meant."
Okay. I kept my eyes forward, but I could see the looks on people's faces as we passed by. My friend Marina stood there, eyes wide and a small grin on her face. I glared at her, but the look on her face said she'd be pumping me for information later. "It's fine, Axel," I huffed quietly. I sighed. We'd managed to go all day yesterday without arguing, and I didn't want it to start back up again. It wasn't Axel's fault. I was embarrassed and insecure. I was pretty sure he wasn't interested in a relationship, and while I could do a sex-only arrangement, I needed to truly decide if that would be enough for me before anything happened. There was something that just hit me differently when it came to him. Plus, things tended to get weird once you weren't sleeping together anymore, and this guy and I were all but living together. I hadn't planned on taking my sister's advice to make a move on him. I was drunk, relaxed, and he'd looked so good sitting there it was hard to resist. Now, I wished I had. He grabbed my arm and pulled me to a stop. I cringed when I noticed a few nurses sitting nearby and heard them tittering amongst each other. This was going to be all over the hospital in a matter of minutes.
"It's not fine."
He glanced around and dropped my arm.
"I only meant—"
"Can we please talk about this later?" I asked softly, no longer angry. I inclined my head slightly so he'd realize that our audience had grown even more. Axel's jaw clenched, but he gave a short, clipped nod before he strode down the hall that led toward the waiting room. I let out the breath I was holding and ducked my head before hurrying away from the prying eyes of my coworkers. Thankfully, I was too busy for the rest of the day to think much about the man who was guaranteed to be out there glowering at anyone who came into the emergency room. I'd been trying to get him off my mind before, not accidentally, conjuring him into being in front of me. Apparently, all you needed to do to get a hot guy to appear behind you is stare into a bathroom mirror, splash water on yourself, and say his name. The last could be in your head, as it turns out. I sighed and tried to focus on anything else, like how to get close enough to Brian, the security supervisor, long enough to implement my plan. I glanced at my watch and noted with surprise that my shift ended 10 minutes ago. I wasn't going to be able to prove my father's innocence tonight. Brian would be too suspicious if I stayed past my shift to hang out. It only took a few minutes to change out of my scrubs and into a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt. I'd pulled my hair up into a ponytail earlier in the day, and I considered letting it loose, but quickly changed my mind. I wasn't going to fuss to try and entice Axel. He made it clear that he considered our kiss a mistake. "Don't forget that you thought it was a mistake too," nagged a little voice in my head. I pushed that thought to the back of my mind. I knew he'd be waiting for me by the back entrance that the staff used. I considered going out the front, but squashed the idea. Everyone would be pissed if I purposely avoided him and something happened to me. Hell, I'd be pissed if one of the other girls did that. Pushing out the door, I sucked in a lungful of the fresh air. I saw Axel shove off the wall from the corner of my eye. I acknowledged him with a wave, then struck out toward the parking garage and my car. Again, he easily caught up to me, and we walked quietly together. The tension was thick, and I could tell he was trying to figure out what to say. "Ming, look, don't worry about it," I sighed. "I shouldn't have kissed you. It won't happen again." He clenched his jaw, but didn't say anything. My heart ached a little. It was better this way. I needed to focus on finishing my residency and clearing my dad, and hopefully aunt, from the MC suspect list. I didn't need this gorgeous biker distracting me. I smiled over at him. "Seriously, can we just forget it and go back to being friends?" His brows shut up, and he looked over at me with a half grin. "Okay, maybe we can try to start being friends?" I conceded. We'd spent most of our time together fighting and just generally annoying the crap out of each other. He chuckled. "Sure." I tried to ignore the effect his deep, gravelly voice had on my body. That wasn't a reaction one had to a friend. Good. We split ways as we got to my car. I knew he'd follow me home on his bike, so I didn't bother waiting as I pulled out of the parking garage. He never had any trouble catching up to me. I pulled out onto Burnett Road and saw him take the turn not long after. Shaking my head, I tried to imagine how it would look for Axel and me to be friends. I wanted more from him, but hadn't had the courage to admit that out loud to anyone else. It wasn't that I lacked confidence. It was just hard to put yourself out there when a guy was that closed off. He didn't seem open to anything with me, which was why I'd been so shocked at his response when I kissed him. Something darting out in front of me on the road had me gasping out loud and slamming on the brakes at the same time. I turned my hazards on and scrambled out of the car as quickly as I could. I barely took the time to check for traffic before I darted across the lanes. Burnett was a busy road, even this late at night.
Chapter 8. Axel. What the fuck? I watched with a sickening sense of dread as Ming's car slid to a stop and she darted out and across 3 lanes of traffic. I hadn't fully caught up to her yet when she pulled the stunt, but as soon as I did, I hopped off my bike and ran after her. I heard the squealing of tires as cars stopped, trying not to hit her. What the hell is she doing? She was crouched down in the furthest lane, her back to me. There were 3 cars stopped dead in the road, and the disbelieving look on the driver's faces probably matched my own. "Ming! Shh!" she hissed at me over her shoulder. My mouth dropped, but as I moved closer, I saw that she bailed out of her car after. Sighing, I held up my left hand, motioning for the cars to continue waiting. Ming inched forward, then cursed out loud when the car directly behind her blared its horn. Pulling out my pistol, I aimed the barrel at the driver. Even with his bright-ass lights blinding me, I saw his mouth gape open and his hands go up, away from the steering wheel. It was a terrible idea to be flashing my weapon at motorists, but he'd fucking pissed me off. "Axel!" I looked over my shoulder, and Ming gave me an admonishing look. Curled in her arms was a boxer puppy. She gave the animal a quick snuggle, then hurried back to her car. I followed more slowly, returning my angry stare to the driver who'd been a dick. As soon as we were out of the way, he drove off in a hurry. As I approached the car, I heard Ming crooning to the shaking animal. "What the fuck were you thinking? You almost got hit." "She almost got hit too." I couldn't even respond. Leave it to this woman to throw herself bodily in front of a moving vehicle for a dog. I glanced down where it was curled in her lap. Okay, it was a cute dog, but still not worth risking her life for. "I need to get her home. She has a gash on her leg I need to clean and take a look at." With that, she shooed me away from the door so she could close it and pull back out onto the road. Shaking my head, all I could do was follow her home. I knew she had a huge heart, especially for her family. I already knew that puppy had made the cut and been welcomed into the Chin circle. It made me wish I could be included in it, no matter how badly I tried to convince myself that wasn't possible. I hadn't even gotten off my bike yet once we'd gotten back, and Ming was shoving the dog into my arms. "Can you take her inside? I need to run to Cade's and get some supplies." She hurried off before I could answer. A soft, wet tongue licked my chin, and I glanced down into the pup's soft brown eyes. Grumbling, I pulled her in closer and strode into the clubhouse. "Ah, what do you have there, Axel?" Gunnar asked as soon as I walked in. He and the others shared an amused look. Bass turned around to see and then let out a happy sound. "A puppy? Where did you get it?" he asked, running over to me and trying to pull her out of my arms. I jerked her away from him and smacked him in the head. "She's hurt. And she's Ming's." I wasn't sure which part of that statement stopped Bass from being so grabby, but once he had, I adjusted my arms so they could all see her. She blinked out at them for a moment, then she started doing this full-body wiggle. "Jesus," Kate said, looking at her with resignation. "She's so cute," Rat said with a huge grin. "You going to tell Ming she can't keep her?" Riggs asked with a chuckle at his friend. Kate looked horrified, knowing when not to pick a fight was one of his best qualities. "Fuck no. If she wants the dog, the lady gets the damn dog." She ran into traffic to save her. "This dog is already claimed," I told them. "Of course she did," Steele muttered. "Great. Now Remy's going to want a puppy." "Or a baby," Gunnar joked. We all started laughing when Steele choked on the beer he'd just taken a drink of. "For fuck's sake, Gunn, don't ever say the B word. It's contagious." Steele looked around to make sure none of the women had wandered in, then shuddered. "You don't want kids?" Riggs asked his brother in surprise. Steele's face lost a little color. "It's not that, just not now. Maybe in like 5, 10 years. Ming interrupted us before we could heckle Steele anymore. "Put her on the counter under the light, please." She set down a bag and opened it up, making noises of consideration while she pulled out everything she'd need to bandage up the dog. "Rat?" He looked over at her warily. "Yeah?" "Could you please get me some warm water in a bowl?" She already had her head bent over the dog. She poked and prodded at the cut on its leg before muttering something in Chinese. Rat brought her the requested water, and the smile that broke out over his face when she beamed at him made my own lips twitch. Ming was completely focused, and yet she still had the frame of mind to be kind to those around her. She had a brutal temper, but most of the time she was the nicest woman I'd ever met. I loved that about her. Frowning at the thought, I watched quietly as she cleaned the wound. All of the guys were sitting silently, watching as well. We were all impressed with her skills. She'd fixed up Bass after he'd been shot, and he hadn't even needed to go to the hospital. As soon as the pup was declared fixed, I let Ming take her out of my grasp. I watched with amusement when she put the dog on the floor and she started bounding around like a maniac. "She kind of looks like a kangaroo," I commented as the dog hopped and slid on the floor. "Or a deer," Cade replied. "I like kangaroo," Ming declared as she met my gaze. "You're going to name her Kangaroo?" I asked with a frown. "Roo, it's perfect," she said with a smile. I didn't comment again, but something warm flooded me. I wasn't going to examine too closely the fact that we just named a baby together. It didn't matter if it was a dog. Roo slid along the tile and bashed into my legs, then stood there smiling up at me, tongue lolling. Reaching down, I pulled the pup back into my arms, and everyone chuckled when she squirmed to find just the right spot and promptly fell asleep. "Oh my God!" This squeal didn't bother the dog at all, but the rest of us cringed when the other women sailed into the room. They made a beeline for us, and I seriously considered tossing the dog at them and walking the other way. I gritted my teeth and stood still as everyone cooed and petted the animal snoozing in my arms. I wasn't used to the amount of estrogen they brought. Not that it was a bad thing. I liked all 5 of them. One maybe a bit more than the others. However, as a guy who tried hard not to make connections with other people, it was unsettling. These girls didn't let you get away with staying detached from them. They wormed their way in, and before you knew it, they had you eating out of the palm of their hands, just like everyone else. I'd been taught from a very young age that more people in your inner circle, the more people you'd lose. It'd been a fucking tough lesson for a kid, but I carried the scars of it still to this day, and I would for the rest of my life. I stepped back and handed the pup to Ming before turning and walking out of the kitchen, into the dark. Walking out to where my chair sat out back of the clubhouse, I dropped into it with a sigh. I loved it out here. Away from the city, the stars had the opportunity to shine. It reminded me of home. "Hey," Cade said quietly from behind me. Turning a bit, I glanced over my shoulder at him. "I'm fine." "I know. Maybe I just wanted some quiet too." He didn't. He thrived around people, especially our people. He was out here checking on me. Cade, Riggs, Steele, and Gunnar were the only people I'd told about my past. Cade had somehow gotten me talking one day. He had a way of digging information out of you, whether you'd planned on sharing or not. My president sat on the ground next to my chair, and I gritted my teeth, determined to ignore him. He made it about 3 minutes before he began talking. "What's with you in the dock?" "Nothing." It didn't look like nothing. He chuckled as he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. "We are friends." I saw his brow shoot up from the corner of my eye, but I refused to look directly at him. "Is that what you want?" "It's all I can have." "Bullshit." I glared over at him, but kept my mouth shut. He and I were friends. I knew he was trying to help in his own way. Mostly, I just wanted him to fuck off so I could be alone. "Just because you're dad, it has nothing to do with my dad," I growled at him. We both knew that was a lie. It had everything to do with my father. Cade sighed and went back to smoking. "Fine." He pinched the cherry off the end and used his boot to extinguish it. He stood up and started back toward the clubhouse. "Axel?" I glanced over my shoulder to where he stood looking back at me. "At some point, you're going to get sick of being alone." With that, he left. Sucking a deep breath of the night air, I contemplated that. He was wrong. Being alone was what I did best.
Chapter 9. Ming. It took a week for everything to line up perfectly, but tonight was the night. I felt it in my gut. Both Brian and I were on shift, and I was going to do everything in my power to find some alone time with his computer. Axel was out in the waiting room again. According to Cade, he was taking time off at the shop and for some reason was using his free time to watch over me. When I asked Axel flat out why he wasn't using his time to do something he actually wanted to, he just growled at me that he was. Our truce of friendship had held all week, so I hadn't started a fight. I'd simply gone to work. I had to admit, it'd been nice to not be constantly snapping at each other. Brian headed into his security office, and I watched from the position I'd maintained for the last half hour. It gave me a good view of the door and kept me mostly out of sight from prying eyes. I glanced around to make sure no one was around before I pushed open the door to the security room. "Hey!" Brian gave me a puzzled smile as I came in. He obviously wasn't used to women pursuing him. I felt bad that I was using him. It wasn't that he wasn't good-looking. I was just so wrapped up in someone else, I refused to say his name and risk conjuring him up, that I had no room in my heart or head for anyone else. "Hey, Brian, I wanted to see if maybe I could have lunch in here with you." I let my voice drop a little and inwardly cringed when it came out sounding weird instead of sexy. Flirting wasn't really in my wheelhouse. Bridget could have easily persuaded this guy to do anything she wanted. Me? I was lucky if he didn't end up thinking I was some spaz. "Sure!" He smiled happily, not letting on whether he even noticed my behavior. I plopped down in the chair next to him and pulled food out of the bag I set on the ground. I handed him over the extra sandwich I packed, and he grinned at me. "What do we have today?" he asked, lifting the bread to peek inside. "Turkey, mayo, tomatoes on whole wheat." "You had me until the whole wheat," he grumbled, but took a bite anyway. I considered bringing something fancier, but once I managed to get into his computer, I didn't plan on continuing this. I felt guilt flow through me again. He was a nice guy. I just hoped one day I could maybe introduce him to someone and restore some of my karma points. We chatted while we ate lunch, and I started to think my gut feeling had been wrong, when one of the guys on his shift stuck his head inside the door. "Hey, Brian, Phelps got locked out of his office again. I tried to get the door open, but he jammed the system." Brian rolled his eyes. "Yeah, I'll be right there." As soon as the guy left, he shot me a perturbed grin. "This admin gets his door jammed about once a week. I've told him over and over if the card reader isn't accepting the key card not to keep waving it in front of the sensor." I laughed and motioned to the bank of computers in front of me. "Can't you fix it from here?" "No, I have to go over to where they have..." He hesitated. "To another area to release it." I nodded and bit back a smile. Normally, I'd be rolling my eyes and wondering what he thought I would do with the information he clearly thought better of telling me. Except, I was up to no good, so he was smart in his paranoia. "I can go." I started to pack my stuff up. "No!" He cut me off, then blushed slightly. "You can stay. I'll be back in 5 minutes. It's no problem. Really." I watched as he locked up the computer sitting directly in front of him before he hurried out of the room. Holding my breath, I waited for a few seconds before I pulled my phone out of the pocket of my scrubs, along with a USB cable. I glanced over my shoulder at the door before I plugged it into the computer tower and shot Rat a text to let him know I was ready. I opened the icon he installed on my phone and jiggled the mouse on the computer. Then, I sat back and watched in fascination as Rat began working his magic. It took less than a minute for Brian's username and password to show up on the screen in front of me. Then my eyes nearly crossed as programs and pages started flying across the screen with dizzying speed. How can his brain move that fast? I didn't even have a chance to process what I was seeing before Rat was discarding it and looking at another document. This went on for a few minutes before the lock screen popped back up on the computer and my phone dinged. Looking down, I read his text. Rat. Done. Got what we needed. Sent encrypted email. I breathed out a sigh of relief. I'd asked Rat to let me know what he found out right away. My nerves wouldn't be able to handle waiting the rest of my shift to find out. I pocketed the cable, but before I had a chance to read the email he sent, Brian returned. I sat there, trying not to fidget, for a bit longer before I told him I had to get back to work and beat a hasty retreat. I knew Rat wouldn't have left any trace that he'd been there, but it'd still been nerve-wracking to sit there with Brian afterwards. Ducking into the female locker room, I scowled up where I knew Rat had installed a camera. Cade had promised to make him take it down if I let them station guards at the hospital. It was a compromise I could get behind because I refused to use the restroom or locker room knowing someone was watching me. It was too creepy. Unfortunately, Rat hadn't had a chance to come take it down yet. I planned to bring him by the hospital in the next couple of days to make sure it was done. Sitting down on one of the benches in the locker room section, I pulled my phone out and quickly scanned the email. My heart sank. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I'd known Axel was right. My father made the most sense, but my undying loyalty had nearly strangled me with guilt for suspecting the man I loved so much. Seeing it in black and white in front of me broke my heart. A tear slipped, unbidden, down my cheek, and I furiously wiped it away as anger quickly overpowered the sadness. It took all of 2 seconds to find Axel's hulking form in the waiting room. Stomping over to him, I shoved my phone under his nose. "Dad's working with Mr. Jordan," I hissed at him. I wasn't angry at him, but he was the only one around I could talk to, so he was getting the brunt of my frustration. He took the phone from me and scanned the email. "Is there somewhere we can—" I grabbed him by the arm, and he let me pull him to his feet, then followed me as I stalked down hallways until I stopped in front of an office. "What are we doing?" he asked suspiciously. "Getting answers." I flung open the door, and both he and my dad's mouths dropped open as I pulled Axel inside, then slammed the door behind us. "Ming," Dad said warily. I couldn't fully blame him. Both Julie and I had gotten our mother's temper. Axel leaned back against the door, silently watching the exchange. I tossed my phone onto the desk in front of my father. "You're working with Aunt May and Brent Jordan?" I asked him, not tap dancing around the question. His face paled, but he didn't respond to my accusation, so I continued. "You're selling fentanyl-laced drugs to kids, Dad!" The blood was pounding in my head so ferociously it was hard to hear. "No," he said sadly, shaking his head. I flung my arm out, motioning to the phone. "Don't lie to me! It's all right there! You're the only one who had an additional key card made for the room in the basement, the room where we found Lycan MC members stealing fentanyl." Dad's shocked eyes finally raised from my phone and met mine. "How do you know about that?" "We caught them!" His eyes slid over to Axel when I said "we," but quickly darted back to me. "I'm so sorry," he choked out. His shoulders began shaking as he bowed his head. I was stunned, speechless. I'd never seen my father cry before. My mouth opened and closed a few times, but no words of comfort came to me. I looked briefly at Axel, but he just tilted his head towards my father, like he knew how this would play out. "I had to," he said quietly. "He's blackmailing me." I narrowed my eyes. I hated myself for the fact that I found his explanation all too convenient. Axel must have too. He rolled his eyes as his gravelly voice filled the room. "Who's blackmailing you?"
Dad shuddered in a breath. Brent. He shot me a pleading look. He told me I had to help them, or they'd ruin not only my medical career, but yours as well. How could they do that? I asked. Dad sighed and knuckled the tears off his cheeks. Years ago, we were going through a hard time. I borrowed money from Brent. I paid him back. Yeah, like that matters, Axel said knowingly. I shot him a "stop it" look, then turned back to Dad. When was that? I asked, trying to sound less like an interrogator. I couldn't remember a time where we'd seemed to struggle financially. You were both young still. I had a gambling problem, he muttered. But I finally told your mother about it, and I got help. I paid Brent back, but now he has leverage over me. I snuck a glance at Axel, ready to scowl if he made a comment. He was silent, but nodding like my dad was reading a script. If it was just my career at stake, I would have refused to help, but they're threatening yours too. I can't let you pay for my mistakes. Just because you had a gambling problem that you fixed? It's not good, Axel asked. But it's no reason to get caught up in all of. The hospital has strict rules against things like gambling. Anything that can lead to addictive behavior is frowned upon, I told him. They know if you get sucked down that rabbit hole, it makes it easier for people to get you in their pocket. Add that to my family connection and financial connection to the triad, and it would be enough to sink both of us, Dad said weakly. Axel shifted and stood up straight. His eyes were almost pitch black, something that only happened when he was pissed. I'd seen the look enough times to recognize it. This wasn't part of the script he had in his head. May is with the triad? His voice was low. Dad nodded miserably. What's the... Axel cut me off, and I huffed out a breath, but let him take over the questioning. Tell us everything. When Dad didn't start up right away, Axel growled at him. No. Dad sighed, but started talking. His gaze darted between Axel and me. Brent approached me a little over a year ago. He had a partner down in Mexico who he was working with to bring cocaine into the country. He was getting a portion of the proceeds to ship it here and have his men deal it. He wanted to start doubling his profit by selling his partner fentanyl to cut the cocaine with. He smoothed his hands over the desk in front of him. I, of course, told him I wasn't interested. That was when he said he needed very little from me, but that if I didn't help him, he'd ruin me. At first, he said all I had to do was put him in contact with May. So he could get the fentanyl from her. It wasn't a question, but Dad nodded at Axel anyway. He wanted to add to the partnership, make himself more valuable as well as get paid more. He and May created an umbrella company that the triad owns, but isn't able to be connected to. It was my job to make sure that company got the contract to provide the hospital with their fentanyl. The look on Dad's face was destroying me. He wasn't pretending. He was upset and apologetic. I thought after that it would be over, but they just kept pulling me back in, wanting me to do more and more. The key card was the last thing they'd asked of me for quite some time. I was just starting to think it was over when Brent told me I had to help May with the latest shipment since he's in the hospital. His eyes met and held mine. I'm so sorry, Me, he said, using my childhood nickname. I never wanted any of this to happen. I just don't know how to get out of it. You don't. That's the problem with leverage, Axel said. What is the triad? I asked, not responding to Dad's plea of forgiveness or Axel's commentary. It's a faction of Chinese mafia, Axel responded. I wasn't sure how he knew that, but I'd ask him later.
I'd also like to know how he was practically finishing Dad's sentences during his confession. Aunt May is mafia? I asked my father incredulously. He nodded.
She has been since she was 15 years old. No one knew her age back then, of course, or they would have killed her. Your mother's family was heavily involved in the mafia. Your grandfather decided to try to take over. He was killed in the attempt. The Twozy that they'd tried to kill in order to take over his territory came and murdered your grandmother. Your grandfather's men managed to kill him and his army, but many died that night. May hid your mother and went to try to help her mother. In the end, there were only a few left standing, and your grandfather's second declared May the new Twozy. He killed anyone who tried to refute them, and she became the leader of the Beijing Triad. She sent your mother away to America for her own safety. And now that they've teamed up with the Italians, I know I'll never get out from under this. Dad sighed out the words.
Wait, I broke off as Axel started speaking at the same time. Brent and May are working with the Italian mafia? We'd known they were selling some of Miguel's drugs to them. Dad was making it sound like it was much more than that. The look on Axel's face was all I needed to see to know this wasn't good at all. Dad nodded miserably.
Brent started splitting Miguel's shipments a few months ago, 4, maybe 5, and he started selling half to Salvatore Giuliani, though I don't know why they're getting into the drug trade. To fund their war against the Russians. It makes perfect sense. Having a decades-long feud tends to get pricey.
Axel looked grim, and I felt fear spiral in my belly. It felt like we had so many enemies now, and they were closing in on us. Us. When did I stop thinking about myself as a doctor and start thinking about myself as part of a biker gang?
What else do you know about the Italians?
Axel asked, since we'd already known the little bit Dad just told us.
Just that Miguel is now working with them. He still needs the fentanyl from the Triad, and somehow May has convinced Miguel to not only leave Brent alive, but to let him keep working with them.
Chapter 10. Axel. Shit. Things were getting more dangerous as more players joined this game. I believed him. What he described happened entirely too often. There was no such thing as doing only one favor for a criminal organization. You do one, and they own you for life. You never get out from under them. At least, not through wishful thinking. Entire families would be slaughtered if men tried to play a fast one on the mafia. We also knew that the Italians were going to be joining this party eventually. We'd already known about Brent selling to the Italians. I just wanted to see if Dr. Chen would tell the truth and how much he knew. I was worried about how quiet Ming was, but I'd have to deal with that later. If we shut down this operation, you'd cut ties with everything. Brent, the company, your wife's sister. It would help having him in our corner, but I needed to make sure he wasn't going to turn on the MC. Yes, I've been trying to do it for the last year. They have me by the balls. He sighed. Ming's imploring gaze met and held mine before I spoke to her father again. Then we'll do what we can. The relief that washed over his features was instantaneous and genuine. What's the name of the company? Health Gene Pharmaceuticals. I shot a quick text off to both Kate and Rat. The faster we got on this, the better for everyone involved. With the Italians stepping into this mess, we were going to need to come up with a plan for them. Try to stay under the radar. Don't let anyone know that you talked to us. He nodded. We'll get into contact with you if we need anything, or once it's over with. May I have a moment with my daughter? Alone. I searched Ming's face. She nodded at me. I'll be outside, I told her. It was hard to leave her alone in there. Not that I thought she was in any danger from her father. I just didn't want her to have to go through any of this by herself. I cooled my heels out in the hallway for 10 minutes. I was about to go in and check on Ming when she finally came out, shutting the door behind her. "Can you take me home?" Her voice was shaky, and her eyes were swollen and red. The thought of her crying made my heart clench. "Sure. Have everything you'll need?" She nodded and followed me quietly out to where my bike was parked. The ride back to the clubhouse was quick, and I probably shouldn't have enjoyed the way she was pressed up against my back, her arms looped around my waist. But I did. No one had ever claimed I was a decent guy. She thanked me and hopped off as soon as I stopped in the lot. Grabbing her hand, I pulled her to a stop. "We should talk." She shook her head. "We can tell everyone later. I need a few minutes alone." As a guy who valued my solo time, I could appreciate her request. It wasn't going to happen, though. I threaded my finger through hers and pulled her to the clubhouse. After a few dragging steps, she gave in and came along willingly. That was exactly why I wasn't going to let her go off alone. She thought that was what she wanted, but it wasn't what she needed. She was the kind of person who required human contact, otherwise she'd drown in self-pity. The Italians, Brent Jordan, the Triad, the FBI, and Miguel Guzman could be put on the back burner for right now. None of them were likely to come after us in the next few hours. I closed the door to my apartment behind us. Roger and his construction crew had recently finished Gunner's new apartment, and he and Bridget had already moved in. I took over Gunner's previous place. Now, if we could just get them to finish our meeting room. I watched Ming look around curiously, but she didn't move further into the living area. Instead, she stayed close to the door. "I'm going to be shitty company right now, Axel," she sighed. "Did your dad say anything else important?" "No," she replied. "He just apologized to me and tried to make amends. I understand why he did it." Her voice was soft, and she was staring at the floor. "I'm so mad at him, but I get it. He was trying to protect us all." I understood it too. I couldn't blame the man for trying to keep all of that from touching his family. "I'm sorry you found out." "I'm not," she said quickly. "I'm glad it's all out in the open so we can address it." She hesitated, then lifted her chin, her eyes latching onto mine, almost defiantly. "I'm sorry we brought all of this on you guys." I wasn't sure what she meant. My face must have reflected my confusion because she continued. It was almost as though she'd implode if she didn't get the words out. She was speaking so fast, it took my mind a minute to catch up to what she was saying. "We dragged the club into our personal messes, and although it wasn't fully our fault, I'm still sorry. I'm sorry my dad and aunt are involved. I'm sorry you're stuck babysitting me. God, what am I not sorry for right now?" She gave a watery laugh. "Hey." I pulled her into my arms. She stiffened at first, but then melted into my embrace. I closed my eyes, enjoying the way she felt molded against me. Her scent drifted up to me, and I felt walls that'd taken years to erect tumble down. This was a dangerous game I was playing, but I couldn't bring myself to leave her. She started sniffling, and I looked down at her in concern. Before I could say anything, she jerked out of my hold, and I was horrified to see tears streaming down her face. Had I caused that? "And that? What the hell is that? What's with you?" She was still crying, but now she was semi-hysterically laughing amidst the sobs. I wasn't sure how to answer her questions, or what she wanted from me, so I stood there just watching her break down. "I've been feeling like shit for days because I suspected my own family of something so horrible. Doesn't that make me an awful person to just assume my family is a bunch of criminals?" She rushed on before I had a chance to point out that they proved that they were. "And here you are showing up trying to help me. Why?" I waited a beat to see if she was going to continue. When she didn't, but gave me a pointed look through watery eyes, I spoke. "I am trying to keep you out of all of this, as much as I can." She gave a tear-soaked laugh.
"See? Sweet," she muttered. "You're trying to keep me out of this life, but apparently I was born into it. Literally. And still, you're here with your niceness and your help and your muscles."
She choked off and just started sobbing. My mouth was hanging open. Now, more because of her words rather than the fact that she'd been yelling and crying at the same time and was now inconsolable. I didn't know how to deal with this, so I did the only thing I could. Yanking her against me, I covered her mouth with my own. She softened against me, and our tongues tangled together. I tasted the salt from her tears and knew I should stop. The problem was, I didn't want to. I'd been denying myself this for so long. Now that we'd kissed once, I'd known it was only going to be a matter of time before I needed to taste her again. Ming let out a soft sigh as my hands trailed down her back. She pressed more fully into me, and I felt the hard points of her nipples. Groaning, I began walking her backward toward my bedroom. There wasn't going to be any stopping, unless that was what she wanted, because I was lost to the feel of her beneath my hands. She tugged at my shirt, and I ripped it over my head before doing the same to hers. The smile she sent me gut-punched me. Her lashes were spiky, wet from her tears, but at least she wasn't crying anymore. Grabbing her by the ass, I lifted her into my arms, and she wrapped her legs around my waist. I pulled her in for another long, drawn-out kiss, the feel of her lips on mine, her hands sliding over my chest, and her core pressing against me was wrecking my self-control. Christ, I could feel the heat between her legs, even through our jeans, and I wanted to sink myself into her so badly. I toppled her back onto my bed, and she let out a little squeak as she fell. I blanketed her body with mine and let my mouth take a path south, nipping and sucking. I learned which spots made her gasp, the places where she'd moan. I bit her collarbone lightly and was rewarded with a husky sound spilling from her parted lips. Her bra offered no resistance to my quick fingers, and in no time I had it off and replaced it with my palms. Her tits were a perfect little handful. I moved my head down and sucked as much of one as I could into my mouth. Ming made a little mewling sound and arched her back when I eased off and sucked only on her nipple. She was panting and scratching at my shoulders, and it had me fighting my control again. I had to resist the urge to rip our clothes the rest of the way off and give in to the demands of my body. I wanted this to be perfect for her. I laid my head between her breasts while I fought my need. Her hands smoothed over my head, but before she could say anything, I slid further down. I trailed my lips over her belly and bit her hips softly as I tugged her jeans and panties down, leaving her bare to my gaze. I yanked them off her legs and then shoved my jeans off. Ming watched me through hooded eyes. She didn't try to cover herself, and she didn't look away as I undressed. I loved the thought that she was enjoying the sight of my body as much as I was hers. I laid back down and nudged her legs apart, making room for my wide shoulders. When she complied and let them fall to either side of me, I grinned at her and put them over my shoulders. I gave her another wicked smile, then dove in. She let out a long, low moan as I dragged my tongue from the bottom of her pussy, and then ended by circling her clit. She was already wet, and tasted so good I couldn't stop the groan from rumbling out of my chest. Ming gasped as the vibrations pulsed against a little bundle of nerves I was sucking on. I slid my hand under her ass so I could lift her pussy higher and really start eating her out. Her thighs were shaking, and her breaths were coming out in one long, continuous moan. I couldn't tell if her hands were pulling me closer or if she was trying to push me away. but I could tell she was close to coming on my face and knew she wouldn't really want me to stop. I moved lower down and plunged my tongue inside her dripping slit. Her gasp was music to my ears, and I felt her clench around me as she came. I used my thumb to circle her clit as I speared her with my tongue to prolong her orgasm. When her cries died down, I shifted until I was above her. I licked her juices off my lips and enjoyed the way she looked content and relaxed. Settling between her thighs, I nudged her opening with the head of my cock. "Wait," she said, slapping a hand on my chest. "Do you have a condom?" Fumbling in my nightstand drawer, I pulled one out and rolled it over my dick. My heart was beating a hard rhythm against my chest, and I had to fight to keep my hands from shaking. I wanted her so badly, my body felt like it was going haywire, so much so that I almost forgot my number one rule. I always used the condom because I couldn't risk getting a woman pregnant. Settling between her thighs again, I met her gaze. She read the question in mine and arched her back, forcing me through her folds. I didn't need anything more than that. I sunk into her and hissed out a breath as she tightened around me. "Fuck yes," I groaned. She felt so good wrapped around me. I pulled back and stroked back inside her body. She was so wet, and the friction, even through the condom, almost made me bust. It'd been so fucking long since I'd slept with a woman, and there was something about her that was testing everything inside of me. Gritting my teeth, I started up a rhythm that was sure to drive us both wild before we gave in. Ming was crying out with every thrust and grinding her hips up to meet me. Her movements were shoving my dick so far inside of her, I worried I might hurt her. But she just dug her nails into my back and drove me into her harder. She was going to fucking kill me. My heart was thudding a crazy rhythm in my chest. I felt my balls tighten up and that familiar tingle. God damn it! I refused to come before she did again. Reaching between us, I started rubbing her clit, while I desperately thought about anything that would stave off my impending orgasm. When she clamped down hard on my cock a few minutes later, I nearly prayed. That's how grateful I was. I couldn't hold back any more, and I came right along with her. The shuddering of her body felt amazing as I came down from my orgasm. Every shiver would set off a responding wave of sparks down my shaft and into my balls. I dropped my head onto her chest, still holding my weight off her with my arms, and tried to get my breathing under control. It sounded like I'd run a 10K. I might need to quit smoking, because she just winded the fuck out of me. I dropped to her side, after dealing with the condom, and pulled her back against my front so I could wind my arms around her while I tried to get my body to settle. Her breathing evened out quickly as she fell asleep. I brushed my lips over her hair and shut my eyes. A few hours had passed, and as much as I wanted to stay wrapped around Ming, I needed to check in with Cade and the others. Slipping quietly from bed, I pulled on my clothes and watched her. She stirred as I started for the door. "Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you." "Where are you going?" Her voice was light, but her eyes held wariness. "I need to talk to Cade about your dad and what he told us." She nodded and started to sit up. "Stay." Her eyes shut to mine, and her lips twitched into a small smile. "I mean, if you want to. I'll come back once I filled everyone in. We can have a full meeting about it tomorrow, but I need to tell them the details tonight. I can send the girls up if I see them, if you want." She nodded and gave me a full smile this time. "Thanks, Axel, for everything." I wasn't sure how to reply to that, so I escaped out the door as she started getting dressed. On my way down the stairs, I ran into Julie. "Hey, your sister needs to talk to you." I thought it would be best coming from Ming. I doubted anyone had filled her in yet on what we'd found out. If I didn't have to tell her, that was better for everyone. I'd managed to console Ming, but I wasn't about to use the same techniques on Julie. She hurried up the stairs. I didn't make it much further before the other girls came around the corner. They moved together like a pack of wolves. I passed the message along and barely made it out of the way in time to avoid being barreled over. Bridget stopped long enough to shove the puppy into my arms before hurrying after the others. Shaking my head, I strode into the living room area of the clubhouse. This was more my speed. About 15 of the guys were lounging around drinking beers. Riggs was laughing, and he looked over to where Hush was silently nursing his beer.
"Hey, Hush, could you keep it down? You're making too much fucking noise."
Their eyes locked, and Hush glowered at Riggs as the others laughed. Riggs loved to needle the guy about being so quiet. It's because Riggs couldn't keep his big mouth shut, so he was in awe that his brother could go so long without uttering a single syllable. "Give us a minute, will you guys?" They got up and went to find something else to do. It didn't matter that it was nearing midnight. Our crew was made up of night owls. Hush gave a friendly clap on the shoulder as he passed. He and I had an understanding. As two solitary and quiet men, we just got each other. "You two stay," Cade told Rat and Bass. They exchanged glances, but dutifully sat back down. I took an empty recliner and flipped Rue over in my arms so I could scratch her belly. She huffed in doggy delight, then continued her tiny snores. Riggs was grinning at me.
"Don't you look settled?"
"Fuck off." I wasn't settled down. I had to admit there was something about holding this dog and knowing Ming was up in my bed that appealed to me. Of course, now I had 5 women probably sitting around on my bed. I frowned and wondered if I should have opened the window. I was sure it smelled like sex up there. Oh well, too late now. The thought of so many people in my personal space made me restless, but I'd put up with it, because it was what she needed.
"I can take her,"
Bass said, coming over and reaching out for the puppy who was racked out in my arms. He froze when I glared at him and snatched his hands back.
"Or not,"
he muttered and went back to his seat. He was desperate to get his hands on this puppy. I was just being fucking petty now by denying him. Besides, there was zero reason to disturb the dog. Meeting Cade's amused expression, I relayed everything we'd found out from Ming's dad. "I've already started looking into Health Gene Pharmaceuticals once you texted. I found out a lot more now that I had a starting point. So far, everything I've uncovered corroborates Dr. Chen's story. It's owned by the Triad," Rat commented. "Give me a little more time and I'll be able to dig up more." Ming's upstairs, filling the girls in. As soon as all of their eyebrows shot up, I realized my mistake. She was upset and needed to talk about what happened, I explained, but they all just grinned at me. I sighed and settled in for an evening of them giving me shit.
"What about the Italians?"
Steele asked. I filled them in on what Chin told us about how Brent was not just selling to the Italians, but working with them. With them becoming major players in this, I glanced around at the matching grim looks my brothers wore. I guess it'd been too much to hope that the Italians would make an appearance later rather than sooner. It would have been nice not to have so many fucking rivals surrounding us at once. "I have a plan for them." Cade finally spoke up. He had this calculating look in his eye that made me wonder what he was up to. The man was like a chess master with this shit, so I had no doubt he could pull it off.
"What plan?"
Riggs asked. Cade just shook his head. "Don't worry about it right now. I need to set some shit up first." "Cade, I'm just saying, if this doesn't go right, we don't have enough people to take on everyone coming for us," Gunner said hesitantly. We could tell he wasn't trying to question Cade, but was voicing his concern. We all had the same worries. This could get fucking messy. "What I have in mind could fix a lot of our problems. Just give me time to get it worked out." His voice rang with finality. He wasn't ready to let us in on his game plan, and we'd just have to wait to see what he had in mind.
Chapter 11. Ming. I sat down in the living room the next morning and bit the inside of my cheek to keep from smiling. Everyone was piling in for church, and I lost my composure when Anna wiggled her brows at me and looked over at Axel. He'd come back up last night in the middle of our talk. The girls had quickly picked up and left. I'd been thankful that Axel brought Base up and sent Julie off with him so she wouldn't be alone. She'd handled the news about Dad the same way I had. Once she'd cried it out, she'd felt much better, and then, of course, they started trying to get me to dish on what happened with Axel. I had every intention of telling them, eventually. For now, I just wanted to enjoy whatever it was we were to each other without everyone knowing. Apparently, when you sleep in a guy's room at the clubhouse, though, that isn't possible. The men were as bad as my girls. They were giving Axel not-so-subtle looks of their own. Okay, let's start. Everyone knows what Ming and Axel found out yesterday. Rat? He paused in the process of lifting a donut up to his mouth when everyone looked over at him. Setting the treat down, he cleared his throat. Yeah, I've been able to narrow down how the Triad has been transporting the fentanyl. They've been using containers on cargo ships. They paid off a captain to look the other way and to mark his manifest that it's empty. He makes sure to notify Brent when they're going to be in port, and he shows up before the customs agents do. It's risky, but it's been working for them so far. Or more likely, he has a customs agent on his payroll. Means he won't have to be as sneaky. Cade added, That sounded more likely. Rat shrugged a shoulder and continued. I listened with half an ear while I looked around to see where Rat had gotten that donut. I wondered if there were any more. After scanning the room, I was about to give up when Axel stood and stalked into the kitchen. He came back out a few minutes later and set a huge box of donuts on my lap. I grinned at him and took out one lathered in powdered sugar before passing the box over to Remy, who was practically drooling. Rat lost his train of thought while we jumped the box of donuts like it owed us money. Sugar was one of our favorite breakfasts. So, Brett takes the drugs from the ship, Cade prompted. Yeah, right. Then he brings them to a place they have listed as being owned by the company. He sets everything up and it gets delivered to the hospital as though it's a completely legit deal. Since Dr. Chen helped them get the ball rolling, it looks like a real company from the hospital's point of view. Rat continued explaining the process. Guzman's cocaine is shipped north, then cut with the fentanyl at Health Gene's warehouse. Then Brent splits the shipment and sells half to the Italians and gives the other half to the Lycans to deal. Gunnar gave Bridget an apologetic look. He said it matter-of-factly, but he was still talking about her father. I'm sure my uncle helped with that before we got him arrested. Remy grumbled. They couldn't have thought Guzman wouldn't notice that long-term, right? They probably figured he was too busy and not paying close enough attention. I'm sure they started off by siphoning off smaller amounts that wouldn't be noticed. Then they probably got greedy and overconfident and started siphoning more. Axel told her. So, where do we start? Steele asked, reaching over and licking jelly off Remy's thumb. Cade rubbed the spot between his brows. He realized he'd lost a lot of attention because of breakfast. Well, we need to take out both Guzman's and the Triad's operations. We don't need them dealing that bullshit in our city. The guys had no problem with dealing drugs. They had an issue with those drugs being cut with fentanyl, since it tended to kill off customers at a rapid rate. Let alone our territory, Riggs agreed, since that's what the Lycans had been doing. They're mixing enough together with Guzman's cocaine that it's going to start killing people, I warned, popping the last bite of donut into my mouth. I closed my eyes and savored it. The sweet, sugary flavor exploded on my taste buds and made them sing. Since their aunt is still in town, maybe we should start there, Rat suggested. Brent is already out of commission, which is why Aunt May must have come to visit.
Julie commented in disgust. Her eyes were red-rimmed this morning. I felt a little guilty about the amazing night of sleep I got curled against Axel's huge body. She didn't look like she slept much at all.
We are not going to be able to fully shut down the triad, but if we can close out the deal they have going with Bridgetstead, then we'll ensure they stay out of Austin at least.
Axel picked up Rue as she wandered past. She'd been suspiciously quiet as she moved around the room, doing a great impression of a Hoover vacuum on all the crumbs that were being dropped. She settled into his arms, belly distended, and quickly fell asleep. This puppy was either a tornado of energy or dead asleep. There was no in between. Seeing the way Axel was with her made my heart flutter. Whenever she was looking for a nap, she sought him out. She must feel safe wrapped up in his arms. I agreed with her.
The easiest way to do that is to make sure they have no products for their buyers, Steele said. If we take out Guzman's operation, then maybe the rest will disband. Of course, that's probably going to piss the Italians off even more.
He didn't have to voice the rest out loud. Axel told me last night that they were hoping that by taking out Guzman, they wouldn't have to go after our families. That was the last thing any of us wanted, but it was going to end up being Brent and Aunt May's choice in the end. He also said Cade had some kind of plan to deal with the Italian mafia, but wasn't going to tell us what it was until he was satisfied that it would go the way he wanted it to. I had a feeling that Cade didn't even want to tell us as much as he had, but everyone was getting a little edgy about fighting on multiple fronts. We all looked up as Mando came into the room.
Hey, there's some guy outside saying he needs to talk to Axel.
Axel frowned and passed the puppy over to me as he stood up. Who is it? Cade asked.
I don't... Gabriel!
A handsome young man burst into the room, his gaze zeroing in on Axel.
Ramon!
Bridget gasped happily. I looked over at her in confusion as Axel held his hand up to Mando, who'd started threateningly toward the man who'd walked into their clubhouse uninvited. He and Axel started speaking Spanish. I was hopeless with any language that wasn't English or Chinese, so all I could do was watch Axel's expression for clues as to what was going on.
He was one of Diego's guys who helped rescue me,
Bridget whispered to us. The men turned back toward the room, and Gunnar walked up and gave Ramon one of those man hugs where they did more back-pounding than hugging.
Bud, it's good to see you.
Maybe not, Cade murmured, watching Axel.
Guzman attacked the Zetas,
Axel said, his face grim.
My brother was seriously injured, and a few of his men were killed, including their doctor.
I bit my lip and dug my nails into my hands to keep from reaching out to Axel. He must be so worried about Diego, but it wasn't my right to comfort him. Not in front of everyone, anyway. Not yet. It would be someday. I'd decided when I woke up in his embrace this morning, I was going to make Axel mine, one way or another.
Looks like Guzman made that choice easy for us,
Riggs told the room. Everyone looked over at Cade.
All right, let's get a team together. We're going to Mexico. Who's staying behind? Someone needs to be in charge of things here,
Steele said, shooting a pointed look at us women.
Oh, pick me!
Remy raised her hand and had a huge grin on her face. Cade blinked at her as she waved her hand around frantically like a kid in school trying to be called on by a teacher. He shook his head at her antics before answering Steele.
Mando will be in charge while we're gone. It won't be for long.
I passed Rue over to Julie and stood up. I'm going with you. I spoke directly to Axel, but then spared a look for Cade.
The hell you are!
Axel came and stood toe-to-toe with me.
It's too dangerous.
Your brother is hurt, and his doctor was killed, I said, folding my arms over my chest. I glanced over at Ramon. Who is taking care of Diego?
Aaron,
Ramon replied. Axel looked over at him like he was insane and had the decency to look worried after hearing that. I'll take that look to mean Aaron isn't the best doctor around. I gave Axel a pointed look.
He's not a doctor. He's a veterinarian.
I grimaced. Not that I had anything against vets, but they weren't meant to be treating people. I'll get my supplies and be ready to go in 20 minutes. I hurried out the door toward Cade's house before Axel could say anything else. I was throwing a few pieces of clothing into my backpack when Julie walked in. I already had my duffel bag full of medical supplies sitting out on the bed, and she sat next to it. "Could you watch Rue for me?" "Of course," she cooed down at the puppy sleeping in her arms. "The nice thing about raising a dog in a clubhouse is there's never a lack of someone to watch her. Base is completely in love with her, so I'll have him help." I paused, holding a pair of jeans up to my chest as I looked at my baby sister. I couldn't help but smile. I was only 7 years older, but there were times I felt like a second mom to her and the others. I was so proud of her and couldn't wait for her to graduate and start making a difference in people's lives. She was going to be so good at it. I was also really happy that she'd found Base. For her sake, I hoped they continued taking things slowly. Of course, I should probably be taking my own advice on that. Despite the fact that Axel and I slept together, if I came right out and told him I planned on keeping him, he'd go sprinting in the opposite direction. Not that he seemed like a hit-it-and-quit-it kind of guy. No, he would give me some BS about protecting me and not wanting me to get hurt. I was going to have to play this cool, wiggle my way in, until one day he'd figure out that he can't live without me. I grinned inwardly at my nefarious plot. The man wouldn't know what hit him. "Please be careful," Julie said softly, snapping me out of my daydream. "I promise I will. You know those guys aren't going to let me get anywhere near the action." I laughed, rolling my eyes. "Good," she said firmly. Then a smile crept over her face. "You should have seen the look on Axel's face when you declared you were going, then just sailed out of the room." I laughed as I pictured what his likely reaction was. Every one of these guys was overprotective of us, but Axel seemed to take it to a whole different level. I fully intended on finding out why. "Also, you owe me some details about last night." She wiggled her brows at me. When I opened my mouth to speak, she cut me off. "Not right now. When you get back, I want to hear all about it." I nodded with a laugh and put my bag on my back while slinging the other over my shoulder. Glancing at my watch, I saw that I was 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Dropping the bag to the floor, I pulled Julie in for a tight hug. We stood there for a moment while the puppy woke and slathered us in kisses.
Chapter 12. Axel. Everyone took off after the meeting ended to go pack. I walked Ramon outside. "Wait for me out here. I need to talk to my president." He nodded and settled in on a bench to wait until we were ready to go. I started to go back inside, but paused at the door. "How bad is he? Really?" I didn't look over as I asked. The thought of losing my kid brother. It didn't matter how old the fucker got. That's how I'd think of him. Made me feel sick. Aaron managed to stop the bleeding, but he didn't think he should go digging around for the bullets. "It's good that you have your own doctor who can help." Ramon gave me a grin that said he hadn't missed the friction between me and Ming. My old friend was far too wise to comment on it further, though. "Thanks for coming, amigo." I left before he could answer and went to look for Cade. Turned out he was easy enough to find since he was sitting in the living room section of the clubhouse. He was speaking on the phone with someone, but waved me into the room when he spotted me. "I don't know how to convince them to join us. You know as well as I do, as soon as he hears your name, he'll—" Cade broke off when whoever he was talking with started speaking. "Well, I'm going to need to know what you have that would be of that much interest to Enzo," Cade said after listening for a moment. My ears perked up at the Russian's name. Who the hell was Cade talking to? And why were they talking about the Russians? A sly grin formed on Cade's face. Yeah, you're right. That will do it. There's nothing Enzo wants more in this world than that. He slid a look my way, and now I knew he was being vague for my benefit. It would irritate me if I didn't trust my president as much as I did. Those are my terms. Break it off with them. When the time is right, we'll put the plan into motion. He hung up the phone without another word, and we sat staring at each other. I spoke with Enzo. He's going to help keep an eye on things here while we're gone. He wasn't going to bring up whoever he was on the phone with? I may trust Cade with my life, but it didn't mean I wasn't curious as fuck about what was going on. He had his reasons for wanting to hold off on telling us what he was up to. I just hoped he wasn't going to wait too long to let us in on it. I appreciate Enzo's help, I grunted in response. It makes me feel better to know he'll have an ear to the ground since we're taking so many of our guys to Mexico. Guilt rode me hard. Cade was putting the club on the line to go south and help my family. If it's too much to ask, it's not, he said. His eyes were hard, daring me to argue with him. I knew I shouldn't, but the doubt inside me wouldn't leave well enough alone. I don't want to put the club at risk. The women... He cut me off again. This is what we do for family. Your family is mine, he said with a flat tone of voice. I nodded and shifted my gaze from his and down to the floor. The lengths my brothers would go for me had never truly been tested before. I had no doubt they would be on this trip. With those 2 sentences alone, I knew I'd never question it again. Besides, reestablishing this relationship with Diego is beneficial to us, so even if I didn't want to do it because you're my brother and you needed the help, that would be enough reason to sway me. I grinned and met his eyes again. He was trying to make it about business so I didn't feel so fucking guilty about dragging these men away from their families and responsibilities to help me. It worked. I knew all about the checks and balances that came with organized crime. I knew how important it was to align yourself with others. There was always a bigger threat than yourself waiting around the corner. The only way to survive was to do it together. Why don't you tell me what that was about? I didn't need to clarify. Cade knew I was talking about his phone call. He eyed me quietly before he answered. That was Sal. You're on a first-name basis with the Italian Don. Salvatore Giuliani was a powerful man. He wouldn't be a bad ally to have except for one small hiccup. Enzo and Sal hated each other. The Russians and Italians had been fighting this war for more than half my life. Everyone knew there was no love lost between the men. I am now. He's surprisingly accommodating. I shook my head. Cade. Men like Salvatore Giuliani can't be trusted. At least not right away. We'd slowly been building up trust with Enzo and the Russians. The thought of jumping straight into something with the Italians made me uneasy. Cade snorted, then shot me a grin. Shit, I know that. I looked at him in confusion. Obviously, my president was a few moves ahead of me on the chessboard. I decided to lead the master to it. I grunted at him in acknowledgement of his statement, then spoke. I better get upstairs and back. As I walked up the stairs that led to my apartment, I wondered how this was all going to play out. Every one of us knew that we were going to have to change and adapt to overcome all these obstacles being thrown our way. That wasn't a problem. Hell, I didn't even mind teaming up with the Italians, if that's what Cade was planning. And it didn't interfere with the deal we had with Enzo. As long as Sal proved himself loyal, it didn't matter to me. I just didn't put my faith in people right away. I trusted Cade 100%. But Sal was another matter. One of the few helpful things my father taught me before he died was that people would take any opportunity to screw you over. I knew now, thanks to my brothers, that not everyone was this way. In our world, though, too many would throw you under the bus to get ahead. By the time I came back downstairs, just about everyone had gathered around by the bikes. I was anxious to get on the road. The quicker we got down to Mexico and took care of Guzman and made sure Diego was okay, the faster we could get back and straighten the rest of this cluster fuck out. I paused when I saw Hush preparing his bike for the trip. Looking around, I met Cade's amused gaze. One side of his lips tipped up in a smirk before he turned away. The look on Cade's face made me wonder if Hush had bothered asking if he could come along or if Cade had been told. The old biker was one of the nomads who'd come here recently. Everyone thinks I'm a quiet fucker until they get some alone time with this man. Despite that, we'd already found out he was fiercely loyal and a serious badass. He was a former Marine and still knew his shit. Typically, Cade left him back at the clubhouse, not because he can't help us on the road, but because he could single-handedly give anyone looking to fuck with our place a run for their money. You coming on this run, Hush? He straightened, and his unflinching gaze pierced mine. That's right. We stood there, each waiting for the other to speak. It was like a game of chicken, and I wasn't sure how I'd started playing. I gave in when I noticed the guys were getting ready to head out. Good to have you along. Hush grunted at me and straddled his bike. When I didn't get moving fast enough, he cocked a brow at me. I felt like a toddler being told off by a parent, even though he didn't say a word. Stalking down the line of bikes until I came to my own, I tried to ignore Riggs, who came up beside me. He was chuckling and giving me this knowing look, but he didn't say anything. For once. Sighing, I straightened up after putting my stuff into my saddlebags. What? Nothing, he said, grinning and chomping on some gum. He was just trying to piss me off. As quiet as I was, Riggs was the complete opposite. My MC brother was a fucking loudmouth and thought he was the funniest guy around. The shit he came up with was usually hilarious, even I had to admit. But I didn't feel like dealing with him right now. I turned away and ignored him long enough that he eventually found a new target to harass. Getting on my bike, I watched as Ming got into her car. I was conflicted about her coming along. I was grateful she wanted to help my brother, and I knew she was his best shot. I was also selfishly glad she'd be where I could keep an eye and my hands on her. Then I'd remember one of the reasons we were heading south was to take on Miguel, and I'd have to fight the urge to drag her out of her car and lock her up in my room until we were too far away for her to catch up. She'd probably still follow us anyway. The woman was as stubborn as a mule. Rat slid into the passenger seat, and I felt some of my worry ease. He'd look out for her on the trip down. It fixed one of the problems I had with her tagging along at least. I just had to make sure she stayed out of trouble during the trip.
Chapter 13. Ming. Rat slid into the passenger seat of my car, while I was waiting for everyone to get on the road. The guys were planning on swimming over into Mexico again, but I needed my medical supplies to stay dry. Besides, I didn't have a criminal record, so I was driving over the border. Cade wants me to come with you just in case something happens on the way down, Rat said sheepishly when I glanced at him in confusion. I smiled at him. Thank you, Rat. That's very sweet of you both. He cleared his throat and looked out the window. Won't you get caught when we go through the port, though? He turned his head and gave me a devilish grin. It completely transformed his face, and I couldn't believe I hadn't realized how gorgeous he was. Usually he liked to blend into the background. With all his overly muscled macho brothers around, it was possible. But when a girl was one-on-one with him, it was harder for him to hide. I shoved the slightly creepy feeling of finding him attractive aside. He was only 6 years younger than I was. It wasn't that creepy and didn't qualify me for cougar status. Cade saved me from my own thoughts by pulling out of the club lot, and I slowly followed the double line of bikers down the road. We made good time down to Laredo. It was a silent drive as I was lost in my own thoughts, and Rat was always quiet. The only time I'd spoken was when I'd called my father and asked him to put me down for sick leave for my shift tomorrow and annual leave for 2 weeks after that. I didn't know how long we'd be down in Mexico. I'd never missed a shift at the hospital since I started there, so no one would give me grief about it. If they tried, Dad would handle it. Never before had I used his pull to get my way, but for this, I would. My mind was a jumbled mess. I was worried about what kind of condition we were going to find Diego in once we got there, and how Axel would handle it. My eyes strayed up the line of bikers until I found the broad shoulders that belonged to him. Heat pooled low in my belly as I watched him handle his bike, and remembered the way those huge hands had felt on my body. Rat coughed next to me and jerked me off the dirty road my mind wandered down. I blushed and avoided looking over at him. I watched as the guys took an exit that would lead them down to the river where they'd cross. Ramon had set everything up, so by the time they got there, more of Diego's men would be waiting to help them get into Mexico. Refocusing on the road, I took a deep breath as I saw the port of entry ahead of us. "Ready for this?" I asked Rat. He shot me a grin, but only gave a small shrug in response. It was late enough that there wasn't much of a line. Axel had thrown a bit of a fit, although he'd be pissed to hear me call it that, when I said I was driving through instead of going with them. He didn't want to let me out of his sight. I knew that Rat coming with me was Cade's way of pacifying him. It was unlikely that Cade had ever intended on letting me go alone either. It didn't bother me. I took kickboxing classes, but I wasn't really a fighter. I was happy enough to have the guys help out. It would be a close call on who would win a race as the most protective out of this group of guys. They had changed my perception of what a motorcycle club was, that was for sure. I pulled up and rolled my window down so that I could speak with the officers standing there. One was wearing a blue uniform, the other a green. I didn't know the difference, but both men looked gorgeous in the tight pants and slightly dangerous with the guns on their hips. I smiled at each of them and eyed their name tapes. "Good evening, officers." Their names were Shaw and Lancaster. If I didn't already have my sights set on a man, I would have probably found myself flirting with one or both of them. "Ma'am?" They responded in unison. Lancaster shot Rat a suspicious look. I had Rat take his cut-off a few miles back and put it in my bag. He acted like I asked him to strip naked. It took a little convincing, but eventually he agreed that there was no need to make this harder than it had to be. "Where y'all headed tonight?" the agent asked. "Surprise vacation for my woman." Rat piped up with a straight face. I fought to keep the shock off my own when the agent looked over at me. "Kinda late to get started, isn't it?" "I just got off shift," I explained. "I'm a doctor." His eyes narrowed on me, then shot back over to Rat. Probably thinking I'm a perv who likes them young. I fought the cringe that wanted to take over my body at the thought. Rat reached over and grabbed my hand, threading her fingers together, and grinned at the other men. "Nothing like having a sugar mama, am I right?" I couldn't hold back the gasp. Glaring over at him, I snatched my hand away and gave him a knock-it-off look. The expression on his face said he was enjoying this immensely. Agent Lancaster chuckled and nodded knowingly at him until I caught him. Then he cleared his throat and smoothed his face back out into a mask of professionalism. "Well, you two travel safe." He waved us through. "What the hell, Rat?" I squeaked as soon as we'd gotten back on the road. "You should have seen the look on your face," he gasped through his laughter. I held on to my disbelief for a full minute before I gave in and started laughing with him. It had been hilarious, if a little out of left field. I could see why Remy and Bridget had gotten so close to the kid. He was funny. I hadn't been around much, as usual, since I was always working. Going on this trip was going to give me the chance to get to know some of these men better. We pulled over at the designated spot where we'd agreed to meet back up with the guys. I glanced down at my watch and tapped my foot. I was anxious to get to my patient. I dreaded thinking about the kind of condition Diego was going to be in when I finally got there. I'd laid into Ramon for driving all the way to Austin instead of just calling Axel, and I felt terrible when the man explained that Diego was the only one with the ability to contact Gabriel. I was shocked to find out that was Axel's real name, and that he was unconscious, so calling had been out of the question. Rat shot me a look when I checked the clock for the third time in less than a minute, and I sighed. "Sorry, I just want to be there already." He nodded, but otherwise stayed silent and went back to watching a line of trees that flanked the river. All humor had fled, and he was tense, waiting for the others to join us. It hadn't occurred to me until now how dangerous crossing could be for them. I was uneasy and antsy because I wanted them to come striding out of those trees. I frowned and looked around. We were the only car on the side of the road. All 19 of them weren't going to fit in my little car. As if thinking about it made them materialize, 3 trucks came careening around the corner ahead of us. This time, I didn't need Rat's tense reaction to feel anxious. I saw him slide his hand behind his back and pull out a pistol. He rested it in his lap as he sat watching the trucks barrel toward us. I looked around for some kind of weapon, but I hadn't even thought to bring my little knife that I carried to the hospital with me. The vehicle skidded to a halt in front of us, and a thought occurred to me. Turning in my seat, I pulled my bag closer on the back seat and rooted around inside. Finding what I was looking for, I turned back around to face whatever was coming. Rat looked over at me and snorted, but I just shrugged and held the scalpel in my hand in a way that it wasn't visible. If the men who were currently walking toward us wanted to mess with us, I wasn't going to go down easily. I eyed the long arms slung over the men's chests as they bellowed at us. "Do you speak Spanish?" I asked Rat. "Nope," Rat muttered, "but I'm pretty sure they want us out of the vehicle." He started to open the door, and I grabbed his arm. He looked over his shoulder at me. "Maybe you should hide that." I looked pointedly at his gun. I didn't know much about the things, but I was pretty sure size and quantity mattered, and Rat wasn't winning awards against the other men's weapons. He humored me and put it away. I got out of the car and tried for diplomacy. Smiling at the lead man, I called out, "Anyone speak English?" They all looked at each other, then barked at us in Spanish. "I'll take that as a no," I replied sarcastically in Chinese. Now they really looked confused. "See," I said, switching back to English, "we can all speak different languages. How about we try and find one that we all can communicate in?" The leader narrowed his eyes at me and growled something. One of the men from the back came up front and gave us a hesitant smile. "He wants to know who you are." "Oh, good." I gave the leader a less than friendly smile now that I knew he'd been holding out on me. Turning back to the man who was helping us, I gave him a genuine smile. "We're just tourists. We're waiting on some friends to catch up with us," Rat explained. "Once they get here, we're going to visit my friend's brother." The younger kid repeated what Rat said to the leader. There was a flurry of words back and forth before he addressed us again. The man gave Rat a suspicious but measured look. He continued very slowly and deliberately. "This area, it belongs to Los Zetas. You can't stay here. You'll have to wait somewhere else. It's not safe." Rat exhaled a sigh of relief. I took a step forward, only to be jerked to a stop when Rat grabbed me by the bicep. He gave me a meaningful look. "We're with the Vikings MC. Ramon came to us for help." Rat must have recognized something in the exchange to feel safe enough to tell them the truth. More Spanish lashed back and forth like a hurricane at Rat's explanation. Why did it seem like people spoke so fast when it was in a language you didn't understand? I had been told it seemed that way when I spoke in either English or Chinese, and others who didn't know the languages tried to listen in. The men seemed very excited. I just hoped that meant that they were part of Diego's crew and not one of his enemies. That would be just our luck, to stumble across an enemy of the Zetas while we were out here waiting on said Zetas.
Sorry,
the kid mumbled, still listening to the man, who was speaking a mile a minute to him. I'm Jose. We're Diego's crew. I exhaled in relief. At least these guys were on our side. I narrowed my eyes as the leader motioned toward me and asked Jose something. What did he say? He wants to know why they brought a woman, Jose repeated. He looked embarrassed to be saying it. I glared at the man but spoke to Jose. Tell them they brought a woman because I'm a doctor and I can help Diego. As soon as Jose translated, the other man's eyes widened, and he grabbed me by the arm and started dragging me back toward his truck. Hey, hands off! I shouted and tugged at his grip. I tried digging my heels in to stop our forward momentum, but the man was deceptively strong. I squeaked, then bit my lip when the barrel of a gun appeared in front of my face as it was pointed at the man who was dragging me. Let her go! Rat growled at him. He didn't bother looking for Jose to translate. His tone and weapon were doing the talking for him. Now! The grip on my arm eased, and I jerked out of the guy's hold and stepped back toward the safety that Rat provided. I'd been grateful he'd come with me before this, but now I was indebted to him. Even if these were the good guys, I didn't want to be dragged off against my will, and I hadn't been looking forward to going against the guy's rifle with only my scalpel. We're waiting for our guys and Ramon to get here before we go anywhere, Rat told Jose. The message was relayed to the others. Thankfully, we didn't have to wait to see what they thought of that plan, because a shout drew all of our attention. I peered over my shoulder and almost sagged with relief when I saw Axel charging up over the bank toward us. I started to intercept him since there was murder in his eyes and they were fixed on the man who'd had his paws on me. But once again, Rat held me back. I glanced up at him. What are you doing? Just let him go. What? He looks like he's going to... I broke off when Axel reached the man and slammed a fist into his face. Do that, I said weakly, watching as the men started brawling. I struggled against Rat's hold, but he just wrapped both arms around me and lifted me off the ground. I hung there, uselessly. Rat, put me down! No way! If I do that and you get hurt, Axel will kick my ass. I didn't want to get Rat into any trouble, so I stopped struggling in his arms. We watched as the man managed some sort of leg sweep and took Axel down to the ground, but couldn't avoid being pulled down himself. They started rolling around amongst grunts and flying fists. It seemed to take forever before the others rushed up the hill and broke the fight apart. None of the other Zetas bothered to intervene. One of the men I didn't know well,
My back.
Guys said his name was Hush, was holding the struggling man up off the ground with one hand as he glared over at Axel, who was being restrained by Steele and Gunner. Knock it the fuck off, Cade growled as he and Riggs strolled up. It didn't surprise me in the least that everyone stopped when he ordered them to. Even the Zetas recognized a leader when they heard one. What's going on here? These guys showed up and were trying to drag Ming off somewhere, Rat explained. His chest vibrated my whole body as he spoke, and he finally seemed to realize he was still immobilizing me when I squirmed. And Cade's brow raised as he took in the scene before him. Rat set me on my feet with a muttered, sorry.
I wasn't angry at him, but I didn't appreciate all the manhandling I'd had to deal with already today. I gave him a baleful look before I went over to where the guys were still holding back a seething Axel. I quickly assessed the damage. There wasn't much, and decided it could wait until we got to the Zeta's compound. Ignoring Axel's growled warning to let him bleed, I went over to the man that Hush was holding. "What's your name?" When he just blinked at me, I looked over at Jose for help. "That's Enrique." I poked and prodded at the busted skin of Enrique's cheek, ignoring his yowl of pain. "Could you hold him still, please?" I asked Hush. He obligingly tightened his hold on the man, writhing in his grasp, but didn't say a word to me. Come to think of it, I couldn't remember a time where I'd heard him talk. I would have to ask Axel about him later. For now, I was grateful for his help. With Enrique's attempts to avoid me foiled, he sat there hissing at me. Whatever he was saying didn't mean much to me since I couldn't understand him, but I could see Axel coiling tighter from my peripheral. Hopefully the guys didn't let him go. "Okay, he'll be fine until we get back to wherever we're going," I declared. Cade chuckled and wrangled everyone up, getting us all on the road in a matter of minutes. The guys all piled into the backs of the trucks, since they were soaked to the bone. I felt bad making them ride out in the open air. It was late summer and still hot, but we were moving fast, and it couldn't be comfortable having the dust from multiple vehicles being spit into their faces.
Chapter 14. Axel.
"Gabriel!"
I groaned as the throaty, sexy voice floated over the sound of the men talking. Everyone glanced over at Rosario as she hurried toward me, arms extended out. Cade was biting his lips to keep from laughing, but Riggs didn't even bother trying. The fucker was chuckling and looking back and forth between the beautiful woman who just embraced me and the one who was standing a few feet away glaring at me as though she wanted to stick the scalpel she had in her hand into my eye. Why did she have a scalpel? "Rosario?" I gave Ramon a pointed look over her head, which was currently lying against my chest. Why is she here? Miguel Guzman's sister was the last person I'd expected to see at Diego's compound. Sure, she'd helped us over in Reynosa, but helping a girl her brother kidnapped and being in a sworn enemy's home were two separate things. "I'm so glad you're here, Gabriel." Rosario sniffed and looked up at me with damp eyes. I wasn't sure what to do here. I knew she'd always had a thing for me, but I'd never encouraged her because I didn't plan on ever settling down with any woman. Now I had one clinging to me like a monkey, and another I couldn't get enough of. She constantly invaded my thoughts. My gaze strayed over to where Ming was, and I frowned in confusion when I realized she was gone. "I came to warn Diego that Miguel was going to attack, but there wasn't much time." "Wait, you were the one who warned my brother?" Ramon had mentioned that Diego received intel that Miguel was on their way about an hour before the attack went down, but he hadn't known who warned them. "She showed up after I left, according to Enrique," Ramon murmured from beside me. "She asked for a place to stay since she couldn't go back to her home in Reynosa." I didn't want to seem ungrateful. If Rosario really was the one who warned Diego, she'd saved countless lives. My brother's men's lives at any rate. But without Diego awake to confirm that it was her, I was suspicious of her showing up like this. Miguel sent his men in wave after wave to attack the town, uncaring that they were killing innocent townspeople in the attack. Miguel himself had hung back, however, like the coward he was. Once we got the full story, and I made sure Diego was taken care of, I planned to cut the head off the snake, once and for all. Miguel Guzman could try to run, but I would hunt him down and exterminate him like the filth he was. My emotions were bouncing all over the place. I was worried for my brother, afraid he wouldn't live. Ramon had said his condition wasn't good, and Aaron was doing his best. Well, he wasn't cut out to handle humans or these types of situations. Then I'd come out of the river and saw Enrique dragging Ming away, and I'd almost gone postal. Enrique was Diego's second-in-command, but I'd never liked the slimy son of a bitch. He'd always been the first to puss out and tattle on us as kids, and as an adult, he treated others like he was better than they were. He just always rubbed me the wrong way. I hadn't seen him in years, but putting his hands on my woman was the worst way to reintroduce himself to me. My woman? Damn it! I shouldn't be thinking of her that way. I'd been thinking about Ming and our night together the entire drive down here. I couldn't allow myself to get involved. I shouldn't have let myself lose control and sleep with her. It didn't matter that it'd been the best sex of my life, or that waking up next to her was the happiest I could remember being. I needed to protect her, even if it was from what living a life with me would entail. A soft sigh made me realize Rosario was still clinging to me. I picked her up and set her away from me. Her lips turned down in a pout, but I ignored her. Where's Ming? I had Jose take her straight back to Diego. Take me to them, then get my brothers settled in. Ramon nodded and led me through the house. It was a huge place. It was a veritable maze of hallways and rooms. We'd stayed the night here when we brought Bridget back from Reynosa, but this wasn't my home anymore. Growing up here meant I didn't need Ramon to show me the way. It was just the polite thing to do. He stopped in front of the master bedroom and opened the door. I entered while he returned back to the foyer, to the other men. Ming looked up as I approached. She looked at me speculatively before she spoke. He's been shot 4 times. 2 aren't so bad. The others... Aaron's done a good job so far, but it's better that I'm here. Those bullets need to come out. She looked up from the IV bag that she was switching out. I feel better having you here. It was the truth, I realized. It didn't matter that I'd balked at having her come at first. There isn't anyone else I'd rather have working on my brother. I looked down at Diego's pale face. He almost looked dead already. It was so still and almost waxy looking. Thank you for coming, I told her. She looked surprised that I was thanking her. The smile she shot my way made my breath catch in my throat. She was so gorgeous. We should still take him to a hospital. I'm worried about infection. No puede al hospital, Enrique said as he came in the door behind us. I glared at him over my shoulder, but spoke to Ming. We can't take him. You'll have to do your best. I met her eyes. She looked worried. Axel, I'm not sure I trust you, Amma, I said softly. I stepped closer to her and brushed the wayward piece of hair off her cheek. She puffed out a breath and nodded. I'll do my best for him. I know you will. I looked down at him again, then shoved Enrique toward the door. Ayúdala, I told Aaron, motioning for him to assist Ming. He nodded and moved to her side. Diego's advisors and my brothers gathered in the dining room for a meeting. Kate pulled me aside as the men filed inside. Axe, this is your brother's home. It's his group of men. They're going to be looking to you for guidance here. I cringed, even though I'd been expecting it. Kay wasn't wrong. I was a Juarez, the head of the Juarez family. There were still many in this room who thought I should be the one in charge, even though I'd turned down leadership of the Zetas. Taking over in Diego's stead, even if only for a short time, was going to cause problems. Our family dynamics and rule of this organization was convoluted and fucked up, if I was being honest. It's why I'd walked away to begin with. It's why I refused to have a family of my own. My father's genes and morals didn't need to be passed down to the next generation, and I had too many enemies to guarantee safety. You're still my... That's in the Vikings, Kate insisted, cutting me off before I could finish. Here, with the Zetas, you're in charge. Gabrielle! Groaning as the exuberant voice interrupted us, I turned and watched as my father's closest friend approached. The man was a snake, a cobra, coiled to strike. It wasn't surprising. Javier's deadliness had only ever been eclipsed by the man he considered a brother. My father had garnered the nickname Viper naturally. Javier had not been amused to be called Cobra as an insult, the second most dangerous snake around. Javier, I greeted the man. I ignored the frown that passed over his face when I refused his outstretched arms. Instead, Cade and I entered the dining room, leaving him to follow us inside. Silence fell over the men as we took our place at the front of the room. The Zetas were looking between me and Javier, clearly wondering who they should defer to. If he wanted to, he could make this difficult, and it would end up splitting our forces. Not the best option when we needed to take out Miguel as quickly as possible. It was clear that Javier had been stealing the support of Diego's men away from him. I wondered if Diego could see what was happening, or if he was too close to the situation to understand it. "We're going to kill Miguel Guzman," I said to the quiet room. The silence that followed my statement was only broken by Jose. I'd had him attend so he could translate. My brothers didn't speak Spanish, and not everyone here could speak English, although the majority could. My father had insisted that most of us be raised bilingual. He'd been sure that knowing English would come in handy for his troops, and he hadn't been wrong. The man had been a fucking genius. Evil, but the smartest man I'd ever known. His arrogance had been his downfall, as it seemed to be for most powerful men. Javier snorted. "You can't just go kill him," he spat scornfully. "Why not?" I saw the smirks on the faces of the men I knew were 100% loyal to Diego. This conversation was going to be a good barometer of who I could trust and who I would need to keep an eye on. Javier sputtered at my question. "He is a Guzman. If you attack him, you'll incite the wrath of his brothers. They'll all come down here," he warned. The Guzman brothers were well known and feared throughout Mexico. They'd taken over their father's cartel and split it into 6 factions upon his death. At that time, it had been the biggest cartel in Mexico. It was often still considered the largest because any threat to the cartel meant all 6 brothers would converge and destroy it. The oldest 2 brothers, Marco and Raul, were currently living in New York City. Marco was the head of the family, and he left Miguel to handle the business here. Lorenzo lived in Los Angeles. Tomas and Alvaro, the twins, were based in Chicago. "Let them come," I spat, calling Javier out for his cowardice. "I'm not afraid of the Guzman brothers. Miguel will answer for his attack on our town and against Diego." The men sitting around the table murmured in agreement. "You're not in charge here," Enrique hissed. Jose took care of translating his words into English for the MC. I met his angry gaze with a narrow look. "Am I not? Who do you think is, Enrique? Yourself?" Being Javier's son and Diego's second-in-command had given him an inflated ego. I planned to fix that while I was here. His face flushed a dull, furious red. "I've been here. I didn't run away with my tail tucked between my legs, so I have more of a right to be in charge than you do." Javier smiled at his son and then smirked at me. Enrique had always been a sniveling piece of shit that hid behind his father. The fight that happened earlier hadn't been the first between us. In fact, I wouldn't put it past him to have keyed in on Ming being mine, and that being the reason he'd been such a dick to her. The tension in the room mounted after Jose translated. My brothers looked like they were ready to leap over the table and strangle both men. The thought had crossed my mind as well, but I didn't have the time or luxury of giving in to those impulses. The others were watching me shrewdly. Javier and Enrique call me a coward only to hide their own spinelessness. I say it's they who are too scared to face the Guzmans. Neither my father or my brother would let this attack go unanswered. Nor will I snarled. Ramon and the others looked at each other and began nodding. "We are with you, Gabriel. Miguel will pay for his crimes against us. In blood." We began planning, and I tried to ignore the fact that Javier glowered at me, and Enrique sat pouting through the whole meeting. I considered throwing them out, but that would just confirm that they would take the men loyal to them and leave. This way, we had a hope that they would fight with us. I just have to watch that I didn't end up with a knife in my back.
Chapter 15. Ming. I sighed and wiped the sweat off my brow. Collapsing into a chair, I laid my head back against the wall and rested my eyes. Diego was doing much better. Somewhere around hour 3 of digging bullets out of him, I'd stopped begging Aaron to help me get him to a hospital. It'd only taken about 20 minutes for me to be grateful for the veterinarian's help. 1, he spoke English, and 2, he knew enough to actually be helpful, unlike the guards that Axel left behind. When I'd asked for one of the men to bring me clean towels, and he'd come back with the grubbiest-looking linens, and had the gall to look shocked when I'd yelled at him, I knew I wouldn't be able to count on them for much of anything.
"This is beautiful work, señorita."
I looked over where Aaron was examining the stitches I'd placed into Diego's skin. "Thank you. Of course it'll probably scar." I groaned and stretched my back, then went over and washed my hands in the bathroom sink. "Aaron, can I ask you something?"
"Yes."
He was a man of few words. It was something I was getting used to, thanks to Axel. Why wouldn't Axel let me bring Diego to the hospital? Surely there is one close enough. Aaron hesitated as he cleaned up around our work area. Diego was resting peacefully on the bed nearby. He glanced over at our patient before meeting my curious gaze.
"They don't trust them. Diego wouldn't have forgiven Gabriel if he'd brought him there."
"Trust who? The doctors?" I asked. When he nodded and went back to cleaning up, I frowned. "Why?"
"That is not my place to say, señorita."
"Didn't Gabriel tell you what happened to his father?" I froze as the husky voice floated across the room. I turned and faced Rosario. She was leaning against the doorframe, arms folded under her breasts, making sure they were thrust up and almost out of her low-cut blouse. Aaron glared at her.
"That is not your story to tell either."
She spoke sharply to him in Spanish, and the older man narrowed his eyes, then shot me an apologetic look before he left the room. Rosario sauntered inside and leaned over Diego. "Don't touch him!" I snapped when she started to reach forward. She snatched her hand back, then gave a throaty laugh. "So protective over a man you've never met before." "He's my patient." She walked over, hips swaying seductively. I thought about telling her she didn't need to put the show on for me, but she finally dropped into a chair. "Did Gabriel tell you we grew up together?" She batted her lashes at me. I gritted my teeth and fought back the urge to punch her in her gorgeous face. Rosario was a natural beauty. She didn't need to put so much effort into it. She had dark eyes, lush full lips, a cute button nose, and a waterfall of dark wavy hair. Her body was full and rounded in all the right places. I'd seen the guards drooling over her as she sashayed around, as if she owned the place. But watching her throwing herself all over Axel wasn't making me feel very friendly toward the woman. "No, he didn't mention it," I muttered. She tisked. "He hasn't mentioned very much to you." I had to fight back a wave of jealousy. I didn't know what kind of relationship Axel had with Rosario in the past, but he didn't have one with her now. I just needed to keep reminding myself of that. "His father trusted the doctors at the hospital to take care of him when he was injured during some battle." She waved her hand nonchalantly. "There is always some war or another in their line of work. He went in to get patched up, and they killed him. My eyes had to be bugging out of my head. The way she'd said it, so casually, as if it was to be expected. I'm sorry, the doctors, they what? Uh-huh, she said. Then she made a hawking sound in her throat and dragged her thumb across it. I stared at her incredulously, completely at a loss for words. Dead as a nail, she said conspiringly. I blinked. A doornail? What? The saying is dead as a doornail. She shrugged. The brothers have refused to use a doctor since. I thought they had a doctor. Her laugh was like the tinkling of bells, soft and airy. I felt so grimy and clumsy next to this graceful woman. Oh, sorry, she said as she dabbed moisture from her eyes. Pedro wasn't really a doctor. He was just the poor sap who got stuck patching everyone up when they got hurt. They called him a doctor, but he had no official training. I stared at her in horror. He had no training, and they wouldn't go to a real doctor? It was a miracle any of them were alive if they got into as many skirmishes as Rosario indicated. Thinking about how often the club members came home with different wounds, I knew she wasn't wrong. If it was bad enough, they would go see Aaron. They trust him. How do you know so much about their operation? I asked. She sent me a sly smile. I told you, we grew up together. Besides, Gabriel and I have always been close. With that, she stood up and walked out of the room, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I knew exactly what she was doing. She was trying to make me jealous, and to my chagrin, it was working. I'd never been the type to get jealous over a guy before. I'd hardly even noticed them unless they placed themselves directly in my path. That's how focused on my career I'd been. Now, here I was, a 28-year-old doctor who was acting like a jealous schoolgirl. I popped my knuckles and paced the room as I thought about what Rosario told me. No wonder Axel had been so adamant about not taking Diego to the hospital, or why his men had let a veterinarian treat him. Why they'd sent Ramon to go fetch Axel when they weren't sure Diego would make it. I shook my head. It was hard for me to understand. Growing up in a medical-centric household, I doubted I would ever fully understand their aversion. But then again, I couldn't fathom being betrayed by a doctor in the way they had. Having a loved one killed by the very person who was supposed to save their life. I realized I'd been so shocked I hadn't asked Rosario why the doctor had done it. A noise at the door had my head snapping up, but I relaxed when I saw Axel, standing there. He looked worried and exhausted. Hey, I called softly and motioned him over. He came directly to me and pulled me into a hug. I melted into his embrace, trying not to think about how gross I must smell after traveling all night, and then operating for hours on Diego with no breaks. How is he? As long as we can keep infection from setting in, he'll be fine, I mumbled against his chest. Now that I was in his arms, I just wanted to soak up his heat and strength. I felt the tension drain from his body at my words. I didn't know what he'd been up to for the last few hours, but I imagined it hadn't been easy dealing with his family's responsibilities while knowing his brother was lying here, fighting for his life. Thank you, Alma, he rumbled. His voice was muffled since his lips were pressed against my hair. We were both swaying slightly, dead on our feet. We need to sleep, Axel. Do you have someone who can watch him? I didn't want to say someone trustworthy and tip him off that Rosario had been blabbing his family secrets. I felt him kiss the top of my head before he pulled out of my arms and went to the door to speak to someone there. The man followed him back in and grinned at me. I returned the smile. Ming, this is Alejandro. He is one of our cousins.
He broke off and said something to Alejandro in Spanish. They conversed for a few minutes while I checked to make sure everything would be set for me to be away for a few hours. "Okay," I said after I was finished. I stepped back over to where the men were standing and started pointing at various things while giving Alejandro instructions. "If that gets low," I pointed to the IV as I spoke, indicating a line. "Come wake me up immediately." I stabbed my finger at another bag. "Same with that one. Immediately. If he wakes up or starts showing any kind of pain, come find me. Immediately." I noticed Alejandro's eyes begin to widen, but he didn't interrupt me. He just kept nodding, so I kept going. Axel looked like he was biting back a laugh, so I narrowed my eyes at him before looking back at his cousin for my last set of instructions. "Anything out of the ordinary, come and get me."
"Immediately,"
both men said in unison with straight faces. My mouth dropped open, but before I could berate them for joking around about something so important, Axel started dragging me out of the room.
"Our guys are pretty good about taking care of wounds. He's in good hands, promise."
I grabbed onto the doorway frantically, trying to halt our progress out of the room. "You know where I'll be, right?" Alejandro bit the insides of his lips to keep from laughing, and nodded as solemnly at me as he could manage. It didn't make me feel better. Axel shoved me all the way out of the room before I could say anything else.
"Let's go. We need sleep. Doctor's orders."
I grumbled at him, but let him lead me a few doors down. When he opened the door, I let out a happy sigh when I spotted the bed. Wandering over, I fell face first onto it.
"Nope. Shower first, bed later."
I turned my head so that my cheek was laying on the comforter and opened one bleary eye. I was too tired to even be excited by the idea that he obviously planned to stay in here with me. Now that I'd seen where I was going to sleep, my body had given up the fight. It'd learned long ago that I would push it past the brink of exhaustion, and in turn, I'd learned that once it was done, it was game over. I closed my eyes, letting that be my argument. Axel chuckled, and I let out a moan of frustration as I felt him scoop me up from the bed. He was cuddling me to his large chest like I was a child. I should be irritated, but I wasn't about to move around on my own, so there wasn't much I could do about it. I leaned my cheek against his chest and fell asleep as he started up the shower. I woke with a gasp as the water hit my bare skin. I looked around and tried to puzzle out how he'd managed to get us both out of our clothes without waking me or putting me down. "I can stand," he grunted, but let my legs drop, holding on to me until I was steady. Honestly, I didn't remember much of the shower or climbing into bed. Oblivion sucked me under quickly and seamlessly. Chapter 16. Ming. Sunlight danced across my face, and I scrunched my nose and tried to bury my face into my pillow to avoid it. When my pillow snored softly, I opened my eyes. I smiled at the sight of Axel sleeping there beside me. He had one arm curled under his head, his bicep bunching and giving me a delicious show. The other was wrapped around me. I yawned and dug a fist into my eyes, trying to erase the gritty feeling from them. They always felt like this after a long night at the hospital. I glanced at the clock on the bedside table and gasped, bolting upright in bed. I would have never been able to predict the reaction that my movement and sound would cause in Axel, but it shocked me. He sat straight up, hand reaching under his pillow as he pulled out a gun, leveling it on the door. His free hand grabbed me and tucked me as far behind him as I could go, considering there wasn't much space between him and the headboard. His eyes were alert and glittered dangerously as they swept the room for the threat. I'm sorry, I stammered, eyes wide. I just overslept. I should have gone to change Diego's meds and IV bags a few hours ago. I spoke softly since I didn't want to set Axel off again. He turned his head and looked down at me. Slowly, his muscles relaxed, and his arm lowered.
Aaron handled it. Alejandro came in a while ago, and I had him go wake up Aaron.
Oh, why didn't you wake me up? I couldn't believe I hadn't heard the door open or them talking. Usually I was a light sleeper.
You were exhausted and needed the sleep.
He shrugged as though that were the end of the matter. Yeah, but he's my patient. What if something went wrong?
Ming.
He leveled a serious look at me.
He's my brother. If something happened, I would have woken you up to take care of it. Since he was fine, I wasn't going to let you go without sleep for no reason.
It sounded reasonable when he said it that way. I opened my mouth to thank him, but he quieted me with a kiss. I sank into it with a low moan. His lips brushed back and forth over mine, igniting a fire within me. A knock at the door made us both groan. It opened before either of us could say anything.
Oh, sorry, Gabrielle.
Rosario fluttered her lashes at him, then shot me a dark look.
Ramon asked me to get you. He said you were needed in the meeting hall.
She frowned.
I didn't know you had a meeting hall.
Axel shifted and pulled me a little closer to him. When my butt brushed against him, I realized he was hard and using me to hide it from Rosario. I snickered inwardly and stretched a little so that I grazed against him. I felt his arms tense around me and had to bite back the smile.
Anyway, he said something about Javier causing trouble.
Rosario finished, unaware of me tormenting Axel under her calculating gaze.
Tell him I'll be right there,
Axel said, dismissing her. She poked her lips out in a pout before she finally turned and left. She'd obviously been hoping he'd get up and leave with her.
You're a tease,
he growled in my ear before nipping it with his teeth. I gasped as a shiver ran along my spine at the warring sensations of his sharp teeth on my sensitive flesh, before he sucked it into his mouth and lapped at it with his tongue. I suddenly wished he didn't have to leave, and I didn't have a wounded patient so that we could stay here in bed all morning. Before long we were dressed, and Axel walked me down the hall to Diego's room. Rosario followed behind us like an annoying shadow. I tried to ignore her as she flitted around while Axel checked in on his brother. Once he was satisfied with his brother's care, he turned and Rosario approached him.
I'll take you to the meeting room, Gabriel.
He raised a brow.
I thought you didn't know we had a meeting room.
Her cheeks pinkened slightly, and she opened her mouth to speak, but he was already turning away from her. He pulled me into his arms and laid a kiss on my lips. I wasn't sure what to make of it. It was almost as if he was telling everyone in the room that I was his, but he'd spent the last few months keeping his distance. The man was very confusing. We were going to need to talk about where this was going, just as soon as I was sure he wouldn't turn me away. Axel grinned at me, then left the room. Rosario gave me a scalding look and ran after him. I rolled my eyes. The man had just kissed another woman in front of her, and she was still rushing after him. She was a beautiful woman. I couldn't figure out why she was still throwing herself at him when it was clear that we were in the middle of something here, but I was beginning to get sick of it. I put it on my mental checklist to have a word with her later. "How's he doing?" I asked Aaron as I began checking Diego myself.
Good. He slept restfully last evening and...
He broke off and looked toward the door. I glanced over my shoulder and saw Rosario standing there, panting, fury shining in her eyes. "Leave us!" she snapped at Aaron. He frowned at her,
but looked to me before vacating the room at my nod. Clearly, we were going to do this now instead of later. Diego was doing well, like Aarón said, so I saw no reason to hold off. My respect for the man had grown by leaps and bounds ever since he assisted me yesterday. He was calm and cool under pressure. They were lucky to have him. Turning, I watched as Rosario stormed forward. Puta! Okay, I may not speak Spanish, but even I knew what that one meant. I narrowed my eyes at her as she stalked toward me. Gabriel is mine. You will leave him. She broke off on a squeal as I grabbed her by the shoulders and slammed her against the wall. Shoving my face close to hers, I cocked my head and stared her down. No. What? She breathed, staring at me in fear as I pinned her against the wall. We were equally matched, the same height, and although she had a few pounds on me, I had more muscle from long days at the hospital and all my extra time spent at my kickboxing classes. Rosario didn't worry me, but I could tell that she was rethinking her decision to threaten me. Gabriel isn't yours. I'm not sure he belongs to anyone, but if he did, it would be me. So you're going to back off. You're a doctor, she said in disbelief. You can't threaten me. You wouldn't hurt me, wouldn't I? Rosario knocked one of my hands off her arm and put her hand around my throat, her eyes shining in triumph. I sighed and reached next to me where Aarón had so thoughtfully cleaned and laid out all my surgical equipment, next to Diego's bed in case I had need of them again. Rosario may have grown up in a cartel family, but she had no idea who she was messing with. I'd spent years wading around through the sludge and waste that the human body produced. I wasn't shy when it came to cutting people open. It's why I was going to make an excellent surgeon, just like my father. I held the scalpel up to her throat and watched as the gleam of victory died in her eyes. It slid out as quickly as the drop of blood ran down her pretty neck from where my sharp blade nicked her skin. Her hand fell away from my throat. It's rude to interrupt people, Rosario. Were you born in a barn? Her mouth dropped open and her eyes got impossibly wider, but she didn't say anything. She just stood there doing a great impersonation of a fish out of water. So I continued on. As I was saying, you're going to back off. Leave Gabriel alone. If he decides he wants you, fantastic, you win, and you can have him. It'd be a cold day in hell before I let that happen, but she didn't need to know that right now. But I cut her off before she could say anything. If he chooses me, you will leave us alone. If you put your greedy hands on him again, even for a goodbye hug, I'll sneak into your room at night while you sleep and surgically remove them. She sucked in a quick breath, a pretty clear indication that she understood me, but I figured I'd better get confirmation. Do you understand what I'm telling you, Rosario? The woman began to nod, but thought better of it when my scalpel bit lightly into her neck. Si, she replied. The danger of the situation had sucked the usual husky quality from her voice and left it sounding rough. I eased back and watched with a smirk as she darted from the room. Well, that was entertaining. I'm glad I woke up for it. I gasped and spun around, looking down into Diego's smirking, if somewhat grimacing face. How are you feeling? I asked, going immediately into doctor mode. Like I've been shot, he groaned. He shifted, trying to find a more comfortable position. Don't move, I instructed, holding him in place as gently as possible. I increased his morphine drip since he was feeling discomfort. It would knock him back out, but that was for the best. That finished, I gently brushed the longer black hair off his forehead and out of his eyes. His gaze held mine. Who are you? I smiled at him. Ming, I'm your doctor. Una angel hermosa.
he murmured as his eyelids fluttered closed. The drugs were working. I grabbed my stethoscope to take his blood pressure and then took his pulse.
He's right. You are a beautiful angel.
I jerked and looked over my shoulder to where Axel and Aron stood in the doorway. I'd been so focused on Diego, I hadn't even heard them come in. Aron left the room as Axel came up to my side and stared down at his brother. Sorry, I didn't want to keep him awake and in pain, and I thought you were busy.
It's all right, Alma. There's no reason for him to be awake for now.
He hesitated, looking between me and Diego. Drawing me away a few steps, he spoke low.
We're going after Miguel. I'd feel better if you went home.
I glared at him. Well, too bad. I'm not going anywhere until Diego is better. I jerked my arm out of his hold and folded them over my chest. Axel sighed and rubbed a hand over the back of his neck.
Ming, this is going to get dangerous.
All the more reason I should stay. I interrupted him stubbornly. If you're going to fight, you're going to need a doctor. Aron can only do so much. He could actually handle a lot more than anyone had given him credit for, but I wasn't about to tell Axel that and get myself sent home. I wanted to stay and help, and I wanted to stay with him. He sighed and stared down into my eyes. I felt like I was drowning in those dark depths. He didn't stare at me grumpily anymore. No, now he stared at me with this intense look of, if I had to guess, I'd say longing, but that could be my stupid, hopeful heart talking.
Fine, you can stay.
I grinned even though I didn't care for his phrasing. He walked away, but paused at the door.
Alma?
I focused on him.
I hope you realize how much I appreciate all your help.
I gave him a soft smile. He returned it before he left. Aron walked through the door after him, watching him leave as well. He had a bemused expression on his face. "What?" I asked him. He said something in Spanish, and I caught the word Alma, but that was it. In English, Aron. The man just shook his head and grinned at me, ignoring my playful scowl. He quickly got busy with anything he could find to avoid my questions.
Chapter 17. Axel. One of the men Diego had secured in Reynosa, as a spy, arrived that evening. It'd been a long day full of planning and putting out small fires and arguments. With their leader down, many were using it as an opportunity to act out, like petulant children. Javier and Enrique were off somewhere plotting to overthrow my temporary leadership, no doubt. My head was aching, and my temper was at its breaking point. This situation only cemented my resolve and told me I'd made the right decision all those years ago. I wasn't meant to lead. I didn't have the legendary patience that Cade did, or even that Diego had. I turned my head and shot a frustrated look at two men squabbling in the corner, like old women, as the man with the intel introduced himself to me. "Pardon," I told him in a dangerous tone, and he murmured his acceptance of my apology and backed away. Charging over to the men, I grabbed each of their collars and dragged them apart, snarling in their faces. I was only a few sentences into calling them out when someone cleared their throat nearby. The men in my hands were already frozen in shock. I stopped shaking the guys and waited while my president strolled into my view. I met his eyes and tried not to grind my jaw at the bemused expression on his face. "Why don't Jose and I handle this? That way you can go speak with Carlos over there." He motioned to the men dangling in my grasp like rag dolls. Where had Cade even come from? How the fuck had he known I was at my breaking point? This wasn't the first time I had the thought that he could read minds. I knew in reality he was just insanely good at reading people, and everyone came to him the instant there looked like a hint of trouble, or any news really. He already inspired enough trust in many of the Zetas that Jose had gone to get him when Carlos arrived. It didn't bother me. In fact, I wanted nothing more than to pass off all responsibility to Cade. But I couldn't do that. This was my brother's operation, my family's, and therefore my headache. I couldn't put that on my friend's shoulders. It didn't mean I wouldn't take his offer of help, though. Setting the guys down, I nodded to him as I passed. I was grateful, even if I didn't show it in front of the men. I'd speak with Cade later, privately. I didn't speak to Jose as I passed. Instead, I motioned for a nervous-looking Carlos to follow me. He swallowed and shot Cade a look that begged to stay out here with him. I ended up grinding my teeth together anyway, as I shoved the spy between the shoulder blades to get him moving forward into the dining room and our makeshift meeting hall. An hour later, Carlos left, and I sat in the blessed quiet at the monstrous dining room table that had been my father's. I remembered eating many meals here growing up, but none of them had been pleasant. My mother had done her best to give us a decent childhood, but she held no sway over my father. Mateo Juarez did his best to raise men who would reflect exactly who he was. A fucking monster. Little did he know that by doing so, he'd force his sons to become exactly the opposite of him. He wouldn't be proud of what we'd become, but neither of us gave a shit. My brother ran the organization with honor, and a less heavy hand than my father or grandfather had. It inspired more loyalty in his men. I was proud of my little brother for it. He was a good man. I smiled ruefully. Many wouldn't think of a criminal as a good man, but if he wasn't running the cartel, someone else, like the Guzmans, would be, and they weren't anything like my brother. Cade sat down in a chair on the opposite side of the table and yawned. It was early evening, and it had been a long day. "How do you do it?" I asked quietly. He chuckled and leveled a serious look my way. "You were thrown into the deep end. Usually there's a lot of downtime to learn the ropes and figure out how all the different personalities mesh before you end up in a situation like this one." He leaned back and stretched his legs out. "You seem to handle it so effortlessly." I thought about our takeover of the club. I hadn't realized it at the time, but Cave dove directly into the deep end to start as well. He never let any of us see him sweat, though. "Nah, I just have a great group of brothers, and a closer group I can trust to share my frustration with." He meant us, his officers. There were many times that we'd gone rounds in the gym, sparring, and it would end in the five of us talking over whatever was troubling him, in the club, and coming up with a solution. I realized now that those talks weren't spontaneous. They were deliberate. He knew how to get a group of stoics to talk. It felt good to have that friendship. Well, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your help down here. Anytime, brother. You're doing fine. Although, he paused. I almost waited to see if you were going to smash those guys' heads together earlier. That would have been pretty entertaining. I grinned. It would have made me feel better, too. Cade barked out a laugh. I bet it would have. We both looked over when we saw movement in the doorway. Cade's lips twitched, but he got up without another word to me. I heard him murmur something to Ming as he passed her. She walked toward me with a guilty look on her face. "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt." "You weren't. We were just—" I paused, trying to figure out how to explain it without sounding like I was hiding, which I sort of was. Trying to get away from everyone for a bit? Exactly. I smiled at her and reached up to play with the ends of her long hair. She had it pulled back into a low ponytail. I loved when she left it loose. I especially loved when it was spread over my sheets. She must have read the dirty thoughts on my face, because her breath hitched, and she licked her lips. My eyes dropped down to watch her tongue dart over them. "I get that," she said a little breathlessly. My eyes flicked back up to hers. They were such a beautiful dark brown, soft, like velvet. "I had 3 people ask me where you were on the way over here." I raised a brow. It didn't surprise me. "How did you know where I was?" "Gunner." "Of course. The enforcer made it his business to know where we were at any given time. I would say it was annoying, but it was part of his job, especially when we were out on the road. I could respect that. I didn't envy him trying to keep track of all 21 of our people in the compound. His guys were disciplined, though, and I'd seen them diligently keeping watch. How's Diego?
He's doing well. Aaron is with him. That man sure is dedicated. If he's half as good with animals as he is with people, he must be a phenomenal veterinarian,
she said, smiling. I pulled her down into my lap, ignoring her little squeak and struggles. "I praise, doctor," I said into her ear. My lips twitched when she shivered.
"I give props where they're due," she replied indignantly.
Tugging on her hair, I pulled her head back until it was resting on my shoulder, her ass firmly pressed against my straining cock. She gasped, and I used the opening to cover her mouth with mine, thrusting my tongue against hers. I wasn't getting much alone time right now, and I didn't want to spend it talking about Aaron. Ming moaned, and her hand cupped my jaw. I shifted until she was straddling my thigh. Having her facing away from me gave my hands free rein to roam over her body. I cupped her tits and broke our kiss so that I could run my teeth down the sensitive skin of her neck. I grinned, satisfaction filling me when she hissed out a breath, then moaned my name. I glanced over and saw that Cade shut the door when he left. It was just her and I left in this room that was filled with unhappy memories. I decided it was time to make some new ones. Wrapping my arms around Ming, I stood us up and slid my hands under her shirt, rocking it up as I went before tugging it off completely. Her skin was so smooth and soft. She laughed and squirmed as I trailed my fingertips up and down her sides. Unhooking her bra, I tossed it over my shoulder, then spun her and buried my face between her breasts. She huffed out a soft laugh and ran her fingers through my hair as I sucked her nipple into my mouth. Ming's head dropped back as I worked her with my teeth, then eased the sting with my tongue. I played until her knees started to buckle. I turned her again so that her back was to me.
"You're making me dizzy."
She shot me a scorching look over her shoulder, and I felt my cock kick in my jeans. Jesus, she was so fucking beautiful. Using one hand, I tugged my t-shirt off and jerked her back against me. I wanted to feel her skin against mine. My hand slid down and I unfastened her jeans. She looked over at the door.
"What if someone comes in?"
There was a worried tone in her voice. "They won't. Not if they knew what was fucking good for them."
"It's almost dinner time and everyone was looking for you, Axel."
"They won't come in," I repeated. My voice sounded like I was gargling with fucking gravel. She had me so turned on I could feel the pre-cum leaking from my dick.
"Okay."
She shot me a trusting smile and leaned her head back so she could nip the underside of my jaw. Fuck. I shoved my hand down her pants and rubbed my finger over her clit. There was no finesse or softness to my touch. The way she was panting, and her nails were digging into my forearm as she shoved my hand harder into her grinding hips, told me that wasn't an issue for her. We were so compatible it was insane. We went from 0 to let's fuck now in a single touch. All it took was one look from her, and my cock ached. It was only fair I revved her up this much too. I ignored her sound of protest as my hand left her heat, and I dug a condom out of my pocket. It had been wishful thinking that I might be having sex during the day since I was stuck working with Diego's guys. I'd pocketed it just in case, and now I was glad I had. I unzipped my own pants, shoving them down, and rolled the condom on one-handed. I never wore underwear, something she relentlessly teased me about since she discovered it the first time we fucked. I tugged her jeans down over her ass and palmed it as she started to bend to try to take her shoes off. Instead of letting her, I steadied her by wrapping an arm around her and shuffled her forward until her hips bumped into the long dining room table. She looked over her shoulder at me, A slow, salacious grin spread over my face as I used my hand and pushed between her shoulder blades. The view in front of me had my dick throbbing. Ming was bent over at the waist, her chest laying on the table, her delicious ass pointed right at me. I gave it a smack, and she let out a soft squeak. I smoothed my palm over the mark I left on her ass, then dipped my fingers down lower. She was sopping wet. Good. Fisting my cock, I lined it up and thrust into her in one smooth motion. She let out a strangled scream, and I could tell that she was trying to be quiet. She bit down on her feast, and I started to thrust into her. My eyes nearly rolled to the back of my head as her pussy clenched around me. She was so tight and wet, and I just wanted to say fuck everything and spend the next few days fucking us both into a coma. I barely slowed as I heard voices filter in from outside the dining room. They were too far away to tell who it was, but I could tell one of my brothers was standing guard out there. It was likely Cade's doing, so both he and whoever was out there were getting something in recognition of their good deeds. Beer, pizza, a free tattoo, whatever they wanted. Gripping Ming's hips, I slammed balls deep inside her and groaned as she clamped around me. Her thighs were shaking, and I couldn't suppress the smirk as I saw her bite down harder on her feast. It didn't muffle her screams completely, so I got to enjoy those as she came. I reached around and circled her clit with my finger, laughing when she groaned and shook her head. It didn't take very long before I had her coming on my cock again, and this time I followed her over.
Chapter 18. Ming. I was lying there against the table, Axel blanketing my back, and I was pretty sure I'd never been happier. I knew we needed to talk about whatever this was, but I was definitely enjoying the benefits in the meantime. There was something to be said for having regular access to sex and someone to cuddle up with at night, especially when your heart knocked against your ribs every time he smiled at you. My eyes widened at the knock on the door, and I shoved up off the table, dislodging Axel in the process. His laugh rang out, and I shot him a scowl. He may find this funny, but I didn't want his brothers catching me with my pants down. Literally. "You're strong, Alma." He looked around, then strode over and picked up my shirt and handed it to me. I searched the room. "Where's my bra?" I didn't bother to ask what he was going to do with the used condom. There wasn't enough time, and I needed to find my clothes. He shrugged, but scanned the room too. "Can you please help me find it?" I hissed as another knock came. "Hang on!" he bellowed, making me jump. "Sorry," he muttered in a softer tone. Finally, he spotted it and picked it up off the floor. I snatched it out of his hands and put it on before tugging on my shirt. I frowned as Axel strode over toward the door purposefully. "Axel!" I hissed at him again. He turned, and I motioned at him. He glanced down at his bare chest, then rolled his eyes. I walked over and tossed his shirt to him. He pulled it on and raised his brows, holding his arms out, silently asking if he was good to go answer the door now. Smartass. I nodded and then grinned once his back was to me. He made life fun, which wasn't something I would have expected, considering the man was so quiet most of the time. Even during sex, he communicated mostly with grunts and growls. But oh my God, it was so hot. Gunnar poked his head in as Axel opened the door and wiggled his brows at me once he spotted me standing behind his brother. I felt my face heat up. It was clearly obvious to everyone what we were doing in here. "Leon keeps complaining that it's dinner time and that it's going to get cold." With that, Gunnar tossed open the door and everyone started piling in. My jaw dropped. Oh, holy shit. Had the entire compound been standing around outside, waiting while we finished?
I could feel my face heating up, and I knew I was blushing. Usually I had to blush pretty hard for it to show on my skin, but I knew it was happening. Everyone started taking seats, and I just stood there, staring wide-eyed over at Axel as he spoke with Gunnar, as if nothing out of the ordinary had taken place. Cade came over and gave me a calculating look. Ming? I stared at him miserably. If he told me it smelled like sex in here, I would die. Yeah? Why don't you sit before all the seats are taken? He smiled at me, and I narrowed my eyes at him, waiting to see if he'd add anything. When he didn't, I sat down at the table. He settled in next to me, and I looked at Riggs in surprise when he flopped down in the seat on the other side of me. What? Axel doesn't always get to sit by the hotties. He shrugged and started scooping food onto his plate the moment one of the Zetas, who was in charge of cooking, set it down. He paused as he was loading mashed potatoes into a heap in front of him and squinted at me. I felt my anxiety kick up a notch as he continued studying me. My stomach was in knots. Gone was the brief relaxation I'd gotten from my orgasm. There was no way I was going to be able to eat when I was sitting across from the spot where Axel had me splayed over the table as he fucked me. Is your shirt on backward? I blinked at Riggs when he asked that. I glanced down and realized it was. Before I could say anything, Cade saved the day. No, dumbass, that's how it's supposed to be. How do you know? Riggs asked suspiciously. You don't know shit about girl clothes. I know enough to know that's how it's supposed to be. He rolled his eyes, then helped himself to some steak from one of the platters. Riggs just shrugged and speared his own piece of meat with a fork. He grunted when Axel pounded him on the back. Get the fuck out of my seat. Nope, you're the jefe. You sit up there. Riggs pointed with his fork to the head of the table. I winced as Riggs tried to say the Spanish word and mangled it. It was a gorgeous language, but the man had no ear for it and really shouldn't try to speak it. I smothered a laugh at the disgruntled look on Axel's face. The MC guys sitting around us were snickering because Axel clearly wanted to sit here next to me, and they'd surrounded me and taken up all available space. Dicks. Axel muttered and stalked up to the last chair at the head of the table. He sat down looking less than amused as the guys around me cracked up laughing. Shaking my head, I glanced around at them. Seriously? They didn't look the least bit ashamed. Hush gave me a huge grin and then shocked the hell out of me by speaking. It's good for him. I smiled back at him. The girls and I pulled crap like this on each other all the time, so I understood. Well, we didn't do this kind of stuff, but our equivalent of it. It was nice seeing the guys teasing each other. Rat stood up from where he was sitting across from me and stretched across the table as he started loading my plate with food. My eyes widened as I watched him. Rat, that's sweet, but I can dish my own plate. I almost choked when I saw how much was in front of me, now that he'd quickly and efficiently shoveled food into my space. No worries, Doc. Gotta keep you happy and fed, right? He smiled at me. I saw the guys shooting Axel glances from the corner of their eyes. He was silently seething over there, arms folded, glaring at all of us. Were they just trying to take care of me? Trying to get under his skin? A little bit of both, I decided, as I could almost hear his teeth grinding when Steele came around the table to tuck my napkin onto my lap. They might just be trying to annoy Axel, but a girl could get used to this kind of attention from this many gorgeous guys. I stifled a smile and began eating. My appetite had made an appearance after all. Conversation flowed easily throughout dinner. The guys finally stopped poking at Axel, and the Zetas were friendly and easy to talk to, except the guy from the first day, Enrique, and his dad Javier. Something about those two bothered me, and it wasn't even the first impression I'd gotten from Enrique. I was really glad to hear that Rosario was sitting dinner out. When I asked about her, one of the men said she claimed she had a migraine and was going to bed early. I didn't need her realizing what happened here and trying to embarrass me. I wondered if she was really sick or if my little scalpel stunt had scared her off. I debated on stopping by her room to check on her. Ultimately, I decided against it, since sleeping it off would be best for a migraine anyway. I didn't have much I could give her. The pain meds I had I wanted to keep in case I needed them. With this group of men, I knew I'd end up needing them at one point or another. Dinner was starting to wrap up. Axel practically dragged me from the dining room and down the hall to the bedroom we were sharing. "Is everything okay?" I broke off as he slammed the door and pulled me into his arms. He buried his face in my neck and inhaled.
"Yeah."
His reply was muffled.
"Just sick of seeing so many damn people."
I stroked his short, dark hair. He gave this up once, so I could imagine he wasn't thrilled to be back here and in charge. Scraping my nails over his scalp, I grinned when he groaned, and his shoulders relaxed slightly. Curiosity was eating at me. "Why did you leave?" He let out a long, deep sigh and lifted his head. He stared down into my eyes and then took my hand and led me over to the bed. Sitting down, he took off his boots, then made himself comfortable. He patted the bed next to him, and I climbed on. Dragging me back against his chest, he rested his chin on my head.
"I never wanted to be in charge of this, Zetas. My father groomed me for it my whole life, but I hated it here. I hated him. As soon as Diego showed an interest, I happily passed it over to him. I had to leave to keep the peace. Too many people would use me staying as a way to try to push him out of his rightful role as the leader of the cartel."
I was quiet as I thought about that for a moment. Despite learning about the mistakes my dad made, I couldn't imagine hating him, but my dad was a good man deep down. "What was your father like?" I felt him tense behind me and wished I hadn't asked.
"You don't have to tell me." "He was the worst kind of man."
I fell silent as he started talking. He was absently rubbing his hand over my thigh as he spoke. I took comfort in leaning back against his big body, his heat soaking into me from behind.
"From the time I can remember, my training began. And as soon as Diego was old enough, he was included."
I shuddered, wondering how young that was. Knowing that most kids tended to remember things from 4 to 5 years old, I was guessing somewhere between 3 to 5. I tried to imagine Axel that young.
"Mateo Juarez was a hard man. He wouldn't stand for weakness. It was his opinion that it could be beat out of a person."
My hand flew up to my mouth to try to smother the gasp that erupted out of me. I didn't want him to think I couldn't handle hearing this. I twisted in his lap and searched his eyes. His mouth was set in a grim line.
"He abused you?"
Axel's dark chuckle wasn't comforting.
"He wouldn't have called it that. He was making us men."
I snorted in disgust. "Bullshit! Where was your mother?"
"Cowering in a corner somewhere, most likely."
He shrugged one large shoulder. I cupped his cheek, but something flashed in his eyes that told me this wasn't going to be easy for him to get out with me showing sympathy the whole way. I leaned forward and brushed my lips over his, then turned back around and leaned against him again. I waited for him to continue with whatever he felt comfortable telling me. I wished I knew how to handle this a bit better. Julie would know exactly how to deal with Axel sharing without making him feel worse about it.
"My father taught us many lessons growing up, but a few really stuck with us. Wives were for children. Mistresses were for pleasure. It's not cheating if you win. Never trust anyone."
He ticked each item off as though it were written on a list. My stomach twisted and soured. The man sounded like a real piece of shit. I thought back over the last few months that I've known Axel, and it didn't seem like those lessons had stuck. He was intensely loyal to his club and trusted in his brothers fully. I wasn't sure about the wife-mistress thing because he never seemed to let anyone close enough. That sounds like a recipe for a lonely life, I commented. He grunted, and we both sat quietly before I continued. You obviously got past your father's lessons and are a better man for it. You have your MC and your brothers. I hesitated before deciding to take the plunge. Someday, you'll get married and be a wonderful husband. I'm never getting married. I can't bring anyone into this life. I froze, and my heart shattered. It took those words for me to realize I'd been slowly falling in love with Axel over the months that I'd known him. Moving our relationship forward into something physical had been my choice, but I'd hoped maybe we could make this work. He was sweet and protective, and acted as though he cared for me. His words were like a bucket of ice water being tossed over me. He must have realized what he said affected me because his hands gripped me, and he turned me around in his lap. His dark eyes met mine, and I saw regret there. I had to fortify my heart, but I held his gaze. I refused to drop it. I was the one who'd made the first move. I was the one who'd brought up this topic of conversation. I refused to make him feel bad about feeling the way he did, even if it wasn't what I wanted. He was telling me the truth, and I appreciated that. It was better than him stringing me along, getting my hopes up even further, and then crushing me completely later on. Mig. I was still looking at him, but had retreated into my thoughts. I focused on him again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that to sound so harsh. I understand, I said. My tone made him frown. I don't think you do. He sighed and scrubbed a hand over the back of his neck. How could you? A knock at the door interrupted him, and he muttered a curse under his breath. He gave me an uncertain look before he moved me off his lap and got off the bed so he could go answer it. I didn't pay attention while he spoke to whoever was at the door. I was too busy processing what he'd told me and trying to hold myself together. I refused to cry in front of him. Mi alma. I glanced over, and he was standing there as though he wasn't sure what to do or say. There's something I have to go deal with, he told me while pulling on his boots. Okay, I said brightly. He frowned and looked like he wanted to say something. Finally, he just shook his head, then spun on his heel. I'll be back in a while. Chapter 19. Ming. The next week passed quickly. I kept busy taking care of Diego and any of the men who needed medical treatment. It was amazing how many of these guys ended up with cuts, scrapes, random knife wounds, which they would never explain how they got. One man even came to me with a gunshot wound. Words among friends, the man had said with a grin when I questioned him about it. I looked up at him with that explanation and told him that my friends and I had never exchanged bullets as a sign of friendship. He busted out laughing. From the first day of meeting the men of the Vikings MC, I'd known this was a different world they lived in. Every day and every situation since had only confirmed that. I fixed the man up with a smile and sent him on his way. It'd only been a flesh wound. Lucky for him. I was grateful for every patient because they kept me from thinking about Axel's and my conversation from the other night. Well, I amended. I was grateful for almost every patient. A man came to the door of the room they'd given to me to use as a makeshift office. Juan, I said in greeting, but I was dreading what he was coming to see me for today. The man was exceedingly handsome. Because he was overly good-looking, he was very free with his affection, and had come to see me when I first got here because he had contracted an STD. It wasn't pleasant. It also ensured that I never wanted to be a general practitioner. I glanced down as the man scratched his crotch. I groaned inwardly. Somehow I managed to keep my face passive. "Hey, Doc." They'd all started referring to me by that nickname, all except Axel, who still called me Alma. I hadn't been able to find out what it meant yet. I wasn't sure I wanted to know right now either, so I wasn't searching very hard for answers. "Close the door, Juan." An hour later, Juan left, happy as a clam. I wasn't sure my sex education and condom talk had sunk in any better this time than it had the last, but a girl had to try. I scrubbed my hands, then decided to go hunt down some lunch. All this talk of crabs made me hungry. The Zeta chef had left out a buffet-style serving of sandwiches. I happily piled food on my plate. Not for the first time. I thanked God that I had an iron stomach. Nothing upset it. Taking a huge bite from my sandwich, I turned and watched as Rosario froze as she began to walk into the dining room. As soon as she saw me, she turned and scurried right back out of the room. Cheeks full of food, I couldn't help the satisfied smile that spread over my face. "I noticed she's been suspiciously missing in action for the last week," a voice said behind me. I
Dole
in my mouth. Gunnar smacked me on the back as I coughed and tried to swallow my sandwich. I winced as another blow pounded down. Holding up a hand, I silently asked for a reprieve. He handed me a glass of water and watched me like a hawk as I sipped it. I'm sure he was waiting to see if he needed to intervene again. "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you." He sounded worried, and I would have laughed if I had the breath for it. He put a hand on my back and shoved me over to a chair. Sinking gratefully into it, I set my plate on the table. "Just a tip, Gunnar. If someone is coughing, they can still breathe." He cocked his head at me, not getting my implication. "You don't need to pound them on the back if they're coughing," I told him. He grinned and leaned back in his own chair. "That's half the fun." I gave him an unamused look, and he just chuckled at me. "So?" I raised a brow at his question. I wasn't sure what he was going on about now. "So, what'd you do to scare off Rosario? When we first got here, she was hitting on every guy in this place as often as possible, especially Axe. Then suddenly, she just stopped." He picked up a monster of a sandwich and took a bite. He shot me an amused look. "What makes you think I had anything to do with it?" I asked innocently. "Maybe because every time she sees you, she beats tracks as fast as she can in the opposite direction." I picked at my food. "I may have mentioned that I didn't appreciate her hanging all over him." I hedged. Gunnar snorted, and I laughed at the look he shot me. "Well, whatever you did us guys a favor by getting her off our backs. She leaves this afternoon for New York." I shot him a look and felt a little guilty. I hadn't meant to run her off, but then again, I wasn't really sad to see her go. "Why New York?" "She's going to stay with her brother, Marco. Or maybe it was Raul? I don't know. I can't keep them straight." Gunnar coughed. It's really nice seeing Axel so happy, too. His topic change wasn't very subtle. He frowned over at me when I let out a scornful laugh at that. I cleared my throat and looked away from his calculating gaze. "Trouble in paradise?" "What paradise?" I asked calmly. I wasn't trying to be a bitch. I meant it. Gunnar was really close with Axel. He had to know how he felt. Guys talked about that kind of stuff, didn't they? I wasn't sure, but I did know I was really missing my girls. For once, I needed their advice, and I was stuck in a different country. I gave Gunnar a speculative glance and wondered if I could make him an honorary girlfriend for the day. I really needed some girl talk. "Can I ask you something?" He paused in his chewing and looked a little uncomfortable, as though he realized what was about to happen. He kept munching and eventually shrugged his shoulders. "Sure." "Do you know why Axel says he can't bring anyone into his life?" Gunnar sighed and set the food down onto his plate before he turned to me. He glanced around before focusing his intense blue eyes on mine. "First off, it's nothing against you. He's a stupid, stubborn son of a bitch." My brows shot up at that, but I kept silent, so hopefully he would explain more. That didn't really help clarify much for me after all. "He has this idea that if he brings a family into this life, he'll get them killed, or worse, tortured and killed." I sucked in a breath. That would explain why he didn't want anyone around if that was what he was afraid of. Why would he think that? Gunnar grimaced and his gaze slid off mine. He didn't want to tell me. It probably broke some kind of guy code or something. "How much has Axel told you about his dad?" "Not much. He started to a few nights ago, but we got interrupted." "Well, whatever he told you, I'm sure it was the watered-down version. His dad was insane." He met my eyes again and gave me a pointed look. "Like, certifiably. No one should have been forced to live with that guy from what Axel and Ramon have told me. It's a fucking miracle both of his kids are semi-normal." I felt sadness wash through me for both Axel and Diego. I couldn't imagine what their childhood must have been like. I was sure they were both still dealing with the fallout of being raised by such a monster. "Ax told me once." Gunnar paused and looked around again, but almost everyone had cleared out of the dining room. Lunchtime was almost over. He had this friend. They were about 7 or 8, I think he said. Well, his dad turned out to be a spy for one of Mateo's enemies. He looked down at the table, almost like he couldn't finish if he was looking into my eyes. My gaze was glued on his face, though. Fear and apprehension curled inside my stomach as Gunnar told the story. I didn't know Mateo Juarez, and yet, just from the few things I'd heard so far, I knew where this story was heading. This boy's father was smart enough to get out of town once he was discovered, but he didn't bother to take his family with him. Gunnar gave me a quick glance, and this time held my gaze as he finished it out. He made both Axel and Diego watch as he slaughtered the man's family. There wasn't anything Ax could do to convince Mateo to spare his friend or his mother and siblings. He said his dad was like that with everything. He'd destroy without mercy. I swallowed hard as I felt bile rise in my throat. No wonder Axel didn't want a family. He didn't want any liabilities. He actually only started opening up about this shit recently, really recently. I think only Cade knew why he gave up leadership of the Zetas before. I nodded. Hearing this, I could kind of understand where Axel was coming from. I don't know if I would want anything tying me down either if it was always ripped away from me. I didn't know what happened to his mother. He hadn't really mentioned her yet, except that one offhanded comment the night we spoke. "Just give him time, Ming." I glanced over at Gunnar to find him watching me. He didn't want to be part of the MC at first either. He grinned. "We wore him down. Ax is just slow and careful about any decision he makes. He weighs every possible outcome first." I can see why he would. I couldn't imagine him not wanting to join the MC. The men all seemed like one cohesive unit, and I knew he was especially close with Gunnar, Cade, Riggs, and Steele. Gunnar nodded, then looked over at the doorway where one of his guys stood motioning for him. "I better get back to it." He stood and started across the room. Halfway toward the door, he paused and looked at me over his shoulder. Maybe keep what we talked about between us. I smiled at him and agreed. I'd let Axel tell me about it in his own time, if he ever wanted to. Strangely, I felt a little better after speaking to Gunnar. Axel wasn't pushing me away because he didn't want me. He was doing it because he'd been taught that letting anyone close meant losing them in the most horrific of ways. Honestly, though, I might feel the same way as him if my dad had put me through what his had as a kid. I was still sitting there contemplating my talk with Gunnar when Axel walked in. I wasn't sure how to feel, other than a bit like a social pariah. Both Rosario and Axel had been avoiding me all week. The men were happy to see me, some a bit too much in the case of Juan, but the only guy I actually wanted to see had been a bit distant. It was his way of stepping back from me. I'd known it before I'd talked to Gunnar, but now I understood it a little better. I wondered if this was the end of what we had going. Did I want it to be? Axel basically told me flat out that the only thing I would get with him would be sex. Really phenomenal sex, but could I handle only having a physical relationship with him when I was already falling in love? I knew I had some serious decisions to make regarding us. Who knew, though? Maybe he would end it first. The thought made me sad. I watched as he approached me. "Hey," he called softly. I returned his greeting, hating the awkwardness that was between us now. If nothing else, I wanted to keep whatever friendship we'd managed to build.
"Look, I'm going to be gone for a few days. We all will, except for Rat."
I frowned. "What do you mean? Where are you going?"
"We found Miguel, and we're going after him. We're putting a stop to this, permanently."
His last word echoed in my brain, and I let it sit there for a moment. This was what we planned before we heard Diego had been hurt. This could finally put an end to everything with our families. I felt guilt tug at me. "I'm so sorry that you and your brothers are the ones having to deal with the mess our family started, Axel." He lifted a hand and brushed his thumb between my brows, rubbing the crease between them. It made me smile because it was a move that he wouldn't have hesitated to do before our talk the other night. It gave me hope that maybe things could go back to some kind of normal.
"We're not."
He leaned down and molded his lips over mine. Melting into him, my body swayed into his until he crushed me against the hard planes of his chest. I'd wondered for months what it would feel like to be pressed up against him this way, while his mouth played with mine. It was better than I imagined. Then for the last week, we'd been giving each other space to figure out how we felt about our talk. This made me a little nervous. I wasn't sure if it was a goodbye or if he decided to continue on as we had been. It sure felt like the former, and I didn't like that.
"I have to go,"
he groaned as he pulled back.
"If you need anything, just ask Rat or Aaron. They'll help you. We're leaving a few guards behind, but most of the men are coming with us."
I nodded, and he brushed his lips over mine again before walking away. "Axel!" I called out. He paused and turned those dark eyes my way. "Be careful." His smile was fast and sharp, and I almost felt sorry for anyone who stood in his way. I thought about everything Miguel Guzman had done to us over the last few months, and the feeling disappeared. With a sigh, I went to busy myself taking care of Diego. It was better to stay busy than to worry about my relationship, or the MC and Zetas, and the battle they were going to be walking into.
Chapter 20. Axel. I let out a low, long breath of frustration as I listened to Javier prattle on about what a bad idea it was to take on the Guzman brothers. He and Enrique had been at it for hours since we left the compound, and I was getting sick of listening to their whining. Miguel was spotted back in Reynosa. It didn't surprise me that the coward had slithered back to his hole. It infuriated me that he sent his men in and attacked my brother, but hadn't stayed to fight himself. Instead, he'd run home at the first sign of danger. That was his way, though. It's what he'd done with Bridget. Hell, it's what he'd been doing since he was a kid. No matter what situation he found himself in, he'd run and hide behind Marco. The oldest Guzman brother was the deadliest. Even the youngest, the twins, needed to be watched, because one would distract you while the other circled behind and slit your throat. Miguel Guzman was well known for getting others to do his dirty work for him, but that was exactly what made him dangerous. He hired lethal men. His ability to pick men with no morals and inspire them to carry out some of the most heinous deeds while in his employ, not to mention his ability to keep a tight rein on them, was his talent. I glanced over at the two men who had fallen silent. They'd finally given up, since no one was listening to their warnings, and were sitting miserably in the back of the bouncing truck. It shocked me that they'd given in and decided to come with me. I think it was more they knew the trouble it would cause once Diego woke and found out that they refused to help, rather than a show of loyalty to me or my brother. They were a part of the Zetas, and Diego was their leader, despite their obvious resentment of that fact. The instantaneous support from Ramon and the others for me to step into the leadership role while Diego was down, and bringing in my MC brothers as reinforcements, was the only reason Javier wasn't fighting to take over in my stead. It had to be sticking in his craw. He'd been furious when I'd given the position to Diego, passing him over at my father's death. To have it handed back to me again, even temporarily, must be the gravest of insults. The Zetas belonged in the hands of a Juarez. I didn't need to have loved my father to agree with that sentiment. I couldn't stop the smile from spreading over my face. "What are you grinning about?" Gunnar asked. "Ready to take this asshole out?" "You and me both," he said with his own grin. "I've been waiting for this for months." Cade, Steele, and Riggs had their heads together as they planned. I was happy to let them come up with something for the moment. Being in charge didn't hold any appeal for me. Shit, I'd only taken on road captain status as a favor to Cade. He'd needed good, trustworthy men as his officers, or so he told me. He'd known me for less time than some of the other members when he'd asked me, so it shocked the hell out of me, but I eventually accepted. Later, when I'd asked him why he'd chosen me, he just shrugged and said I had a good head on my shoulders, and I knew what this world was about. I didn't need clarification. I grew up in the cartel. He was right. I knew exactly how this world worked. Our club had more morals than my father raised Diego and I with. I'm sure it'd make our father roll in his grave if he could see the men Diego and I were today. "Axel," Cade called, and I focused on him while they went over the plan for infiltrating Miguel's compound. It was a good plan. Another thing Cade excelled at. Once we were all briefed and clear on how things would go down when we got there, I let my thoughts drift to Ming. Trying to tell her about my family and my past ended in disaster. I'd meant to bring up my aversion to marriage and commitment in a much gentler way. I wasn't sure if there was a way to let someone down easy when it came to that, but I was going to try. And then, like an idiot, I just let it out in the heat of the moment. Now I wasn't sure what to say to her. I tried to give her space all week. We were still sleeping in the same bedroom, because I couldn't bring myself to be away from her. But we weren't having sex, and the most we'd spoken was when I'd gone to say goodbye to her. I wasn't an idiot. Ming was a forever kind of woman. She was the kind you married and had babies with, the kind who would always have your back and you could build a life around. She was the kind of woman I didn't deserve and never thought I'd find, and I had no idea what to do. The last thing I wanted to do was hurt her, but I wasn't sure I could give her up. Was it fair of me to ask her to do things my way? She'd never have the marriage, the kids, the picket fence dream. I shook my head. One thing at a time. We'd take care of Guzman. Get this shit figured out with all the girls' families, and let everything calm down. Then, Ming and I would sit down and figure out what would work for the two of us. I rubbed my chest where a sudden ache started up. I had a feeling I already knew what her answer would be, and the real shit there was, that I understood it completely. Why would an amazing woman like her give up everything for a guy like me? Gunnar slammed a fist against the door, sending it crashing into the wall. The sound echoed through the empty house. It'd taken us 3 hours to get to Reynosa. I thought Rat verified the intel that Guzman was here, I asked, ignoring Gunnar's outburst. Cade frowned and glanced around. He did. He hacked into the security cameras here at the house. He was sure it was legit. Everyone shifted, uncomfortable with the implications of what this meant. This wasn't the first time that Rat had been fooled in the last couple of months when working on something connected to either Guzman or the Lycans. It meant they had someone on their payroll who was as good as him, or better when it came to computers. I didn't know there was such a thing.
So, where is Guzman then?
Riggs asked. Cade's face was grim, and I felt my gut sink. Heading toward Nuevo Laredo, I muttered.
Or already there?
Steele sighed. We all looked at him in confusion.
Without Rat here to go back over the security footage, we don't actually know if Guzman was ever here. He could have been waiting anywhere, biding his time for us to leave. Fuck!
This time, I was the one who slammed the fist against the wall. I left Ming, Diego, and Rat practically defenseless back there, and brought the entirety of our army here on bad intel. It wasn't Rat's fault. We didn't know they had their own version of a computer genius on their side. We need to get back there. Now. Everyone agreed, and we started to load back up into the trucks. I paused as everyone was settling in. Where the fuck are Javier and Enrique? I jumped out of the truck and went to check in with Ramon. We'd pulled into Reynosa about 15 minutes ago, and during that time the snakes had bolted. No wonder they've been so against going after Guzman, I declared as I walked back up to the truck my brothers were loaded in. The fuckers must be working with him. I'm betting they gave Miguel a heads up we were on the way. We were screwed from the beginning. I sighed and scrubbed a hand over my face. Hopefully that means that Rat was right, and Guzman was here, Gunnar said. When I gave him a curious look, he shrugged. It means Miguel doesn't have as big of a lead on us. I wanted him to be right. I wouldn't let myself get my hopes up, though. Even a 5-minute lead would seem like an eternity if they attacked the compound. Riggs hopped out of the back and kicked the man in our truck out of the driver's seat.
I'm driving. Let's get going.
We were all anxious to get back. We had no way of knowing what we'd find when we got back to Diego's. There was no telling how far behind Miguel we were, and we were at least 20 minutes behind Javier. Cade was already on his phone with Rat, explaining the situation. He was fighting to hang on as Riggs tore off down the road, sending us sprawling in the back like bowling pins. I didn't mind in the least, and no one complained. This was going to be a long, bumpy ride as we raced to get back before Guzman and Javier slaughtered the handful of people we'd left behind like they were nothing more than cattle. My stomach twisted at the thought. The idea of losing my brother, and my brothers in arms in both the MC and the Zetas, was unbearable. The thought of losing Ming had panic slamming through me. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to sit here and wait, wondering what could be happening to her. Gunnar shot me a sympathetic look and slapped a large hand on my shoulder. I appreciated it. If anyone understood what this felt like, it was him.
Chapter 21. Ming. I scooted closer to Rat, trying to make out the other side of the conversation. I wasn't liking what I was hearing from this side of the phone. I understand. Do we have a time frame? Rat listened intently and pulled his head away slightly as I stood on my tiptoes trying to get closer so I could listen in. Huffing out a breath,
I gave him his space and started pacing, popping my knuckles as I waited. His eyes followed me as I walked back and forth, and mine were glued to him. He looked grim. This couldn't be good. He hung up the phone, and I halted in my tracks. "What's going on?" I demanded before he had a chance to speak. "Miguel wasn't in Reynosa when they got there," he said after a slight hesitation. My eyes narrowed. "Okay. He's on his way here." "Shit," I muttered. "Yeah, and so are Javier and Enrique." "To help or—" I let my question trail off, not wanting to finish the sentence. "They're working with Miguel." I nodded at his explanation. I hadn't liked that guy. He was an asshole, so it didn't surprise me that if someone was causing trouble, it was him and his dad. Axel thinks they tipped Miguel off, and that they have a computer expert working with him that gave me the slip. I hacked his security system and swore he was there. He muttered the last part. Walking up to him, I laid a hand on his forearm. His startled blue eyes met mine. Then they probably were. I'm sure those guys told them Axel was coming for them and they split. Even if they weren't there and you missed something, guess what? You're not perfect. We all mess up sometimes. Yeah, except now you and Diego are going to pay for it, he said sullenly. Well, you're stuck here with us, so I'm pretty sure you didn't do it on purpose, I said brightly, trying to lighten the mood. We may be about to face off with a psycho, but we weren't quitting yet. How much time do we have? No idea. I don't think we can spare the time for me to check to see if he was really at his compound. Yes, we can, I interrupted him. We need to know what we're working with. He blinked at me, then nodded, and walked out of the room. Send Aarón to me, and those guards, I called after him. I began searching Diego's closet and whistled when I found bags full of weapons at the back of it. It shouldn't have surprised me that a cartel leader would have literal bags of weapons, but seeing them was something else. I pulled them out and laid them in front of the bed. Aarón paused when he walked into the room and saw them. I grabbed my scalpel off the tray on the bedside table and strode over to him. Before he knew what was happening, I shoved it up to his carotid artery. "What are you doing?" he sputtered, but he held very still. People tended to do that when you threatened them with a very sharp surgical tool, I was learning. It was quickly becoming my favorite way of getting what I wanted. I'd have to remember not to get too much in the habit, though. The hospital would frown on me using these kinds of techniques there. "Are you in league with Javier and Enrique?" "What?" "Javier and Enrique double-crossed Axel and Diego. Miguel Guzman is on his way here now and is going to kill us all, most likely. Are you fucking working with them, Aarón?" I demanded. He muttered something in Spanish and made the sign of the cross over his chest. "No, I am loyal to Diego. I would never fall in line with his enemies." He met my eyes unflinchingly. I searched his gaze for a moment, and then eased my blade back from his throat. He'd worked tirelessly to help me save Diego's life. I trusted him, but I needed to find out for sure. I saw the truth in his eyes just now. "Sorry." "Don't be. I'd have done the same. In fact, I'll take care of questioning the others." "Not Rat," I called out as he stalked out of the room. "He's good." I squeaked, because Aarón was already gone. I said a quick apology to Axel's MC brother for what I may have just unleashed upon him. Hopefully, Aarón would realize that Rat would cut his own arm off before he'd betray his brother in arms. A little while later, the 5 men came back into the room. I'd brought my backpack in and filled it full of the medical supplies I would need in order to move Diego. I looked up when they all came in. "They're on our side," Aarón informed me. I chuckled when I met the men's fierce gazes. I could see they were here to protect their leader. That made me feel better. Diego wasn't going to die on my watch. Axel had left him in my care, and he was my patient. I was willing to kill to protect myself and maybe threaten a few people here and there, but when someone was my patient, I'd give my life for theirs. Okay, there are weapons for everyone. We need a vehicle and somewhere to hide out until the guys can get... A sound coming from Rat's laptop interrupted me. It was this incessant beeping noise. He sighed and met my eyes. Time's up. What? Seriously? Unfortunately. Damn our luck. I huffed out of breath. All right, we were going to have to come up with a plan B. I bit my lip trying to think. Rat asked the room, "Is there anywhere in the house we can go that's more fortified?" "The basement," one of the guards piped up. "The basement it is. You," I pointed at the man, "help Aaron, take Diego." "Can he be moved?" Rat asked, going to the bed and looking down at him. "Yep, we may do some damage, but it's better than being dead." "Some damage? Yeah, right. We'd be lucky to get down the stairs without me needing to do surgery again. But if we stayed, we're all dead." Rat nodded in agreement. The men stocked up on weapons and ammo while I took the bag of medical supplies. 2 of them carried Diego between them. We all hurried downstairs. "How much time do we have before they get to the house?" "They'll be here any minute." I paused at the bottom of the stairs that spilled out into the first room. There was a door at the end leading to another area, but this one was filled with shelving units containing cleaning supplies. I jumped when I heard a slamming door echo somewhere above us. They were in the house. I met Rat's bleak look. Then he sprang into action. "Get Diego through the door." He ordered the guard and Aaron, who were dragging the Zetas' leader between them. "You two, help me dump these shelves in front of the stairs. Ming, get through the door. We'll try to block the stairs as much as we can before we come through." I nodded and hurried into the next room. It opened up into a much larger space. In this room, there was more of a large pantry where the food for the compound was housed. I heard the crash of the first unit of shelves as the guys knocked them over, creating a barrier between Miguel's men and us. I muttered under my breath for them to hurry. They were making a lot of noise, and it would lead Miguel right to us. I glanced over when I heard a smacking noise and stared in disbelief at the guy who was holding up one side of Diego. He was crunching on an apple as we waited. I gave him an incredulous look, just like a man to be thinking of his stomach when we were all about to die. Aaron was giving him a similar frown. "¿Qué?" Aaron just shook his head, but didn't answer because the other men came through the door. "Go!" Rat bellowed at us, but he was drowned out by a spray of bullets. I squealed and ducked as I ran, trying to avoid being hit. Slowing, I tried to keep any eye on the men hauling Diego along with them, like he was a mannequin. Rat slammed into the back of me and picked me up off my feet, racing us both to the back of the room. "Rat, I can run on my own." There was a pileup at the door as we had to wait for someone to open it. There was some kind of keypad to enter. "Does anyone know the code?" The apple chewer grunted and had one of the others take his place holding Diego and moved forward to unlock the door. Luckily, the shelves did their job, and we could hear the men in the next room yelling as they tried to make their way through the maze of metal to get to us. There were sporadic waves of gunfire, but they couldn't see us or get to us yet. It was more of a diversionary tactic than anything. More bullets flew, and Rat curled his body around mine. Ugh, he was so sweet, but I was going to be so mad at him if he ended up getting shot trying to shield me. Finally, we were through the next door. We spilled through, running past tables and crates. I slowed, looking around, frowning. It looked like a lab in a high school, with beakers and baggies and drugs. Gasping, I spun in a circle as I saw bags packed with white powder laying around. "Please tell me that's not cocaine," Aaron confirmed. "Why do you think the Zetas and the Guzman cartel are rivals?" Rad asked in amusement at my naivete before he prodded me forward. We hurried to the back, and yet another door and another lock. This place was a maze of doors. There was a harried conversation in Spanish before Aarón sighed and spoke. "No one has the code. They're not allowed this far back. Those who have it went with the others to Reynosa." "Of course they did," I grumbled. I stared at the door and the keypad. I was decent at Sudoku, but the combination could be tens of thousands of combinations, and we didn't have much time. Rat tugged at my bag, where he'd stashed his laptop before we'd come downstairs. "Buy me some time." The men laid down Diego behind some crates, and Aarón and I began checking his vitals. One of the men handed me a pistol. "Oh, thanks." I watched as they went to the front of the room. This place was as big as 3 rooms stacked together, and there were half-stone walls strategically placed around. It was almost as if it was laid out for exactly this type of situation. It made me wonder about Axel's family. But then I remembered what Rosario had said about there always being war when you grew up in a cartel. By the looks of this basement, it was set up in a way where there were multiple choke points and places to take cover in case you were ambushed. I found myself grateful to whoever had the foresight to set it up. It was benefiting us today. I just hoped we could hold out long enough for Axel and the others to get here. Chapter 22. Ming. I juggled the gun back and forth in my hands. They made me nervous. I didn't know how to use one anyway, but I wasn't really comfortable with them. Remy, Anna, and even Bridget now were great with them, but I wasn't sure I'd ever get used to them. I set the gun down next to Aarón in case he might need it, and went over to one of the tables to inspect it. I had to bite back a scream as multiple rounds were fired into the door. They were trying to get into our room. I looked down at the table. There were chemicals here. They must have been making ingredients to cut their cocaine with. I rolled my eyes over to where Diego was lying behind a wall. We were going to have to talk about the fact that they were cutting their cocaine with crystal meth. More importantly, we were going to have a discussion about how explosive meth labs were and that it was a very bad idea to have these ingredients in your fucking basement. We saw so many overdoses in the ER that they made us go through basic courses on each drug, how they're made, and of course, how they affect the body. Plus, I learned a lot in school. I was a bit of a science nerd, so I'd done some studying on my own as well. At one point, I'd been worried that they'd assigned me my own FBI agent, just based on my Google search history. Thanks to my curious nature, I knew more than I should about the process of making meth. I searched around and made a happy noise when I found what I was looking for. In one of the corners, I found containers filled with gasoline. Hefting the containers one by one, I moved them over closer to the doorway. I rushed back, and without bothering Rat, who was muttering at his computer, I shoved my hand in his front pocket and pulled out his lighter. I ignored the shocked look on his face and ran back to the front of the room. Spinning and mumbling to myself, I searched the room again. I ignored the bewildered looks of the men who sat behind cover waiting for the enemies to break through the door. They were pounding into the metal door now. I didn't know what they were using, but they couldn't be far from breaking in. My plan was insane, but I had to do something, and I wasn't going to use a gun. Finding some cloth tarps, I grabbed them and started ripping them into pieces using my trusty scalpel to help get them started. I twisted the material and stuffed it into the spouts of 3 of the gas cans, then crouched, waiting near the 4th. I was scooched up next to the wall. I shot the men further in the room a flat look. "Don't shoot me." Their brows went up, but they didn't reply. A triumphant cry went up as the door exploded inward, and one of the men ran inside. With a cry, I flung the half-full can of gasoline all over him. He bellowed and swiped at himself, leveling me with a glare. He started forward until he saw what I held. He jerked to a stop when I tossed the Zippo at him, and he caught fire. One of the men behind me placed one well-aimed shot that had him running back into the room where Miguel's men were waiting rather than forward toward us. I kicked the lighter out of the flame that was licking the gas on the cement floor. Lighting one fuse, I slid a gas can through the door and repeated the process twice more before I slammed the metal door shut and ran as fast as I could toward the concrete walls. One of the men grabbed me and pulled me down, covering me with his own body right before a huge explosion sounded. I hadn't really thought that plan through. I prayed I hadn't just brought the house down on top of us. My ears were ringing, and we were all coughing. I looked up into the furious face of Rat, and I managed a weak grin. "Distracted them, though, right? What?" he yelled. I shook my head and he dragged me to my feet. I had time to look into the room where the man on fire had run, and my eyes widened. The explosion had taken the metal door right off the hinges, I realized. The room was blackened, and smoke billowed. It looked like a huge fireball had whooshed through that room and partially into ours. Sprinklers had started raining down, trying to put out the destruction I'd caused. "Door's open! Let's go!" I ran with the men back through the door, and they slammed it shut. Thankfully, the sprinkler system wasn't on back here. I, once again, thanked whoever had thought ahead when they designed this place. I wondered how many men I'd killed with my stunt back there. It made me feel sick to my stomach. I'd never killed anyone before. I felt conflicted, since they were actively trying to murder us, but it was my mission in life to save people. I shoved the thoughts aside. I'd have to examine how I felt about it later. Much later. Shouts were once again filtering through the door. I didn't know if I felt relieved or upset that someone lived through my explosion. I examined the newest room we found ourselves in and groaned. There wasn't much in here. There were cardboard boxes stacked up along the sides of the room, but that was it. At the back of the room was yet another door. This one had some fancy kind of locking system, but it wasn't electronic. Aaron grinned when he saw it and pulled something out of his pocket. "I can get that open. Just give me some time." I'd seen my friend Bridget pick locks enough to know it was a lock-picking set he had in his hand. I wondered how we were supposed to buy him time. "Stay with Diego," Rat murmured to me. He grabbed something from my bag, and I bit my lip to keep from snapping at him when I saw he had my spray bottle of alcohol. I had one filled with alcohol, the other with hydrogen peroxide. I didn't know what he planned on doing with it, but I didn't want to waste my medical supplies. I frowned as I watched him motion to one of the men. The guy cupped his hands, and Rat stepped in, and the man lifted him up. What the hell? Shock filtered through my body when Rat sprayed the light fixtures and the light bulbs popped and went dark. They moved around the room, and soon we were sitting in complete darkness. "How the hell am I supposed to pick the lock in the dark?" Aaron grumbled. I pulled my phone out of my bag and turned the flashlight app on. Shining it toward the door, I grinned at him. Rat put the spray bottle back into my bag and whispered to me, "I saw that on MacGyver and always wanted to try it." He laughed, but then pointed at my light. "Make sure to keep that as covered as possible from this side, or it's going to make you both a target." I didn't question him, just cupped my hands around it, then tried to block the light with my body. I watched over my shoulder as the 4 men staggered themselves around the door, guns drawn and ready. The 2 closest to the door, Rat and Apple Cruncher, were down on one knee, while the other 2 were standing above them. One man opened the door, and I gasped as they all started shooting. I saw what Rat meant. Miguel's men were standing in the room we had previously been in, trying to come up with a game plan. They weren't as excited to bolt through the door, thanks to my gas can trick, but their hesitation now made it so they were standing in a fully lit room, whereas We were in the dark. They could only see the flash of the muzzles as the men shot at them. Our guys had a few precious seconds to get the drop on them and even out the score a little. Miguel brought a lot of men with him. I counted at least 10 standing around, and that was after I'd taken some out in the previous room. "Hurry, Aaron, hurry," I muttered. Miguel's men were starting to catch on and were diving behind whatever cover they could find and returning fire. Despite the concealment of darkness, we were out in the open and too exposed. Aaron let out a crow of triumph, and that was all we needed. He and I dragged Diego through the door. I prayed we weren't doing too much damage to him, hauling him around the way we were, but it was better than the guaranteed bullet that Miguel would give him. The others laid down cover fire as they backed toward us. I glanced around the new area. Dread choked me. It was a dead end. The only thing here was some kind of vault-like thing. Maybe this was where Diego kept his money? Rat glanced around as he came through the door, and his eyes widened as he saw the vault. "In there, now!" He bellowed at me so loudly I jumped. I didn't bother to ask questions or argue. I just helped Aaron drag Diego's dead weight over to the door. I frowned down at it. There wasn't a door handle. How were we supposed to open it? Before I could ask, Rat came over and probed around on the side, then swung the door open. There was no time to inspect it to see what he'd done, even though I was curious. We all darted into the space. Aaron and I gently laid Diego in a corner, while the others piled in, and Rat slammed the door shut. I watched as he and Apple Cruncher, he would forever be known as this, wrestled the large locking bar mechanism into place. The vault was a surprisingly large space. There was plenty of room for all of us to settle in and not be sitting on top of each other. Aaron and I started checking on Diego again, making him as comfortable as we could. I watched Rat out of the corner of my eye. The way he was searching the room made it seem like we might be here a while. "Are we safe?" Rat nodded. "This is a safe room." He pointed to the bar thing they'd moved into position. "They can't unlock it from the outside." That explained why there was no handle. The door was meant to keep people out, not let them in. He moved over to where I was kneeling next to Diego. "How is he?" "Pretty good, considering." I was impressed with all of these men. When Base had been shot a few months ago, I thought they were insane not to take him to the hospital, but I'd helped. He'd healed up just fine. These guys were used to healing without teams of doctors surrounding them. It was odd to me, but I was starting to get used to it. Honestly, it made me feel useful too. At least I could help in some way. "That was amazing, Ming." I stared up at him in confusion while a slow grin spread over his face. "The thing you did with the gas cans." "Oh," I gave a small laugh. "Thanks. I'm hopeless with guns, but I wanted to help." "Mission accomplished." He chuckled. I felt a twinge of guilt and regret mixed with confusion. They were trying to murder us. It was kill or be killed. But still, I was a healer. I knew that I was going to have to examine what I'd done and come to terms with it one way or another. I wasn't looking forward to that self-reflection. Instead, I shoved those feelings deep and surveyed the room. "How long can we last in here?" A thump on the door made me squeal out loud, and then I flushed as all the men smirked at me. I huffed out a breath, irritated that I was the only one that was scared. "Quite a while, long enough for the guys to get here," Rad assured me. "There's food, water, blankets, pretty much everything we need to hunker down for a few weeks in here." Sounds of gunfire outside the door made me flinch, and I stared at it warily. "And you're sure they can't get in here?" "Nothing is getting through that door from the outside." "Nothing from the outside," I mused. I looked around. We were so far down underground it was cold. I knew I'd be making use of those blankets at some point. What about another way in or out? Rat glanced around the room and frowned. Good point. We'll look to see if there are any escape tunnels. I busied myself creating a nest of blankets to lay Diego on to keep him warm while the men did that. Miguel's men eventually got tired of trying to break in and blissful silence fell. The only thing that broke that silence was Rat's mutters as he tried to get any kind of signal way down here on his laptop or phone. I hadn't realized it when we'd been on the run, but the ground had been sloping downward, so while he'd been able to get reception a few rooms back up, he couldn't anymore, and there was no landline down here. To my mind, that meant there had to be some kind of escape route, since there was no way to call for help. But Diego wasn't waking up to tell us, and the others couldn't find it. We'd just have to wait for the cavalry to arrive.
Chapter 23. Axel. The drive back to Nuevo Laredo shaved 10 years off my life. Cade lost contact with Rat about 10 minutes after passing off the warning, and we hadn't heard anything since. 2 hours of driving felt like an eternity when you didn't know if the woman you love, your brother, and your friends are dead or alive. Then, I had the rest of the drive to examine the shocking realization that I was completely, unequivocally, in love with Ming. I wasn't sure how the fuck that happened, or when, or what I should do about it. No matter how hard I examined it, I couldn't figure out when she'd managed to wriggle her way in and take over my heart. That just added another level of gut-wrenching trepidation for what we'd find once we got back. The entire reason I never wanted to fall in love and have a family was because I didn't want to involve someone else in my dangerous life and put them at risk. Yet, here I was, dealing with possibly losing her before I'd even realized I loved her. What kind of fucked up bullshit was that? Riggs hit a pothole in the road that sent the rest of us in the back flying into the air. The loud groans and muttered cursing weren't said with their usual heat because everyone knew he was doing his best to get us back as quickly as he could. The man was a fucking demon in whatever kind of vehicle you put him in. He was pushing the engine of the little pickup truck to its max. We left the other vehicles and men following us in our dust. They were attempting to keep up, but had fallen behind as Riggs had chewed up and spit out the miles. He cut down on our time considerably, and we were only a few minutes away from Diego's compound. It left 10 of us to confront Miguel's hired men, but each of us was ready and willing. We pulled in and my eyes widened when I saw the smoking building. The locals had a huge water tank from one of their farmers' fields hooked up to a tractor, and they were doing their best to battle the flames. They'd done a great job and managed to beat the fire back. I felt pride and warmth fill me. The people wouldn't have banded together to help my father. He was a dick to them and considered them expendable. Diego worked hard and won their trust and respect by protecting them, and this was what he earned in return. "What the fuck?" Steele muttered as he took in the damage. We were all staring up at the huge house as Riggs fish-tailed to a stop near the front. It wouldn't matter if the compound burned to the ground. The local authorities knew better than to come here. We wouldn't find any policia or Mexican military nearby. My eyes zeroed in on a figure that came rushing out of the smoke at the front door. Enrique looked frantic as he ran up to the truck. He was speaking in Spanish, so I know my brothers didn't understand what he was saying, but I wasn't going to take the time to play translator. "Miguel killed father," he gasped as he ran up. "Where are Ming and my brothers?" Diego and Rat weren't the only two I considered family. I'd known most of the Zeta's crew since I was a kid. The majority of their fathers have worked alongside mine. "They're locked down in a safe room in the basement. Miguel killed him for not opening it. Father demanded we be given more money for helping him. And Miguel just shot him." It didn't surprise me that Javier was killed. He got too greedy, and it bit him in the ass. I didn't feel any sympathy for the man. We didn't have our full crew here, but it didn't matter. We couldn't wait for the others. The rest had split up and gone in other trucks, knowing they wouldn't be able to keep up with Riggs. It hadn't been easy on my brothers to let us go on ahead without them, but some of us getting here sooner than others was better than none of us getting here in time. "You sold us out to Miguel!" I spat at him. "Fix your own problems." "We have to make a living too," he whined. I stopped and stared at him in disbelief. Knowing the others were protected within my father's safe room, for now, was the only reason I was even taking the time to speak with Enrique. Only 4 of us knew how to get inside, and now 2 of them were dead. "You tipped off Miguel that we were coming for money? You could have gotten my woman, my brother, and the others killed!" I roared at him. "Not only for money, it was because of the drugs," Enrique said breathlessly, as if that explained everything. At my expression, he rushed on to explain. "Diego started trying to take over selling cocaine. He was taking suppliers and buyers away from Miguel." "He's been doing that for years!" I bellowed at him. My brother had been successful too. It's why the feud between the 2 cartels was so bloody. Father tried to warn Diego that it was a bad idea. He tried to tell him to back off. I studied his face. Diego paid his men far better than my father ever had, so it wasn't about money, or at least not about needing enough to support their families. It was what it was always about, greed and power. Because he was working with Miguel and taking a cut of the profits. Enrique looked miserable but nodded. "And so were you." He opened his mouth, but at my furious look thought better of it and nodded again. Realization dawned in Enrique's eyes. He was finally realizing the danger he was in. I was amazed that he thought I would help him after what he and his father had done. They were traitors. He slowly backed up. "I'll go. I'll leave, and you'll never see me again." He could see the murder flashing in my eyes. Cade and the others were watching the exchange silently. They stood back, trusting that I knew what I was doing and that I would handle whatever this was. I met Enrique's eyes for a heartbeat before I took my gun out and put a bullet between them. I didn't have remorse or time for someone without loyalty. I was saving Diego the headache of killing Enrique himself. This shocked expression remained on his face even in death. He and Javier had been responsible, at least partially, for the original attack on Diego, and for the trouble that Ming and the others were in now. There was no forgiveness for that. Miguel and his men have them trapped down in the basement in a safe room. I heard the relieved release of breath from the others. It didn't occur to me until I saw them relax that my reaction to my brother's second-in-command probably made them think the worst for the others. They're safe in there, but we need to clear out Miguel and his men. The basement is a series of choke points. I know it well, so we should have the upper hand. Do we know how many men? No, I didn't ask. I said ruefully. Maybe I should have gotten some intel before I killed Enrique. Too late now. My heart rate kicked up a notch. I wasn't worried about facing Miguel, but I was worried about the condition we'd find our people in. More importantly, Riggs interjected, "Did you find out what happened there?" He motioned to the still, smoldering house. No. I glared at him, and thankfully they stopped asking questions. I explained the layout of the basement to them as we grabbed our long arms from the back of the truck. One of the locals came around their makeshift fire engine and saw us gearing up. His eyes widened, but he moved out of our way and didn't say a word. This town had been well trained throughout the years by my grandfather and later my dad not to ask questions. If they're smart, they'll have guards posted throughout the house and in the basement. Steele says we started for their front door. That's if they have enough men left, Gunnar commented. Who knows how many Rat and the others managed to take out? We all stared up at their smoking house, and a sense of pride filled me. They clearly hadn't made this easy on Miguel. We made our way through the house quickly, sweeping the rooms as we went. I didn't want to miss one of Guzman's men and have them circle around behind us. Once we got down into the basement, I wanted all of them further back into the depths of the space. If anyone came in from our rear, we would be surrounded, and they could easily pick us off. Once we reached the door that would lead us down into the bowels of the house, we finally met some resistance. Cade and I came around the corner and found the 2 guards Miguel had left there lounging around. Hours of inactivity, plus the firemen running around, made them complacent, and they paid for it with their lives. Now that we had the main escape route blocked, we weren't worried about making noise. Any man that we would have found further inside the house we would have taken out with knives, but from now on, we'd use our guns. There was nowhere for them to run, except toward us. There had been no sign of Miguel, and if Enrique was to be trusted, he was down in the basement trying to figure out how to get inside my father's safe room. For once in my life, I felt grateful to the man. His paranoia saved the people I loved. It shocked everyone when the Viper had been killed. He didn't trust anyone to get near him, so for him to voluntarily go to the hospital made many suspicious. For years, rumors flew that he'd faked his death to somehow elude his enemies, and that he would return and build his empire even higher. In reality, he'd been a sick, desperate, and scared old man who was close to death. "We need to be careful going down those stairs," Gunnar muttered, as we all stood near the door heading down to the basement. "If there are any more men down there, we're going to be sitting ducks as we head down." "I'll go first," I said, and started forward. Gunnar and Riggs both clapped hands on my shoulders, holding me back.
"Hold up now. Who said you get to go first and have all the fun?"
Riggs asked, stepping over to block the doorway. He played it off like he just wanted in on the action, but we all knew that going down those stairs was going to be the most dangerous part of this situation, because whoever it was would be going in blind until they cleared the steps. "It's my brother, my house, and my woman. I'm going." I squared off with him, growling in his face. "Let him go," Cade commanded from somewhere behind us. Neither Riggs nor I broke eye contact for a long moment. Finally, he moved back. Raising my rifle, I put one boot on the top step. Pausing when Riggs called my name, I looked over my shoulder at him.
"Don't get killed, asshole."
I smirked at him, then continued down the steps. I moved as quickly and quietly as I could, something that was hard to do in heavy motorcycle boots. 3 men burst into their room right as I got down the stairs. I placed 3 shots, center mass, into each of them, then went back and added a few extra rounds, just to make sure, as the men dropped their weapons and fell. The room was a fucking disaster. Shelving units were dumped everywhere. The metal was twisted and blackened, and there were scorch marks up the walls. "Come on down," I called as I made my way across their room. It was like a maze. As soon as I got to the doorway, I stepped through and visually swept that room. There were walls of concrete and rows of stacked boxes that we'd need to physically search to make sure no one was hiding. Diego's drug room was huge, and we didn't want to rush and miss anyone. Besides, the more men we pulled back toward us, the less we would have to face at the end. If Rat were here, he'd be comparing it to a dungeon in one of his video games. Miguel would be the boss level. That kid loved his games. I shook my head and hoped that they were all in one piece. I knew we were getting to them as quickly and safely as we could, but something inside me wanted to say fuck it and just rush to where they were. Taking it slow was fucking torture. I worked on taking slow, steady breaths, watching the room and waiting. As soon as the others met up with me, we fanned out to search the room.
"They had to have heard us. We haven't exactly been quiet,"
Steele muttered as we met back up in the middle. "He did. He's keeping however many men he has left close to him," Cade said, his face grim. I looked around at the determined faces of my brothers. Each of these 9 men were willing to go into this battle with me, Despite it being my burden, they were putting their lives on the line for me, and I didn't know how to put into words my gratitude. Riggs slapped me so hard on my back I almost lost my footing.
We know.
With that, he went through the next door, and the others followed. That was all it took. I left Mexico behind, determined to live my life alone. Somehow, I'd found these men. This group of guys were closer to a family than the one I'd been born into. If I could have this with them, maybe it was possible to have one with Ming. Hope bloomed in my chest. Clearly, all of my brothers would go to hell and back to keep our women safe, and children would be even more fiercely protected. Maybe that was just me being selfish, even if a life with Ming was what I wanted, desperately. Was it fair to her? I shoved the feelings that were welling up inside me down deep. It wasn't time for that now. It was time to finish the fucker who'd started a war against our MC. It was time to go bring my people home. Chapter 24. Axel. By the time we got to the room where Miguel was hiding, things had quieted down. He was waiting for us, and he'd done a bit of redecorating. I'd come down here the first day we got to the compound to inspect everything and make sure the entire house was in order, including the basement. These concrete half walls and boxes had been back in the drug room. All the way here near the safe room, Miguel had his men dragged them back in preparation for our arrival. Smart man. He realized he wasn't going to be able to hide from us forever, and this is where he was taking his stand. He probably hoped he'd have some hostages to negotiate with by the time we got here, but I saw as soon as I peeked into the room that the door to the safe room was securely shut. Relief flooded me. We could handle the situation out here, as long as they stayed safely tucked away in there. I just hoped Rat and the others would realize that and not try to come out to help. It would put all of us in jeopardy if they did. "Miguel," I called out, "you may as well come out. You know I'm going to kill you for attacking my brother not once, but twice now. He deserved it. You know this is just business, Gabriel. Don't get involved." Miguel's voice echoed around the room. "Even if that were true, you deserve to die for kidnapping my brother's woman. For coming after mine. There's no escaping this, Miguel. I won't leave it alone. One of us will be dead by the end of the day. It wouldn't be me. If you do this, you'll bring the wrath of my brothers down on all of you." Miguel's voice sounded gleeful. The cowardly fucker had been using Marco as a bargaining chip ever since I could remember. I exchanged a look with Cade. His lip curled up in a sneer. "So be it. We'll deal with that fucking problem later," he told me. Nodding, I turned my attention back to the doorway. It was the only cover we had for the moment. "Marco isn't here to save you this time. You're going to have to fight your own battle, Miguel." The silence that followed my statement told me all I needed to know. Miguel was scared. He'd fight, but he knew he was going to die. There was no way to get a count on how many men he had in there. Unease filled me at the idea of going in blind, but we just had to deal with them as they came. "What's the plan?" Tripp eased up closer toward the door. Getting 10 of us through that door without cover and not getting shot? It was a tall order. Someone cleared their throat and we all looked back at Hush. The man was so quiet I forgot he'd hopped in the truck with us. He rarely spoke, unless necessary. Cade had him tending bar at lock, stock, and barrel, and though he was good, I wasn't sure how he managed the job while being so quiet and stoic. He may not speak much, but we were all glad to have him here. It'd be a bad day if he was working with our enemies. "Here." He pulled an object out of his pocket and handed it to Gunnar. "What's that?" Tripp asked, eyeballing it. "Where the fuck did you get a flashbang from, Hush?" Gunnar asked.
"And where did you just pull it out of?"
Riggs quipped, craning his head to check the old man out. Hush gave Riggs a hard stare, but Riggs just grinned at him in return. Seriously, this is a military-grade flashbang. Civilians can't get this shit. Gunnar shot a look of awe at Hush. Picked it up overseas. Might work, might not.
They let you bring shit like that home with you?
Steele asked. No. Riggs barked out a laugh, and the others looked amused, too. I was just amazed at how much he was speaking. When he fell silent again, I figured that was the end of the show. Give it a shot, Gun, I said with an evil grin. We all ducked behind the wall, hands over our ears as Gunnar lobbed it into the room. The resulting boom shook the walls, but we were ready. We rushed into the room, rifles raised, and the gunfight started through the smoke. Miguel's men were stumbling around, disoriented from the sound and bright flash, and we used it to our advantage. Our guys split off into 2 teams of 5, and we worked our way around the room as quickly as we could. A few of the men recovered enough to return fire, but thanks to Hush, it was over pretty quickly. We found Miguel huddled in the back of the room behind one of the cement walls. Steele and Tripp dragged him to the middle of the room and dropped him in front of me, Gunnar, and Kate. "Please don't," he sobbed, and I had to bite back my disgust. Miguel was Diego's age, but I was the same age as Marco. I didn't respect any of the Guzman brothers, but I knew if it was Marco here before me, he wouldn't be crying. How Miguel had managed to stay one step ahead of us for as long as he did surprised me. But then again, he shouldn't. He used other people to do his dirty work and muddy the waters. Classic Miguel. He got people like Dr. Chen and Brent Jordan on his side, and our involvement with their daughters ended up making it harder for us to take care of the situation. Gunnar and I exchanged glances, and I jerked my chin toward his gun. He grinned at me, and we both moved in front of Miguel. He was kneeling in front of us, and both our weapons were leveled at his forehead. Anyone who found his body later would know exactly what this was. An execution. I glanced over my shoulder at Cade, silently asking if he wanted to say anything else. I was done with this piece of shit. There was nothing left to say in my mind. Cade shook his head, so I nodded at Gunnar. On 3. 1, 2.
Wait.
We all looked over at Riggs.
On 3 or after 3?
He blinked at us for a heartbeat. Then a grin broke out over his face as he fought to contain it. Fucking asshole. Only he would be fucking around at a time like this. On 3, I growled at him. Gunnar choked back a laugh. It probably wasn't appropriate, since Miguel was still sobbing in front of us, but I felt my own lips twitch. 1, 2, 3. Twin gunshots rang out, and I stood staring down at Miguel where he was slumped over on the floor. A weird sense of finality settled over me, and a huge sense of relief. We eased a big burden on the club, for Diego and for the girls and their families. At least part of this mess was over. We still had more loose ends we needed to tie up, but this was the start. Gunnar slapped my back and moved across the room. He'd wanted and deserved his own revenge against Miguel, which is why I let him help me kill the man. There were many people who would say I was as evil as my old man, that killing a person in cold blood like I'd done proved that I was as bad as he was. I stared down at that body impassively. They may be right, but in my mind, there was a distinction. I only killed those who had wronged me and were my enemies. I never hurt someone's family. If Miguel had a wife and kids, I would never hunt them down and use them against him. "Axe!" Steele called to me, and I went over to where he was kneeling down next to the door of the safe room. Javier was laying there, dead. I tried to find some compassion in my heart for the man that had been friends with my father. All I felt was a coldness. If it wasn't for him, this would have happened on our terms and away from our home. It wouldn't have put so many of our own people in danger. Cade pounded on the safe room door. "Rat!" he bellowed. "Let us in!" Now I felt something. Warmth filled me at the thought of seeing Ming, knowing she was safe. I waited anxiously for the door to open.
Chapter 25. Ming. Things were quiet and had been for hours. I was dozing next to Diego when the sounds of gunshots started up. I jerked awake, and my eyes found Rat. A grin practically split his face in two. "Our rescue is here." I sucked in a breath. I was so happy to hear that, and afraid at the same time. My heart was beating a frantic tempo against my chest. I wished there was a way to fast forward through to the end, so I knew if anyone was going to get hurt. Next to me, there was a scraping sound, and I frowned down at the large vent. Our guys searched high and low for an escape route out of here, and we'd even checked out the vent. The cover took a special tool to get it off since it was so large, so we'd finally given up. The sounds came again, and I scrambled to my feet. The noise outside the door told me the guys were getting closer. The shots were sporadic, but I knew Axel was making his way down here. A shadow moved behind the cover. The thing was about 4 feet tall, and I'd asked Rat if that was normal for a vent. He just shrugged and said having a safe room wasn't exactly normal. He had a point, so I let it drop. I looked over my shoulder at the guys who were all standing at the door, trying to hear what the men on the other side were yelling to each other. Movement had my head whipping back around, but I shouldn't have taken my eyes off the vent because it swung open and, before I could move, I was hauled back against a body and a gun was pressed to my temple. It happened so fast and quiet that no one really noticed in all of the excitement. "Rat?" I called out, my voice shaking slightly. He glanced over at me, then I saw his eyes widen as he took in the scene behind him. "What the—" "Shut up," Blaze snarled at him. I'd seen his patch on his cut before he'd grabbed me, and I'd heard plenty about the lichens, enough to know who this was. All the men turned around, gaping at us, and we all just stood staring at each other, unsure of what to do. "What are you doing here?" Maybe if I could keep him talking, it would give the other men time to get in here and help. Anger filled me. We'd just gotten out of one mess, and now another one was being dumped in our laps. "You thought I was going to let your little club ruin the good thing I had going here?" He hissed at me. "How did you even know we were here?" "May. She and Javier are lovers. He contacted her once all this started going down." Ugh, gag. That was too much information. So he was working with all of you and Miguel. Javier was selling people out left and right. I almost felt sorry for the guy. When Axel caught up with him, he was going to pay for his treachery. "What's the plan, Blaze? Not sure if you realize this, but all that racket out there, that's our guys coming to get us. Miguel probably isn't going to live through it. Your drug dealing with him is over," Rat told him. "Why don't you let her go?" His laughter vibrated through me. "Her aunt wants her, so she's coming with me." The fact that Aunt May sent him down here to get me made my heart sink. What does she want with me? I choked on the words when he jammed the gun into my neck, cutting into my windpipe from the side. "She's going to use you to get your dad to help her. He thought it would be a good idea to grow some balls and told her to fuck off when she called a meeting with him, Brent, and the Italians." "So you scurried down here like a good little dog to do her dirty work?" It probably wasn't the greatest idea to be antagonizing him, but I couldn't hold back. "Shut the fuck up! You're coming with me. You!" He spat at the men. "If you follow us, I'll kill her." "I'm not going anywhere with you, you fucking lunatic," I told him. "Go ahead and kill me." I was fed up with being hunted and kidnapped. Here was where I put my metaphorical foot down.
Fine. He pointed the gun at Brat. Maybe I'll kill him instead.
My resolve wavered. I was willing to put my own life on the line, but I couldn't put the others at risk. His arm moved again.
Better yet.
He pointed the gun at Diego. No! I shoved myself backward into him as hard as I could. It knocked us into the wall, but he dug the gun into my neck again, so I froze. That was what I wanted. I wouldn't let him shoot an unarmed, unconscious man. So much for taking a stand. But it really didn't matter. I'll go with you. Blaze dragged me backward into the vent, then slammed it shut behind us. Only then did he release me. He motioned at me with the gun.
You first. Oh, and don't bother to run. I don't want to have to shoot you too early.
I had to walk hunched over, and my back was screaming before the tunnel spit us out somewhere outside the compound. I looked around as I straightened up and saw his car sitting there.
You drive.
I obliged and got into the car. I looked into the rear view at Diego's smoldering house, getting smaller as we left it behind, and felt worry creep in. I hoped no one was hurt and needed me. The only thing that put my mind at ease was that they still had Aaron. Blaze, shifting on the seat next to me, reminded me I had my own problems to deal with now. We pulled up to the checkpoint, and I smiled at the Border Patrol agent and customs officer standing there. Agent Lancaster squinted at me. I'm sure I looked like hell. Running for your life and then getting captured anyway had that effect on a girl. "Hello?" I said, putting extra pep into my voice. I handed over our passports to him. His suspicious gaze roamed over me, then Blaze.
"Didn't you come down here with a different guy?"
he asked me. I was surprised he remembered. I didn't know how many people they had crossing the border every day, but I wouldn't have expected him to pick me out of a crowd. "Yeah, my boyfriend," I thought furiously for a minute. I didn't want to give it away and have Blaze kill these men. He'd threatened to do that as we pulled up. We got into a fight. I shrugged as though it wasn't unusual. So I called my friend to come pick me up. I smiled at the man, but Blaze just scowled. I bit back a sigh. He really needed to work on his poker face.
"Whatever. Have a good night."
He handed our documents back, then waved me through, and I drove on. I was a bit shocked. He'd been a lot more personable when I'd come through the first time. I also didn't think he'd buy my story so easily. I looked in my mirror and saw him standing in the middle of the road, watching me pull away from the checkpoint.
"Head to Austin,"
Blaze said, the encounter with law enforcement already forgotten. He had no fear. All of these people, him included, lived by their own rules. Society's laws had no bearing on them. I wondered how it would feel to live that way. I was sort of getting a taste of it, considering I was patching up outlaws and killing people after hours. I cringed at that reminder. I'd changed so much in the few months since I'd met the Vikings. We all had. I couldn't say whether we'd changed for good or worse. It depended on how you looked at it, I guess. All I knew was these men had risked their lives more than once for me and my family, and I wasn't going to abandon them. They'd earned my loyalty for life, or as long as they wanted it. The drive was tense, but felt like it lasted minutes. The whole way I felt my adrenaline pumping through my system. I was thankful for the long, arduous hours at the hospital, because my body was used to working under these conditions. At least I knew it wouldn't give out on me. Blaze directed me to the warehouse that belonged to the Triad's fake company. He ushered me inside, and I almost tripped over my feet when I saw 8 men and Aunt May standing inside the warehouse waiting for us. The men were dressed in cuts, and Blaze forced me to cross the room toward the lichens. "Ming!" Aunt May greeted me.
She wasn't bothering to hide her true self anymore, and I wondered how I'd never seen it before. Her face was twisted into a nasty smile. Blaze stopped us in front of her. He kept his arm around me, and the gun pointed at me.
I hardly think that's necessary.
Aunt May waved him off, and he let me go. I was grateful for that, at least. The Lycan president's personal hygiene left a lot to be desired. Why am I here? I spoke directly to my aunt, ignoring the men surrounding us.
Now that Miguel is out of the picture, or soon to be, since I doubt he'll beat your boyfriend's club, we need to come up with a new plan for our drugs.
She sang this out, and I wondered if she was crazy. She had to be, since she was talking about people being murdered as though she was speaking about a grocery list. I don't see what that has to do with me. I just wanted to keep her talking. I was slowly surveying the room to see if there was any way for me to run or some kind of weapon I could use. There really wasn't.
Well, Salvatore and I are going to have to come up with a new plan. For that we need your father to help us, and he's being less than cooperative. Luckily, they're all on their way now to straighten this out.
The guys had mentioned Salvatore's name more than once in the last week. Fear flooded me. I was about to be surrounded by enemies. The Lycans were bad enough, but Aunt May was bringing the Italian mafia here too. We didn't have very long to wait before more men came strolling into the warehouse. The man in the lead made the hairs on the back of my neck raise as his eyes roamed over me. Something about him screamed power and danger. He was wearing a suit and looked like he belonged in a boardroom, not this refurbished warehouse. His salt and pepper hair made him look distinguished, and even though he was old enough to be my father, he was physically fit. This man could kill me with just his hands and leave me in a ditch somewhere. Of that, I had no doubt. My blood ran cold in my veins as he studied me. I didn't need to be told that this was Salvatore. "Who have you brought us, May?" he asked with a heavy New York accent. I swallowed hard and tried not to flinch away from his gaze. I didn't want him to know I was terrified. The other men, they were also dressed in suits, eyed me with interest.
My niece. She'll be good collateral, Sal.
Sal stepped forward and picked up my hand, brushing his lips over my knuckles. I frowned at him. Did men even do that kind of stuff anymore? Clearly this one did. His lips were hot against my cool skin, and I fought against the shiver of dread that skittered down my spine. "Good," he murmured. "Let's just fucking kill her." Blaze muttered, and I clenched my jaw as my stomach lurched. I was so fucked. Sal sighed and rolled his eyes. "So brash. Be patient. We have an appointment to keep." He smiled at me. "I'm sure your father will be pleased to see you." Black dots danced in front of my eyes, and I had to focus on my breathing as I realized I was sucking in air too fast. I didn't want to pass out in front of these people. That would be worse than the death sentence they were hanging over my head.
Chapter 26. Axel. We were helping the others back up to the top floor of the compound, and Rat was explaining what had happened when Kate's phone rang. I couldn't split my attention between the two, and Rat was explaining that Blaze had come in through the escape route and taken Ming, so I focused on him. How did he know where it was?
He said May was Javier's lover.
I guess he told her? Rat said.
"I'm so sorry, Axe. I couldn't seem to get through. I tried to go after her."
It's not your fault, Rat. There's a certain tool you have to use from that side to open the vent. If you didn't know where it was, you'd never have found it. My father was a paranoid bastard. This was turning into a clusterfuck. We hadn't even finished killing the first threat to Ming's safety, and now her aunt was threatening her. This was exactly why I refused to have a family. My fucking sanity couldn't handle the woman I loved being passed around from criminal to criminal while they all tried to kill her. The small hope I'd had before, that maybe there was a way for me to keep Ming, was extinguished. I'd been right the first time. Once we got her back and into the safety of the EMC again, I'd have to let her go. It was the only way.
Why would he make it so it could easily be opened from the other side?
Confusion filled his face as he interrupted my thoughts. In case he was hurt, and his men needed to get in to get him out. Rat blinked in disbelief.
That's so contradictory. Only an idiot or a maniacally paranoid psychopath would think of something like that.
I couldn't disagree with that assessment. We settled Diego in a bed on the side of the house that hadn't been nearly burned down. Rat told us about Ming taking out the guys with the gas cans while Cade paced outside the room. Riggs laughed.
I fucking love her.
I growled at him, and he just cocked a brow at me.
If you have a problem with that, brother, then you better do something about it before I decide to claim her for myself.
I stormed toward him and slammed him into the wall before Cade stopped us. Knock it off. We broke apart, scowling at each other. Tensions were high. We all wanted to get on the road and go after Ming, but Cade told us to wait. That was base, and then Agent Flynn. That got our attention. We all stared at him wide-eyed. May called Chen and set up a meeting between him, Jordan, Salvatore Giuliani, and herself.
Shit, why are they meeting with the Italians?
Rat asked. He had a bit of a history with the Italian Don. Not that Salvatore knew who Rat was, but if he knew that Rat had been responsible for losing him some of his contacts within the Austin PD, he certainly wouldn't be happy. Base didn't know, but both Julie's parents are heading over to the warehouse that the Triad owns. The meeting is set for 2 hours from now.
What did the FBI bitch want?
Riggs asked. Apparently, she got a call from a BP agent who saw Ming and Blaze come through the port. He couldn't do much to stop them from entering the country, but he thought maybe Flynn could help. Supposedly, he found the situation suspicious since she'd come down with her boyfriend a week and a half ago. Everyone turned to Rat with raised brows. He grinned at us all, then coughed when I glared at him. Why was Flynn giving you a heads up? She wouldn't say, but something tells me I'm not going to like it. He sounded grim, and I didn't blame him. Agent Flynn had proven to be ruthless in her pursuit of our club. That she would contact us and give us a heads up was out of character, to say the least. It left us all feeling a bit stunned. Grateful, but stunned. That didn't mean that we didn't find her involvement suspicious. She can get into trouble for that kind of shit, can't she? Gunnar asked. We all shrugged. Probably, but who gives a fuck? We need to get on the road. We have a meeting to get to. I glanced over where Aaron was working on Diego. Will you watch over him? Si, he'll be fine. The señorita did all the hard work. Now he just needs rest. I think it's time I called in a little backup, Cade said mysteriously as we all began packing up our shit as fast as we could. I didn't have time to ask him who he was calling before he was out the door and back on his phone. I hoped this was the last time our crew would have to cross the border. I was getting sick of swimming that fucking river. Once we were a ways up the road, Cade made us stop. I was jumping at the bit to get to Ming, but he insisted he needed to make this call. I glanced over my shoulder and saw Rat pulling in behind our line of bikes. He was driving Ming's car back to Austin. Hey, it's me. Cade paused to listen to the person on the other line. Cut the bullshit. I know you know where she is. He paused again. All of them? Good. Take them out. We'll be there soon. I shot him a questioning look. It's time to see if the Italians can hold up their end of a bargain, he said before he started his bike and took off down the highway.
Oh, fuck.
I looked over at Steele, and we exchanged grim looks. Things were about to get dicey. I wasn't sure dealing with the Italians was a great plan while we were still trying to rescue Ming, but I trusted Kate to know what he was doing. I didn't have to like it. I needed to find her and bring her home. It didn't take long before the lights of Austin were shining up ahead of us, welcoming us home. I glanced down at my watch. We made good time on the drive. I just hoped that Ming was okay. We parked a block down from the warehouse. It didn't surprise me that Enzo and some of his crew were already waiting for us. Apparently, we were doing this all at once. A showdown between us, the Lycans, and May, and between the Russians and the Italians. Fuck me. We crept into the parking lot, careful to watch for any traps. It was hard not to suspect everyone. We trusted Enzo, but who knew what we were going to be walking into? Rat quickly did some magic on his computer and gave us a rundown on who was in the building and where. Time to go, Case said quietly and pushed open the door. We followed him in, alert and ready. Salvatore Giuliani raised his brows and spread his hands out. "Cade," he called out jovially. "So nice of you to meet me." Sal spared a grin for Enzo. I glanced over at the Russian, and although he looked pissed, he didn't seem surprised. Cade must have filled him in on whatever the deal was he wanted to complete with Sal. "Nice to be here," Cade told him sarcastically. His eyes searched the room the same as mine, and he saw Brent Jordan, Dr. Chen, his wife, Julie, and Bass were here too. I wasn't sure why Bass brought Julie, but judging by the hard set of his jaw, it may not have been his choice. Blaze and a few of his Lycans were across the room. May and Ming were standing near them, and we were all standing in a triangle with Sal in the middle. I scanned the shadows around the edges of the walls for any more Lycans lurking in the background. At least one was hiding at the far end of the room. I did a quick visual inventory, but Ming didn't look like she was hurt. She was more pale than usual, and I read relief in her eyes when they met mine. My heartbeat finally eased its frantic pounding. Seeing her calmed me. It didn't mean she wasn't still in danger, but at least I was here and could help. "I'm more than happy to show you that I mean business. I will hold up my end of our bargain." May narrowed her eyes at Sal. "What do you mean? What bargain?" she asked him suspiciously. "And here I thought we agreed that you were going to take care of this little problem." Cade inclined his head toward May and the Lycans. Sal chuckled. "Oh, I will. I figured you want to see the show, to make sure it's done properly." "What the hell is the meaning of this, Sal?" Brent hissed at him. "I thought we were coming up with a plan to replace Miguel." "I have," Sal told him. His gaze was predatory as he spoke to Brent. "Miguel?" Salvatore asked Cade. "Dead. I figured," he murmured. Louder, he told the room. "There is much for all of us to discuss. Many old wars to put aside." This time he looked Enzo's way. The two men glared at each other. "I have a plan that I'm hoping you'll agree to." "Why would we work with you?" Enzo looked over at Cade. So he hadn't had a chance to tell the Russians all the details. At least we'd all find out together. I was looking forward to knowing what the fuck was going on. Finally. "Well, it will be mutually beneficial, of course," Sal told Enzo. He looked back over at Cade and me. "Your friends just made a very big enemy by killing Miguel Guzman." He shifted uncomfortably. He wasn't wrong there. The remaining Guzman brothers would be out for blood. Ours. Again, my gaze strayed over to where May was holding Ming. I wanted her to trust that I would get her out of this situation. "True," Enzo conceded. There was no point in denying it. "What would you get out of these?" "Drugs, and an end to an old feud." Enzo stuck closer to him. "Why the fuck would I want to end our war?" The Russian was fucking huge, and he looked like he wanted to put a bullet between all of our eyes for dragging him over here. Of course, that could just be his face, Those guys always looked angry. I have something you want. Desperately. Salvatore smiled. Salvatore? Quit being so fucking vague. Cade growled. Blaze and May were starting to get twitchy, and their shooter in the shadows was creeping closer. If Sal didn't get to the point soon, we might have a shootout despite his pitchfork piece. Come now. We're to be friends. Call me Sal. Enzo's face was turning as red as a tomato. Sal turned back to him. I can tell you where your brother is. Enzo froze. The man wasn't even blinking. His men behind him were the indicator on how big of a deal that was. All 10 of their mouths dropped open, and they glanced at each other before focusing back on us.
You know where Victor is?
Enzo's voice was rough with emotion. There was a story there. As much as I wanted to know what it was, I also wanted to get this over with, so I could pull Ming into my arms, into safety. He doesn't go by that name anymore, but yes, I know where he is. Sal studied his fingernails.
How? You will tell me, or so help me.
Despite the threat, you could hear the pleading, the desperation to know where his brother was. We're not finished yet. Let me lay this out for you all so that you understand what I'm looking for. Sal cut Enzo off, and we all watched as this mafia don strolled around the room. He knew he had a captive audience. Everyone was silent. I want the Zetas to sell their cocaine to me, and when Diego takes over Miguel's routes, he glanced my way. My brows went up, but so far I didn't see any issue with his demands. Diego would agree to that easily enough. It benefited him too. I want an alliance between the Zetas, the Vikings, the Russians, and my organization. I glanced over and saw fury spreading over May's face. I wasn't the only one who noticed that there had been no mention of the Triad, Likens, or Brent Jordan. They were twitchy before, but now they were about to go nuclear. Enzo laughed.
This is huge, what you ask for.
It's what I told you we set up a few weeks ago, Cade answered Enzo. The Russian studied Cade. We were taking a big risk getting in the middle of this feud between the Italians and the Russians. Both Enzo and Sal recognized that. Everything Sal mapped out benefited each of our organizations, though. It was a good plan. I felt admiration fill me. One of these days it would stop shocking me that Cade knew what he was doing and was damn fucking good at his job. I thought you might all need a show of good faith. He walked over and jerked Ming out of May's grasp. I started forward, but Cade grabbed my arm. We watched as Sal marched her over and gave her to her weeping mother. She was instantly surrounded by her parents and sister, and I relaxed slightly. Sal wasn't finished, though. He stepped over, and before any of us could guess his plans, he pulled out a revolver, cocked the hammer back, and shot Blaze point-blank range in the chest. Cade's earlier comment on the phone finally made sense. He told Sal to kill our competition. It was one way for the Italian to prove his loyalty to our group.
Fucking fuck,
Riggs muttered, as we all stared in shock as the Lycan president died in front of us. I felt glued to where I stood. The only thing that moved was my hand to my gun. The implications of this were enormous. Sal was cutting ties with the Triad and wanted to align with us. All of us.
You traitorous bastard!
May screamed and pulled her own gun out. Suddenly there were more weapons being pointed in all directions than I could count. The Russians and Italians were pointing theirs at each other. Our guys watched as the remaining Lycans hot-footed it out of the warehouse. Without Blaze, they weren't planning on sticking around. Sal had May in his sights. It was a fucking nightmare. It took a minute to realize I needed to move. Circling around the clusterfuck in front of me, I reached the spot where base was. Get the girls and their parents out of here. Now! He nodded and started moving them toward the door, while I made my way back to my president. I wanted to follow and make sure Ming made it out all right,
but Base would keep her safe, and Cade would need me to help sort out this disaster.
You can't fucking double-cross me!
May was shouting at Sal.
I just did. You thought I was going to trust you after all of this?
He waved his hand over to where Brent had been standing. Sometime in the middle of the action, he'd taken off without any of us noticing.
You and Brent made a mess of everything. Incompetence doesn't deserve loyalty. No, I figured it'd be easier to cut out the middleman and go straight to the source. The new source, now that Miguel is dead.
You thought wrong!
I watched in horror as May swung her weapon away from where Sal was standing and pointed it at the slowly retreating backs of Ming and her family. Some change in the air made Ming turn around. She held out her arms to keep her family behind her. It didn't surprise me that she took a protector role for those she loved. My stomach dropped. I was running toward her, but I was too far away. I knew I wasn't going to make it. Everything was narrowing down to one point. All I knew is I needed to get to her. Everyone was yelling and moving. Enzo and Sal were both diving for May. My brothers were trying to get to Ming too, but it was all chaos and noise, and everything was moving in slow motion for me. Out of the shadows, I saw someone dart forward, then jerk twice as May's bullet struck her when she planted herself in front of Ming. More gunshots rang out as Sal shot May. Suddenly, everything sped up again, and I had Ming in my arms. Base was holding Julie, and I was staring over where Agent Flynn was knelt down, her own weapon trained on May's dead body. She was the one lurking in the shadows. I thought she'd been a Lycan trying to get the drop on us. The FBI agent had just put herself in between Ming and May. I felt torn between being grateful and confused as hell. Cade ran over and dropped down next to her. He ignored her demands to leave her alone, and her hand shoving at his as he ripped her blouse open to inspect the damage. Her bulletproof vest had caught both rounds. She was still wheezing from the impact of the bullets against her body, though. She shoved him away and buttoned up her shirt while she attempted to catch her breath. I looked over and saw that Sal was standing over May's body. We all stared as Luli, Ming's mom, ran over, scooped up May's gun, and barked at the men to move. As soon as they did, she unloaded a magazine into her sister's chest. It didn't matter that she was already dead. Seriously? Remind me never to piss these women off. Wrath muttered near my shoulder, and I choked on my laughter. They were vicious, our women, and clearly they came by it naturally. I grinned at Ming's mom as she went back to Julie's side, and in another twist for the day, she returned it and patted my arm as she passed. Ming pulled out of my arms and went over to Flynn to try and look her over. The agent was already standing, though. "I'm fine," she barked at Ming and her father as they tried to convince her to sit down. She waved them off and Ming came back over to me. Things had finally calmed down a little, and I glanced around wondering where the fuck her backup was. The FBI didn't do raids alone. Why was Flynn the only agent here? I pulled Ming back into my arms and squeezed her so tight she let out a squeak. I had to stoop to bury my face in her neck, but as I inhaled her scent, I felt myself relaxing for the first time all day. Someone cleared their throat and I looked over my shoulder. Ming peeked around my body and Sal stood there. "My apologies, young lady. It didn't occur to me that your aunt was crazy enough to try and kill her own family." He frowned. "It probably should have." Ming sighed, then gave him a little half-smile. "I wouldn't have thought so either until she sent that psycho Blaze after me. So how would you have known?" "In my line of work, you make it a point to know." Disbelief filled me as Sal and Ming stood grinning at each other. Seriously, these women were baffling. Ming was making friends with the most notorious Italian mafia don in the city. It made me feel a little better to know that their charms worked on damn near everyone, and it wasn't just our crew of guys they pulled under their spell. Enzo walked over, and I looked around our circle. The two mobsters, Cade, Riggs, Mings, and I all stood there staring at each other, somewhat mistrustfully. How can we trust that this alliance will hold? Enzo's eyes strayed over to where May was lying. Sal terminated their working relationship easily enough, so his question was a valid one. Ah, the same way our people have been doing it forever, Sal said with a grin. Enzo's eyes narrowed. You want an arranged marriage? Between who? Riggs asked in shock. Sal chuckled. We'll work that out after you all decide you'd like to take my deal. I already have someone in mind who will be perfect. What about my brother? Enzo inquired. Once we've all agreed, I will tell you where your lost brother is. I frowned and looked over at Cade. He was the only one besides Enzo and Sal who seemed to know what was going on with Enzo's brother. The man knew everyone's secrets, it seemed. 2 weeks. I will give you 2 weeks to decide. Then you will come to my home for dinner, and we will finish the negotiations. Everyone agreed, and Sal started walking for the door. He stopped next to Cade and motioned toward Flynn. Cade shook his head. No, I've got this. Sal just shrugged and continued out the door. Well, that was interesting. I groaned as Flynn moved. I'd forgotten all about her until Sal pointed her out. The fact that they just talked business in front of her, and that Sal had let her live, amazed me. Cade shot me a look, and I reluctantly handed Ming off to her mother and went to stand by his side. Riggs and Enzo flanked him as well. Flynn eyed us all, humor lighting her eyes and dulling the pain there. A treat just for me, she muttered. I rolled my eyes. How did you know where we'd be? Cade asked her. I know a lot more than you think, big guy. In fact, I know more about what's going on in your city than you do. Her statement was more of a threat, and it chilled me to the bone. What the hell did she mean by that? I met Riggs's concerned gaze. Care to enlighten me? Cade replied as cool as ever. She smirked at him. No. Why did you save her? I couldn't keep quiet anymore. It was bothering me. This woman hated our club, yet she just saved one of our own. All it would have taken was for one of those rounds to miss the vest, and Flynn could have been killed. I'd prefer that over Ming being shot, but it made no sense. Why did she help us? Her gaze never left Cade, even though she answered me. Because now you owe me. Trust me, big guy, she told him. I'll be collecting on that debt soon. What could an FBI agent possibly need from us? You have 15 minutes to get the fuck out of here before this place is swarming with cops. She warned us as she turned and started to walk away. Kay strode forward and grabbed her arm, spinning her to face him as he dragged her into his personal space. Their faces were only a breath apart. What the fuck are you up to, Murphy? A slow grin spread over her face. She eyed him and licked her lips. Wouldn't you like to know? 13 minutes left, President. She sneered his title at him. Cade released her and stepped back. Frustration was written all over his face, but we didn't have time to fuck around. We moved over to our crew of people and the chins and started ushering everyone outside. I paused and looked over at May's body, trying to figure out what we could do with her in such a short amount of time. I'll handle her, Flynn said and crossed her arms over her chest. Then she held her wrist up and showed me her watch. Tick-tock, biker dude. Shaking my head, I exited the building. Cade waited for me to leave before he followed. She's not all there, I swear to fucking God, I muttered at him. He barked out a laugh and our crew lit out of the parking lot as quickly as we could.
Chapter 27. Ming. Axel insisted that I ride home with him on the back of his bike. That left Rat driving my car back to the clubhouse. I'd been about to argue that I was fine to drive myself home,
but the look on Axel's face stopped me. I couldn't get a read on exactly what he was feeling. The man had that shit locked down, but if I didn't know any better, I'd say he was pissed. Besides, it made me feel safe to be so close to him. So much had happened today that I just wanted to revel in it for the short drive back to the clubhouse. It only took a few minutes for me to realize that this was what I needed too: human contact. Everything was over, and I was safe with Axel again, and that huge dose of reality was starting to set in. By the time we got back to the clubhouse, I was shivering. I knew it was from the massive adrenaline dump my poor body had suffered through all day. But I couldn't seem to make the quaking stop. Giving my body a stern talking to certainly wasn't cutting it. Axel frowned and looked over his shoulder at me. Now that the bike was stopped, he could feel my shivering shaking it. He jumped off and pulled me into his arms. "What's the matter? Are you hurt?" He was patting me down like he was searching for weapons. The thought made me smile, despite the situation. There wasn't much that happened today that was funny. "I'm fine. Why are you doing that?" He motioned to me as if I had any control over the convulsions. Adrenaline." Axel narrowed his eyes on my face before giving me a decisive nod. I had no clue what that was supposed to mean, but I found out soon enough. He grabbed me and whisked me into his arms before I could even make a peep. I did plenty of talking afterward, though. "Put me down!" He didn't listen to me, and he ignored the catcalls of his brothers as he carried me, bridal style, straight into the clubhouse. He didn't stop when my friends crowded around, their eyes huge at the sight of me being carried. "Are you okay?" Remy called up after us as Axel just pounded up the stairs toward his apartment. I let out an aggravated sigh and didn't bother to respond. Axel was already slamming the door to his room behind us. "You could have let me stop to reassure them." The shaking was lessening. I was irritated with him, so I wasn't about to admit that the heat from his huge body seeping into me actually helped a lot. Axel ignored me. Instead, he plunked me down on his bed and disappeared into the bathroom. The shower turned on. He walked back out and started tugging at my clothes. Hey! I jerked back from him. He stood there with the arm of my t-shirt bunched in his hand, glaring at me. I was scooched back as far as the fabric would let me go. He'd only gotten as far as shoving one arm out before I started putting up a fight. We were in a standoff. "What is your problem, Axel?" "My problem?" His voice was a slow, deep rumbling. It was as if he were tasting the words as they came out. "My problem, Alma, is that you were almost killed today. Twice!" The last word came out as a bellow, and I winced. I knew he wasn't exactly shouting at me, more like he was shouting about the situation, but I'd never seen him like this, at least not when it was being directed at me. Looked like we had a lot in common. We were both people who wore our control like it was protective armor, but once we lost it, we sort of snapped. That's how I ended up threatening more than one person with a scalpel. "I'm fine, though," I said calmly. One of us needed to be rational here. I eyed his chest, which was heaving with the deep, angry breaths he was taking. I reached out with the arm that wasn't stuck inside my stretched shirt and rubbed my palm down his forearm, trying to soothe him. "You're not fine," he growled at me. I was, actually. This confrontation chased away the last of my shudders, gave my mind something to focus on. I'm not hurt. You saved me. "That fucking cop saved you. I couldn't get to you in time." His voice choked off. I rubbed his arm again. "You saved me from Miguel. How were we supposed to know my aunt would turn against her own family?" "I should have known." He sounded tortured. He wouldn't look me in the eye. Instead, he was staring down at some spot on my shirt. I eased forward so we weren't playing tug-of-war with it anymore. How could you have known something like—
Because my father spent years teaching me that fucking lesson, he said humorlessly. I don't know how I let everything get so out of control.
He shook his head and dropped his hold on my shirt.
I shouldn't have ever gotten involved.
I frowned, trying to keep up with what he was saying. Gotten involved in what? With helping my family? You were helping me, helping my dad. I wasn't sure I was getting through to him. It was almost like he was speaking to himself, at least until his head snapped up and his eyes all but pierced me with their intensity.
No, I shouldn't have gotten involved with you.
His words leveled me. I felt my heart break, and I couldn't help the gasp that escaped my lips. That tiny sound was one of weakness, though, and I regretted it when it was released. Axel's eyes softened momentarily. Then he shook his head again. It was as though that movement was how he was fortifying himself against me.
I never asked for any of this.
He started pacing the room, like he wasn't sure if he should stay or go. I'd been planning on giving him his space. I wanted to let him sort it all out and not be forced to come to some decision when it came to me and our relationship. That all flew out the window as my temper snapped. Standing up, I gave him a slow once-over. He paused his restless movements when I stood.
Excuse me for fucking up your plans, Axel.
I didn't know what exactly was going on, but I wasn't an idiot. I knew a brush-off when I heard one. It didn't mean I had to take it with grace or dignity. Fuck that. I didn't force you to do anything. I wasn't asking you to marry me. All this pressure? You put that on yourself. I was so angry the shaking was back, although not as bad as the first time, thankfully. When Axel just stood there staring at me angrily and breathing hard, I lost further hold on my control. You know what? I didn't ask to be up here. You brought me here. But I know when I'm not wanted. I stormed to the door and yanked it open. When it immediately shut again, the knob jerking out of my hand, I gaped at it. Then I tossed a glare over my shoulder at the hulking asshole who'd just slammed it. Axel grabbed me by the shoulders and spun me around, pressing my back against the door. I couldn't move forward because he'd stepped closer. I shoved his chest. It was more of a gesture to let him know I was pissed than anything. I had no hope of moving him. The guy was like a tank.
I can't,
he growled near my ear. Can't what? I hated the breathlessness in my voice, but I couldn't help it. The man did things to me. It didn't matter if we were fighting. I couldn't keep my body from responding to him. Even now, my nipples were hard, and I felt my pussy getting wet.
I can't lose you.
He pulled back and stared down at me. Who said you were going to?
I almost did. I won't let that happen again.
He stepped back, dropping his hands from where they'd gripped my shoulders. Wait, what?
I have nothing for you, Ming.
Oh my God! I hissed in frustration. Quit speaking in riddles and just tell me, flat out, what it is you're saying.
We'll never be together. I can't let it happen.
I stared at him while I let his words sink in. He didn't make any sense. He was telling me that he didn't want me, but his actions were saying something else. I felt tears prick my eyes. I sure as hell wasn't going to let him see me cry, though. Fine, I told him, ignoring the fact that my voice was husky with unshed tears. I turned and fled, and this time, he let me. A knock sounded on my door. Not my door. This was Cade's spare bedroom, and I was just borrowing it. Loneliness flooded me. Axel had discarded me like a used toy, crunching my heart under his boot. Go away,
I called out. It shouldn't have surprised me when Julie stormed through the door. "Sweetie," she murmured as she sat on the bed and pulled me into a hug. "What's the matter?" I was hyperventilating too hard to answer her. That's why I hated crying. I didn't have a delicate, pretty cry. No, mine came with a red, splotchy face, runny nose, and the inability to breathe. "Is it because of Aunt May?" Julie guessed. I tensed up in her arms and managed to hiss out, "Fuck Aunt May." "Okay," she said after a moment's hesitation. She rubbed soothing circles on my back. "Base said the others mentioned you were involved in some kind of shootout down in Mexico. Is that it?" I could hear the fear in her voice, even as she said it. I'd owe her the full story on that later. I sighed and scooted down until I was laying on the bed with my head in her lap. She started combing her fingers through my hair. This had always been our routine, but it was the first time I was on this side of it. Usually, it was me comforting her. When had my baby sister grown up?
Judging by the surly biker who's snapping everyone's heads off next door, I'd guess it has something to do with him.
Remy supplied helpfully from the doorway. Julie and I both looked up and saw the rest of the girls piled there. Seeing them made more tears flood my eyes. Great. I'd just started calming down, and now it was back to sobbing in between gasping breaths. That was everyone's cue to dogpile on top of me. Apparently they thought a woman who couldn't breathe needed the weight of 4 more women piled on top of her. Get off!" I gasped out. Laughing, they all obliged and took up seats around me. "What happened?" Bridget asked. I filled them in on everything that happened in Mexico. Starting there made me feel a little more in control. They sat there listening, eyes wide until I got to what just happened in Axel's apartment. "He didn't," my sister gasped. Remy had a dangerous glint in her eyes. "So, let me get this straight. He had a fucked up childhood. Yeah, okay, that sucks. Because of a messed up father, he thinks he can't ever have a girlfriend or wife?" "Rem," Bridget said softly, admonishing her, "it doesn't sound like it's that simple." "You are not taking his side?" Remy asked her incredulously. "Of course I'm not," Bridget stated. "What she's saying is that Axel is trying not to be his father, and that's causing him to push her away," Julie explained. She slipped into therapist mode. We all recognized the signs by now. "Then why is he pushing her away? It's stupid," Anna muttered. I could tell the minute he stalked past carrying her in his arms, he loved her. Why can't he see that? "Men are stupid?" Remy suggested helpfully. Bridget raised a brow at her. "Weren't you the one who ran from Steele for like a month? Didn't he have to wear you—" "We're not talking about me right now," Remy said, cutting Bridget off mid-sentence. The girls chuckled, and I couldn't help but join in. Remy glared at me. "I'm on your side. Why are you laughing at me?" she said in an offended tone. The sparkle in her eye told me she was playing. Remy and Bridget were squabbling to try to make me smile. "What did he mean, Julie?" Anna asked. "He's terrified of loving Ming and then losing her." "Like her breaking up with him?" Remy asked with a disgusted look on her face. "No, well, maybe, but I think something more permanent. If his dad used to teach anyone who crossed him a lesson by killing their family, it stands to reason Axel assumes that at some point someone would come after his. Therefore, he thinks if he doesn't have a family, it'll keep Ming safe." Julie's explanation made sense, and I'd come to the same conclusion on my own. Not that I liked it. I did understand it. It was also bullshit. Everyone was sitting silently. "That's fucked up," Remy said. "Who does that kind of shit to their own kid?" "His dad sounded like a really terrible person," I told them.
I don't blame Axel for his reaction. I don't think he deserves your forgiveness yet, Anna grumbled. You should make him come crawling back. No, it's done. I can't let him back in and have him pull this stunt again when shit gets too hard. That'll break me. I didn't mention that he'd probably already done irreparable damage. I was in love with him, and he'd tossed me aside. It didn't matter if he did it out of fear. I couldn't let him come back just to do it again. So, what do you plan on doing? Julie asked, pulling me back down until I was settled in her lap again. We'll go back to how things were before. The girls shot each other doubtful looks. You're going to go back to how things were before you fell in love with him? Bridget asked. She made a face. How is that going to work? You were already half in love with him back then. I was not, I gasped in outrage. We couldn't stand each other. Now they were exchanging amused glances. That was just foreplay, Anna said, rolling her eyes. It was not, I huffed at her. How are you going to go back to that after knowing what he's like in bed? Bridget asked. Remy and Julie shot her disgusted looks. What? She asked innocently. Then a horrified look crossed her face. Unless he was lousy, and this is a good thing, this could be saving you from a lifetime of awful sex with the same man. I couldn't help it. I burst out laughing. Bridget had the ability to make any situation have a silver lining. Too bad she was way off. Trust me, he wasn't lousy. Ooh, well, now we need details. Remy taunted and scooted closer. I hit her knee. Go away. You have your own guys to live out your pervy fantasies with. You don't need to hear about mine. Instead of going away, the girls all settled in for a night of cheering me up. At some point, after much ice cream and gossip, I looked around at my friends who had passed out on my bed and considered myself lucky. If nothing else, I'd always have them.
Chapter 28. Axel. Stunned silence filled the air as everyone sat around our new meeting room the next morning. Despite the huge oak table with plenty of seats, both Remy and Bridget were sitting on Steele and Gunner's laps. I didn't blame them. It was hard to fight the urge to drag Ming into mine. She was currently sitting across the table next to her sister and refused to look at me. I felt gutted. It didn't matter that I was the one who broke things off. My feelings for her hadn't changed, but I was doing it to keep her safe. I couldn't live with myself if I lost her. So, it's over? Remy asked. Cade, Riggs, and I exchanged glances. Not exactly. There's still the Guzman brothers to worry about, I told her. Marco will come for us for sure, and maybe Raul or Lorenzo. If we're lucky, the twins will stay in Chicago. How many Guzmans are there? Remy grumbled. 7. Marco, Raul, Miguel, Lorenzo, Tomas, Alvaro, and Rosario. Their poor mother. I couldn't help but laugh at the look on Remy's face at the thought of having 7 kids. But that's why the Italian guy wants to team up, right? Anna pointed out, getting us back on track. Right, but he's enemies with the Russians, and they are our allies, right? Julie recapped. That's right, Gay said with a chuckle. But he has a plan to unite all of us. It actually makes a lot of sense. With all 4 organizations working together, we wouldn't have to worry as much about the Guzmans. And to unite us, someone has to get married, Bridget asked. We all nodded. Who? Anna asked, and Riggs lifted a hand motioning to her as though to say, see, that's what my question was. An arranged marriage, that's so archaic, Julie finished for Anna. We all nodded. Everyone felt pretty much the same about the idea, but so far there hadn't been any offers of a better plan.
It happens all the time in mafia families, Gade explained. They will marry their kids to tie families together and make both stronger.
And as collateral,
It's a more civilized way of taking a hostage.
Gunnar chimed in. When do we find out who it will be? Steele shot Kate a look.
When we go to Sal's to finish arranging everything. Don't worry, I won't let him pick any of you who are already paired off,
he stated, looking around the room, trying to calm everyone. I felt the tension that had been in my shoulders since Sal suggested a marriage pull them tighter. I'm sure it will be me. The women gasped and looked at Ming. Her head snapped up for the first time this morning. I held her gaze steadily, but the hurt and anger there made me feel about 3 feet tall.
Why you?
There was fury in Remy's eyes as she looked between us. It didn't surprise me that the women already knew that I put a stop to the relationship developing between Ming and I. These girls had some kind of beacon that alerted them when one of their sisters was in trouble. Normally, it was fascinating to see. Not as much right now because they were all giving me death glares. You didn't get to mess with one of theirs and not feel the wrath of the group. I was on my own, though. My brothers weren't likely to step in and bring the girls' fury down on their own heads. It makes sense. I'm the only one who links the MC and the Zetas. The Russians are our allies, so if it was me, we'd all be linked to Sal's family.
There's no point in talking about who Sal's going to suggest. We may as well wait and see who it is. That doesn't mean we have to go along with this choice either. We have some say in all of this.
Kate's voice rang with finality, but I knew everyone was going to be speculating on it for the next 2 weeks. As far as us having some say, although technically true, the reality was it was a choice between what Sal wants and going to war alone. The thought of marrying anyone other than Ming made me feel physically ill, but I was the most logical choice that I could see. If this was what my president needed, I'd have to suck it up and do it. There was no way for me to marry the girl I wanted. That didn't mean I wanted to marry the Italian's daughter either, though. Anyone connected to me would be in constant danger. Our lives weren't easy, and I never planned to drag anyone into it.
Who will the girl be?
Bridget asked after a short time.
Most likely, his oldest daughter, Alexandria. That's usually how it's done. He has a son, so he will be the heir to the Giuliani title and will take over as the next Don after Sal. So, he'll use his daughters to strengthen his empire for his son.
The women fell silent at Cade's explanation. We could all tell they weren't thrilled about this. But what could we do? This was the way it was done in mafia families, and if we wanted to end the war between the Russians and the Italians and have the best shot of fortifying our MC against the Guzman brothers, we'd have to take Sal up on his offer. What happened to Enzo's brother? I asked, rejoining the conversation. I was both curious and trying to change the subject. Seeing the angry looks on the women's faces was making me feel a bit concerned. I would rather see them laughing and smiling than pissed at me. That didn't mean I didn't still seek the safety of solitude whenever they moved around the clubhouse in a group. I'd always been a loner. Large crowds of people irritated me. I'd cut out my own tongue before I'd admit these women didn't bother me, though. The reason I always make myself scarce is I could see myself getting too attached to all of them. Although, if my brothers were going to end up making them their old ladies, that wouldn't be an issue. I watched Ming out of my peripheral, and a possessive wave washed over me. Everything inside of me screamed that she was mine. I was going to have to get over that feeling. It wasn't fair to cut ties with her, but keep other men out of her life, even though that's exactly what I wanted to do.
No one really knows the whole story. Enzo's pretty tight-lipped about the whole thing. I know that his youngest brother went missing. He spent the last 20 years searching for him.
Strange, I thought. I've never known Kate to lie, and strictly speaking, he wasn't. But his choice of words was very precise. He knows more, and he's not telling us.
Maybe we should get the whole story before we get involved in any of this,
Riggs suggested.
After all, information on his brother is the main reason Enzo is agreeing to consider Sal's deal. If he backs out, then we're fucked, and we'll have to choose sides in their war.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Kate told him. Which is why you, Axe, and I are going to meet with him in less than 2 hours. My brow shot up. That was news to me, and everyone else. You want me to go along, Prez? Yeah, you're going to be standing in for Diego on this deal, right? I nodded. Aaron called me last night to give me an update on my brother. He was on the mend, hardly worse for wear after their basement brawl. Diego had been awake, so I told him about what happened. He made me the official ambassador. My brother was such a dick. Between the Zetas and the Italians in his place. Better for you to go and hear all this firsthand, then. Kate's calculating gaze swept around the room. Is anyone not in favor of teaming up with the Italians? Everyone exchanged glances, but no one spoke. If you're not, this is going to be your only chance, so speak up. Silence was heavy in the room. We may not love the idea of subjecting one of our own to an arranged marriage, but it was the only way, and we all knew it. Our club had simply grown too big, too fast. When Cade took over, we were barely more than a street gang peddling pot. Now, we controlled all drugs on the west side of Austin, including keeping the all-too-fatal fentanyl out. We were the largest arms dealers on the west coast, and we ran stolen bikes and cars across the southwest. Factor in our legit businesses and the money we laundered through them, thanks to Rat, and we had a lot of irons in the fire. We'd killed off one of the brothers of the largest cartel, and now we had more enemies than just a rival MC. We were in the big leagues. If we didn't make some connections soon, alliances would form against us. I didn't envy Cade right now, nor the decisions he must make to stay ahead. Are we actually trusting them? Ming asked, snapping me back to the conversation. Cade's gaze shut to hers, and his lips tipped up. I felt pride wash through me. She was starting to understand the way these things worked. Never trust anyone until they prove their worth. Sal taking out Blaze and May was a start, but it didn't mean we were going to blindly hand over complete trust to him. Absolutely not, Cade replied to her. We'll complete his terms and take his deal, but he has a long way to go before I'll trust him. So, why even go through with it? Remy asked in confusion. Because if he's legit, we'll gain a powerful ally.
Guess that settles it,
Bass quipped, trying to break the tension. Gunnar had already been working on a plan to make Bass an enforcer. With all this uncertainty and new potential enemies coming for us, he'd gone ahead, with Cade's okay, and made it official. He'd be sitting in all of our meetings from now on. Steele, Gunnar, I need you two to handle the firearms deal today while the three of us go meet with Enzo.
No problem, Cade,
Steele assured him. All right, let's get to it then. With that, church was adjourned, and everyone took off in different directions. 10 minutes later, Ming had changed into her scrubs, and I followed her out to her car. Hey, can we talk? She eyed me as she unlocked her car. I need to go, or I'll be late. I frowned at her. It was my own fault she was distant and cold. I was hoping we'd be able to stay friends. Ming paused and looked over at me. Rage flashed in her eyes. Are you kidding me, Gabriel? I flinched when she called me by my given name. That's what Remy did whenever she was pissed at Steele. Looked like Ming was continuing that tradition. Watching her cautiously as she stormed over to me, I shoved my hands into my pockets to keep myself from reaching out to touch her.
Her finger drilled into my chest as she accented her words with jabs.
You want to be friends.
Her voice was rising with each word.
Well, guess what? Friends don't get involved, then break up with the other when shit gets too hard.
I couldn't say anything, so I just stared into her gorgeous eyes as she kept yelling and poking at me. I was pretty sure I'd have bruises on my chest later. How do women know just where to dig in to cause the most pain, emotionally as well as physically? Were they taught that in school?
Oh. And not to mention, they don't break things off claiming they can't ever marry anyone, then practically step first in line to be married off to some Italian princess.
She dropped her voice, and I could hear the hurt in her tone. It ate at me. Her eyes flicked behind me, and she let out a long sigh before getting back into her car and taking off out of the lot like demons were after her. That hadn't gone like I thought it would. I wasn't sure how I expected it to go, to be honest. I wasn't mad at her reaction. She deserved to be upset. I wished I hadn't fucked everything so royally. Someone laid a hand on my shoulder and I glanced over at Hush. He looked forlorn as he stared at the road for a moment before patting me. It was Hush's way of comforting me. He walked over and mounted his bike without speaking a single word. Where?
Prez's orders, he told me before he tore off down the road.
Chapter 29. Axel. What the fuck does that mean? I muttered to myself as I stood staring at the now empty road.
Cade asked Hush to watch over Ming for the next few days.
I glanced over my shoulder and found Riggs standing there. I had to bite back a groan. I preferred Hush's pep talks to Riggs's. Appreciate that.
No worries. Why don't we take a walk?
My eyes darted around as I tried to find some reason why I couldn't go with him. They landed on Cade, who was standing on the porch. He waved a finger between the two of us, then went back inside. Fuck my life and nosy-ass brothers. Seriously? I eyed Riggs dubiously as he began to walk. I kept pace with him, though, because that was basically a direct order from Cade. Riggs grunted a nonverbal question at me. You're the one they sent out here for a pep talk.
Who the fuck do you know who's peppier than me?
Riggs' gait paused and his face screwed up as he replayed the sentence in his head. He had a point, even if it hadn't come out the way he meant it to. The man was usually joking around. It was weird to see such a large guy be so fucking cheerful all the time. Of course, he only showed that side of himself to those he trusted. Ask any stranger, and they'd say he looked like the scariest motherfucker out of all of us. We walked around to the back of the clubhouse, and I started to wonder if Riggs was planning on speaking during this talk of ours. I kept my eyes firmly on the ground, though, hoping that it would lengthen the amount of time he'd stay silent. It didn't work.
What happened?
Inwardly, I sighed. I didn't really feel like having this conversation. Remaining quiet would just end up with him pestering me until I exploded. I may not have known Riggs as long as Cade and the others, but I knew him well enough. I broke things off with Ming.
No fucking shit. We figured that out easily enough from the way you're moping around and all the women are furious with you. Why?
I figured it was like a band-aid. Better to rip it off and get it over with. I'm not getting more involved only to lose her. Riggs frowned over at me.
What? Because you're assuming Sal's going to want you to marry his kid?
No. Well, that might be a tiny piece of it, but it wasn't my main motivation. I couldn't live with myself if anything happened to her. I muttered. I know it sounded stupid. It was worse saying it out loud. But years of my father's lessons were reinforcing the feeling that if I dated Ming, loved her, married her, she'd get killed, and I'd be left here alone. Riggs stopped abruptly, and the look on his face said he was gearing up for a lecture. I stuffed my hands in my pockets and waited for it to come.
You gotta be kidding me, Axe.
He sounded confused more than angry. Look, I know how it sounds, but
your dad, I know.
I bristled at his words. Cade, Riggs, Steele, and Gunner were the only people besides Ming that I'd told about my father. After Diego and I stopped talking, the guys had taken over their role as my brothers, and eventually I confided in them.
Don't get all pissy, he growled. I know what your dad did was fucked up. Trust me, I get it.
He paused and looked back toward the front of the property.
You willing to let all the messed up bullshit he did to you cost you the only woman capable of loving your grumpy ass?
How can I ask her to put herself at risk? It's not just rival MCs, for fuck's sake. I'll always have rival cartels after me. They know if they manage to kill Diego, they'll have to murder me as well. Otherwise, leadership of the Zetas would just pass to me. Or my kids. Any family I had would never be safe. Riggs considered that for a minute. At least he was trying to see things from my point of view. That made me feel marginally better.
You'd be willing to marry the Italian's daughter, though?
He asked with a thoughtful look on his face. I don't want to, but I would if Kate asked me to, if that's what the club needs.
How does that make any sense?
I shot him a curious look.
Well, you don't want a family.
It'd be a marriage in name only. I wouldn't have anything to do with her, I told him. Riggs rubbed a hand over his chest.
You know, we'd do anything it took to keep your family safe.
I sighed. I know, and I appreciate and trust you guys. But it's too much of a risk. Look at what just happened. I nearly got her killed because of our war with the Guzmans. Then her aunt.
I think you're making a mistake,
Riggs told me flat out. Our eyes locked as he spoke.
I can see the way she feels about you, and I've never seen you happier than when you were with her, or as feral as you were last night.
It hadn't been a great night for me. Most of the members had steered clear. It only took a few snarls to ensure that no one approached me as I sat downstairs and drank my pain away. It's what's best for her.
Bullshit,
Riggs snorted.
It's what's easiest for you, and it's bullshit.
I glared at his back as he walked away. I didn't need his fucking opinion. I hadn't asked for it. The last thing I wanted was the guys sticking their noses into my business. Heading back inside, I went straight upstairs to my place. I needed to do a little work on the shop's books before we met with Enzo. Sitting at my computer, I stared at the screen, but couldn't force myself to pay much attention to my accounting software. My mind kept slipping back to Mexico. Before all this shit went down with Miguel, I've been happy to have Ming there. She was a useful woman to have around, and getting to spend a good portion of our days together had only cemented the feelings I had for her. I shook my head and shoved my feelings down. They wouldn't help things. It didn't matter that I loved her, or that if I was going to choose a wife, it would be her. I wasn't willing to take the chance that she'd end up dead because of me. That was something I couldn't live with. Ming calling me a coward has stung. A lot. She could think whatever she wanted to. Fuck it. Maybe I was a coward. I didn't care. It wasn't going to change anything. I couldn't leave my current life or past behind, so I saw no way of working things out with her.
Chapter 30. Ming. I walked around for most of the day in a numb haze. Our conversations from last night and this morning kept playing on repeat in my head. It was wreaking havoc on my heart, but I kept my emotions in check with the numbness. I had a job to do, and I couldn't help people if I was a mess. Hearing Axel basically volunteer to marry Sal's daughter this morning was devastating. It'd taken everything in me to stay seated and not run out of the room.
I didn't want to even think about him with another woman, even one who was being forced into marriage. It wasn't her fault, but it still made me bitter toward the faceless woman. I know Axel was telling himself he was doing the honorable thing by me, keeping me safe. What I wanted to tell him, but hadn't been in the right headspace to form into words, was that I'd rather risk the danger of being with him than die of old age alone without him. My heart cracked a little more. Rounding a corner, I found Agent Flynn harassing the desk nurse. Sandra was unlucky enough to be sitting there, and she looked like she was about to burst into tears as the angry woman hollered in her face. I paused and repressed my feelings somewhere deep down inside myself. I couldn't deal with Flynn like this. She was cunning and ruthless, and I needed to be fully alert around her. Walking up behind the agent, I cleared my throat. Both sets of eyes flashed to me. "What's the problem?" I was speaking to Sandra, but Flynn cut her off and answered me. "Give me back my clothes and discharge me," she snarled at me. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from pointing out that I wasn't technically the doctor in charge of her. I glanced over at Sandra and raised a brow. "I was trying to tell Agent Flynn that she had 2 broken ribs and the doctors want to keep her for monitoring until they're sure that's all." "I don't need monitoring," Flynn bellowed. "I need to get out of here and get back to work." Agent Flynn was usually in control and even-tempered, if a bit weird, but right now she was as surly as a lion with a thorn in its paw. Walking behind the desk, I read the notes on the monitor over Sandra's shoulder. She turned and gave me a desperate stare. It wasn't hard to read the message in her eyes. Help me. "Follow me, Agent Flynn." Holding the door open for her, I met Hush's amused eyes from across the room. He'd been my constant shadow all day, following me anywhere he was allowed to go and waiting in hallways when I went into more secured areas. I'd been surprised when he pulled into the parking garage behind me. I'd found out through a game of 20 questions, each answered with a grunt, that Cade wanted someone watching over me again. Would things ever go back to some kind of normal? I was appreciative for the fact that the MC watched over me and the others so closely, but it felt like my entire world had been upended. It was exhausting. I brought her back to her assigned room and motioned for Flynn to sit on the bed. She tried to hide the wince as she got up onto it. I ignored her as she shifted impatiently while I logged onto the computer and read over Dr. Burke's notes more fully. Of course, it was Burke who'd looked her over. Most doctors would have prescribed her some pain meds and sent her on her way. Inwardly, I rolled my eyes. Crossing the room to my ill-tempered patient, I quickly took her blood pressure, listened to her heart and lungs, and noted everything down. "Remove your gown, please." "Why?" Her voice held suspicion and irritation. "The guy already looked me over last night and said everything was fine." "You have broken ribs, Agent Flynn," I told her flatly. "If you want me to sign off on your discharge paperwork, I'll need to be the one to examine you." She grumbled, but shrugged out of the ugly gowns every patient was given when they stayed here. As soon as she had it off, I moved over to her side and examined the bruises decorating her torso. Her vest had caught the bullets, thankfully, so other than needing to mend those broken bones, she wouldn't have any other lasting effects from jumping in front of a madwoman with a gun. I sat down on a stool across from her. "You'll heal up just fine." Flynn snorted, as though she didn't need me to tell her that. "I'll get your paperwork started." I turned to enter the information into the computer, then paused. Her blonde brows rose when I continued to sit there instead of getting up. "Something else, Doc?" "Why did you do it?" My voice didn't come out as strong as I wanted it to, but I didn't care. This woman had put her body in between me and 2 bullets. She saved my life. I didn't understand why. I was under the impression that she hated us, hated the MC. Yet she'd come to that warehouse alone last night, saved my life, and instead of all of us finding ourselves in handcuffs today, she was just trying to get discharged. She'd covered for us and given us enough time to take off before calling in her backup. I didn't understand her or her motives, but I needed to. Her blue eyes narrowed on my face. This city is changing. There will come a day when I need a favor returned. I frowned. What does that mean? Her laugh was husky and condescending. Your president already knows as much as I'm going to tell him. For now. She thought Cade sent me to dig it out of her? I could point out that he'd have no way of knowing she'd been kept here overnight. I didn't bother, though. Agent Flynn wasn't in a listening mood. Thank you. Our eyes clashed. Even if you had some ulterior motive behind it, I appreciate it. You saved my life. Pink was creeping over her face as she looked around uncomfortably. She didn't want the recognition. Yeah, well, this doesn't change anything, you know? I tilted my head at her. Tell your president that being a rising star in his line of work is, well, bound to draw attention. She hopped off the table, slipped her gown on, and stormed out of the room without another word. What does that mean? I muttered. I shook my head at Agent Flynn's outburst. I wasn't sure if she didn't know that Cade wasn't technically my president, or if she just didn't care. Without being a part of the club, he had no direct authority over me. My old man would, except Axel didn't want that role. I tried not to think about where that would leave me in regard to the MC. Who knew? Maybe they'd decide to send me home. If Axel didn't want me, they had zero obligations to me. The thought of going back to our little house that us girls rented together, alone, deepened my depressed mood. I logged into the hospital's computer system and adjusted the papers that Flynn needed and printed them off. Bringing them out to the front desk, I handed them to Sandra. That FBI agent will be back for these. You can discharge her as soon as she returns. I bit back the laugh that threatened to escape at the look of despair on the young woman's face. I didn't blame her. Agent Flynn was in a shit mood today, and I hadn't helped it much. A few hours later, I found myself in the middle of a lull, so I went to find my father. He was busy with paperwork in his office. Now that I was home, the fact that I'd killed people was really weighing heavily on my mind. It's why I insisted on coming back to work immediately when my dad tried to get me to take a little more time off. I didn't need more time to think about the lives I'd taken. "Come in," he called when I knocked on his door. His face broke out into a grin when he saw it was me. I shut the door and sank down gratefully into the chair across from his desk. "Hey, Dad. How's the first day back?" His stare was shrewd. There hadn't been much time to explain what happened on my trip. Fine. I needed to get back to a regular routine. He nodded and folded his hands on the desk in front of him, waiting. I sucked in a breath, then let the words tumble out before I lost my nerve. "Dad, have you ever felt like you don't deserve to be a doctor?" "I'm not sure what you mean. Like, have you ever felt like the choices you've made or things you've done make it so you don't deserve to be here?" I couldn't meet his eyes, so I plucked at my scrubs. The sound of his chair pushing back had me looking up, though. He came and leaned on his desk next to me, staring down at me. No. That had my brows going up. He said it so matter-of-factly. "I'm not perfect. There are plenty of things that I've done wrong, and maybe if my patients knew about them, they wouldn't want me helping them. If that were the case, though, some of them would die." As a surgeon, Dad saved lives daily. I frowned and chewed on my lip, thinking about what he was saying. But what if it was something really bad? He leaned forward and tipped my chin up, forcing me to meet his eyes. I don't care. You're a talented doctor. You're going to save the lives of many. Should we add their deaths on top of whatever it is that you think you've done wrong? Because that's what will happen if you don't follow this calling. People will die without you. There are other doctors here, Dad, I said, rolling my eyes at his dramatic speech. There are, he agreed, but at some point, one of them will need you and no one else. You'll spot something that everyone else missed, and it will save them. It happens to all of us, so no, aside from you purposefully killing the patients you treat, I don't think there is anything you could do to make you not deserve to be here. He sent me back to finish out my day after that, but I couldn't stop contemplating what he said. It made me wonder about my parents. Parents hid things from their kids, and mine were no different. Mom had shocked us last night when she'd shot Aunt May. She'd been furious and acting on impulse, but she put bullets in her sister's body for her kids. It didn't matter that May was already dead. Mom showed us the lengths she was willing to go to in order to protect us. Dad's talk helped, but I knew what needed to happen for it to be fully cemented. I needed to talk to my sister. I hoped to be able to steal her away within the next few days. I was going to be busy getting back into the swing of things. That talk with Julie was a must, though. Nothing was ever fully resolved until I spoke to her.
Chapter 31. Axel. We pulled into Enzo's huge wraparound driveway, and I stared up at the house. There was something about mafia men. They always had to have the biggest homes. My father would have said it signified a man's power. Disgust filled me. Part of the reason I trusted the MC as quickly as I had was because they didn't seem to live by any of my father's arbitrary rules. I knew from the time I was young that he was a piece of shit, and I'd vowed never to be like him. Alexis opened the door for us as we approached. We met a few times during exchanges. Our MC has been selling guns to the Russians for their war against the Italians. We discussed at length what it would mean to lose the income from the Russians, but we all agreed it was worth it. They wouldn't need as many weapons if the war between the two syndicates was terminated. It didn't matter. We'd be gaining more support than we could hope for, and we were going to need it when the Guzman brothers came for their revenge. Alexis, good to see you. I shook the man's hand and introduced him to Kate and Riggs. Neither had gone on any of our drops. They trusted Steele to take care of them, so they hadn't met the man yet. The other night was the first time any of us had met Enzo. We planned to sit down with the Russians long before this, but things had gotten crazy in the last few months. I knew Kate wasn't worried about this deal working out and the loss of income. At some point, the Russians and the Italians would end up in another war with someone new, and we could supply both of them in the future. There was always another war on the horizon for men like us. Please, follow me. We walked into the house and looked around. It was exactly what I expected to find. I'd been in too many homes like this not to know what the inside would be like. Riggs's eyebrows were up around his hairline, though. A teenage girl busted through a door off to the side of us, talking on her cell phone. As soon as she saw us, her eyes got huge, and she whispered into the phone, "Becca, I have to go." She half listened to whatever her friend said before she hissed into the phone. "No, there's hot bikers here. Gotta go." She hung up the phone and shot a beaming smile at us. I shifted uncomfortably and looked around for Alexis. He left us to go find Enzo. The girl came toward us, and I caught Riggs and Kate exchanging half-amused, half-horrified looks. She could only be about 13. I remember what Rosario was like at that age, though, and I felt sweat slide down the back of my neck. Teenage girls were not something I was equipped to deal with. "Hi," she said while giving us a wicked smile. For fuck's sake, she was flirting with us. I met Cade's eyes, and now he just looked amused.
Elia!
Enzo's voice echoed in the foyer. I felt relief swamp me. The only experience I had with kids had been when I was one. The thought of entertaining this girl, who looked like she had something in her eye, that's how hard she was batting her lashes at us, made me feel uncomfortable as fuck.
Going up to your room now and play.
The girl shot her dad a dark look and stomped up the stairs, muttering something about being too old to play.
My daughter,
Enzo explained, although he didn't need to. Only a child would react to a parent the way she had to him.
Come, let's sit in the dining room. My office isn't built for more than a few people at a time.
We sat around a table, and he introduced us to his advisor, Ivan. Alexis was with us as well.
What do you think about Salvatore's offer?
Enzo asked, watching us closely. The man had a bloody reputation, and Cade mentioned earlier that it was well earned. I was grateful we were already allies with him. Not that I expected Sal to be a fluffy bunny by comparison. You didn't get to be the leader of a mafia group by being soft. We've discussed it, and we think it would be a good idea. It benefits all of us in one way or another. Cade replied carefully. We still weren't sure where Enzo was leaning on all of this. We didn't want to lose his support. Cade was pretty sure he was going to be on board if it helped him find his brother.
I agree. As much as I don't like the idea, I am willing to lay the war between us to rest. So you can find your brother, right?
Riggs asked, and I looked over at him, wondering why he blurted that out. He shifted in his seat as everyone at the table stared at him.
Yes,
Enzo agreed after a moment of hesitation.
If we are going to work together, I suppose it's best you know. After all, it will be one of your men who will have to marry one of Sal's daughters.
We'd assumed as much. Enzo didn't have enough pull with us or the Zetas for it to be one of his guys.
18 years ago, a rival Bratva attacked my family. The war between our families had been going for years. I was 18 at the time, and my father was already grooming me to eventually take his place. Those loyal to the Sidoros broke into our home, intent on killing off our entire line. My brother was only 4 years old.
He smiled as he retold the next part of the story.
My parents loved each other desperately, but it took them many years to conceive again after me.
We all sat quietly, letting him tell his story, but I noticed Ivan looked bored, his lips tipped up as Enzo continued. I glanced over and found Cade watching the man as well. We were both excellent at reading people, and something was off about Enzo's advisor. I refocused on the Pacan.
My father managed to get my mother and brother out of the house in time and sent them to a safe house with some of his most trusted men. After the battle was over, we searched for them. We found my mother's body, along with the corpse of the driver and bodyguard she'd been sent away with. They never made it to the house. My brother was nowhere to be found. To this day, we don't know who told the Sidoros where she was, but my father slaughtered their family and considered it a worthy revenge.
Enzo steepled his fingers together on the table in front of him.
I've never given up hope that my brother was somehow alive. Many told me it was foolish, but I couldn't give up on him. I've been searching.
He trailed off. Then his piercing stare met Cade's.
I will agree to this deal of Salvatore's, but if he is lying, I will murder him in front of his family.
The look on Enzo's face said he wasn't fucking around. If Sal doesn't come through on his promises, then we won't go through with the deal. Kate agreed. You can do whatever you want with him after that, as long as his family isn't harmed. They shouldn't have to pay for what Sal does. Enzo made a face as though he found the topic distasteful. You know me, friend. I don't make war on women and children. Which is why I began working with you. I know the kind of man you are. It just needed to be said. That is one nice thing I will say about Salvatore as well. He doesn't attack families. Only those who are truly dedicated to this life. Those who marry or are born into it are safe from him. Enzo rubbed a thumb over his knuckles and lapsed into silence. The room was quiet for a moment. No doubt each of us was thinking about our own run-ins with the kind of men who didn't care if their victim was a female or child, or that they hadn't done anything to deserve the punishment. How do you think the Italian found Victor when nothing we'd tried for the last 18 years has worked? Ivan asked, breaking the moment. That is something I look forward to asking him. Enzo growled. We could all see that he was desperate for Sal's intel to be good, but he didn't trust the man. Conflicting emotions raged over his face. Something told me not many had ever seen him like this. I thought of Diego and couldn't blame the Russian. I cut ties with him when I left Mexico, but that was only to make it easier on him. My brother and I have been thick as thieves in our youth, and still would be today if our lives weren't so fucking complicated. I couldn't imagine not knowing for 18 years if he'd been killed or stolen. Chapter 32. Axel. The weeks passed quickly. Everyone was busy as fuck trying to get our businesses and club duties straightened out. Any time we left for an extended amount of time, the work piled up. I'd been trying to find time to speak with Ming again, but she was just as busy at the hospital and was doing a stellar job at avoiding me. I was finishing up paperwork at Primordial Inc. when Gunnar poked his head into my office. Hey, Ax, you almost finished? I glanced up at him, then down at my watch. Shit. If we left now, I might have time to get back to the clubhouse for a shower before we left for Sal's. Yeah. Lost track of time. Gunnar chuckled and leaned against the doorframe. Tell me about it. I frowned at him. Why are you still here? His appointment should have ended an hour ago. He rolled his eyes and came to flop down in a chair across from my desk. A walk-in came in right as I was finishing up with my client. All the other guys were booked out for the day, so I took it. Appreciate that, I muttered, staring down at my paperwork, wondering if I could get a bit more done. Yeah, she wanted an infinity sign, so I knew I could knock it out real quick. I snorted, then looked back up at him. I understood the pain on his face. As a business owner, I love the tiny, trendy tattoos. They were quick, easy, and made the shop good money for the amount of work they took to do. As an artist, they were painful. We did so many it was impossible to make them unique, and usually the customer didn't want something different. But they always left happy, and that was what counted. I just knew my guys got excited when they got to tattoo their own designs on people. Hell, I got excited if I had the chance to tattoo at all these days. Business was booming, which was great. We built out a reputation for having fucking amazing, professional artists. We were at the point I was about to stop allowing walk-ins. With all that success came even more back-office responsibilities, however, so I cut down my own client list to make sure it got done. It was my shop, after all. Let's get out of here. I went to shower and change before we head over to this big meeting. Gunnar's eyes flashed with excitement. I think he was the only one who was excited for tonight, except maybe Sal. He seemed pretty wound up about it when he explained it to us in the warehouse. We closed up the shop, and I noticed Gunnar looked like he wanted to say something. What? He gave me a sheepish look. I was just wondering if you thought any more about your situation with Leave it alone, Gun. I growled at him. The guys had been suspiciously silent about my breakup with Ming. They'd given me space, and I was grateful for it. I knew it wouldn't last forever, though. Yeah, but The look I shot him had him swallowing whatever he'd been about to say. Straddling my bike, I let the engine roar to life and drowned out anything he might have worked up the courage to tell me. I used the drive back to the clubhouse to unwind. There was something about being out on the road on my bike that relaxed me. Taking a solitary ride usually managed to even me out and fix whatever issues were bugging me. I was surprised when it didn't help the unease that had been sitting with me for the last few weeks. I wanted to get this meeting over with and have everything laid out on the table. Sal probably thought he was doing us a favor by giving us a few weeks to mull things over. Instead, we'd just been winding tighter and tighter. We needed to know the stakes before someone snapped. As soon as we walked into the clubhouse, my eyes zeroed in on Ming. She and the others were sitting around the kitchen island talking and laughing. I felt some of the trepidation that had been filling me back off a little. Just seeing her did that for me. Ming glanced up as I walked in, and then quickly averted her gaze. The thief was eating my ice cream. Again! She had the same addiction to this stuff as I did. I didn't bother to say anything. It didn't really bother me. Plus, I kind of owed the girl ice cream if it made her feel better. Bridget sauntered over and gave Gunnar a kiss. A feeling of intense longing swamped me. I need to go shower, I muttered, and left the room. Once this meeting with the Italians was over, I planned on having a conversation with Ming. We needed to clear the air. We were basically living together, and that was hard to do like this. Half an hour later, we all met down in the kitchen again. We were wearing our usual jeans, t-shirts, cuts, and boots. If Sal expected us to dress up, he was going to be disappointed. "Why can't we go?" Bridget asked Kate. "There's already going to be a lot of people going, and if something happens, I don't want any of you in the line of fire," Kate said firmly. "He's right." Everyone stared over at Ming in shock. "Let them go hash out the plan with the mobsters. As soon as you get home, though, we want every detail." It was the most she'd spoken to any of us guys for weeks. Kate agreed and shot Ming a grateful look. No one wanted to have this battle with the girls. We didn't know how tonight was going to pan out, and the last thing we needed was them in the middle of yet another shootout. I swear I already had gray hair from all the precarious situations these women had been placed in. Every one of us felt protective over them. I'd put my life on the line for any of them, not just Ming. "Why does Rat get to go?" Anna grumbled, but shot the kid an apologetic look for calling him out. Rat just grinned at her and shrugged. "Pays to be the golden child." He laughed. In reality, Sal had requested we bring our computer genius along with us. He said he would tell us why at the meeting. The man had a flair for the dramatic. Rat wasn't going to tell the girls that, though. Not when he could have fun rubbing it in. Anna gasped, but the other women started laughing. Rat was 22, right around the age of most of these women, and it shocked the hell out of me how much he'd come out of his shell around them. He was the honorary brother, and they teased each other like siblings would. I also knew these girls would gut anyone who tried to hurt him. He'd inspired a level of loyalty in them that was both impressive and a bit scary. Then again, Rat already proved the lengths he would go to in order to protect them as well. Once again, I wished I could have seen him and Ming fighting side by side in that basement. She not only impressed Rat, but the Zetas too. Felipe, who Ming called Apple Cruncher for some reason, tried to offer me his family's prized cow for her. I hadn't mentioned that to Ming. Something told me she wouldn't appreciate the sentiment. "All right, let's get this over with," Kate muttered, and we all headed out to our bikes. "Want me to come with you, Prez?" Remy gasped over at Hush as he spoke to Kate. Her wide eyes met mine. "I didn't know he could talk," she hissed at me. I chuckled at the look of pure shock on her face. The other girls, other than Ming, looked surprised too. "He can, though he usually chooses not to," I told her. "Seriously? I thought he was mute." she muttered at Julie, who just shrugged her shoulders. Thanks, Hush, but I'd feel better if you were here watching over things while we're gone. Cade looked over his shoulder, and Hush turned his head to follow his gaze. They both stared quietly at the women standing there watching us leave. Sure thing. Cade clapped the man on the back and straddled his bike. We all watched in amusement as Remy and Bridget started talking to Hush as he went to stand next to them. He narrowed his eyes at them and then shot us all a glare. I gave him a month. Now that the girls knew he could talk and he'd been assigned to watch them, they were going to wear him down. He'd end up with friends he never knew he needed. Hush stood there, arms crossed over his huge barrel chest, as the women surrounded him. I couldn't read the look on his face, but I knew they'd be safe here at the clubhouse. Enough of the guys were home that if this was a double-cross, they'd be taken care of, and that was the most important thing. Riggs, Steele, and Gunner were also coming along, so that made 6 of us, plus however many men Enzo ended up bringing. We were meeting at Sal's home, so he'd have home court advantage if he wanted to blow this up. Cade was positive Sal was genuine about wanting to align with us, and I'd gotten that feeling too. It still didn't hurt to be wary. We pulled into the driveway to yet another huge mansion, and before we knew it, we were all standing around in another foyer. I'd had enough of these houses to last me a lifetime. Welcome! Sal's voice boomed out and echoed through the house as he came through a doorway off to our right. Come, everyone is here now. He ushered us into the dining room, and we nodded at Enzo, Alexis, Ivan, and the 4 other men that came with them as we found seats. Please, allow me to introduce my family. This is my wife, Celia. Sal gave his wife a peck on the top of the head as he said this. She was a gorgeous older lady with long dark hair and beautiful green eyes. The 4 younger women seated next to her were the spitting image of her. I wondered if they got any traits from their father at all. If so, they weren't the type you could see. These are my daughters, Alexandria, Ariana, Antonia, and Ada. Jesus, they clearly had a theme. The oldest scowled at everyone while the other 3 gave us all shy smiles. I eyed Sal's daughter, that Cade said would be the most likely to be chosen for a match, and dread spread like an icy current through my veins. She was gorgeous, although she wore too much makeup for my taste. I liked them a little more natural, unbidden, an image of Ming, face bare, hair in a ponytail, filled my mind. I shoved the picture away when the girl's gaze met my own. She didn't smile. Instead, sat with her arms over her chest, and looking like us existing was an inconvenience to her. I'd told Riggs I'd marry Sal's daughter if that was what the club needed. But now, even more than before, the thought of being tied to this woman made my stomach knot up, and a cold sweat break out on my skin. I'm sorry my son Abel couldn't be present for this meeting. Business, you understand. I turned my attention back to the Italian as Cade and Enzo both nodded, and we all sat waiting while Sal took his seat and opened a napkin on his lap. He motioned to the man standing in the corner, and servants began setting a meal in front of us. I glanced over at my brothers and felt my lips twitch. Rat and Steele both looked confused, probably trying to figure out why Sal was feeding us. Both Riggs and Gunner were eyeing the food greedily, and Cade seemed to be having a silent conversation with Enzo from across the table. How about we cut right to the chase, Sal? Cade said, once everything was laid out in front of us. The women sitting across from him paused and glanced at each other. The look on their faces made me wonder if they knew what this meeting was for. It was going to be an interesting turn of events if they didn't, especially for the daughters. I assumed at first they knew, and that's why Alexandria was glaring at us all. Now I just wondered if that was her personality. Sal coughed and eyed his wife as though he wasn't looking forward to her reaction. Very well. You know why I brought you here.
I want our organizations to work together.
Celia's eyes widened and the daughters froze. Uh-oh. Someone's been keeping secrets from his family.
Your brother could make the meeting?
Sal asked me. No. He sends his regrets. But we'll adhere to any deal that you and I make together, I told him, keeping an eye on his daughter's reactions.
Very good. Then let us start with the terms.
Chapter 33. Axel.
We know what you want, Salvatore,
Enzo growled.
Before we find out who, tell me what I want to know. I'll tell you where your brother is.
He agreed. If I wasn't mistaken, he looked relieved at putting off the conditions he would require for this deal to take place.
First, do you all agree to my terms and to the deal in general?
We do. Enzo, Cade, and I said in unison. Cade and I discussed this at length with the other officers over the last 2 weeks. We'd go along with Sal's plan, but still keep our eyes and ears open for any signs that he wasn't being upfront with us. Something told me Enzo had the same plan. A grin broke out over Sal's face.
Wonderful!
His gaze turned to Enzo.
I will do better than tell you where you can find your long-lost brother. I'll have him delivered to you.
What the hell was he talking about? Everyone looked as confused as I was, except Enzo, who looked suspicious. We all focused on Sal, but he was staring at Rat.
Victor? Care to meet your brother? It's been a long time since you've seen each other.
You could hear a fucking pin drop. Now we were all staring at Rat, who looked a little green. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't have any family, Rat declared, but his eyes shifted over to the Russian sitting across from him. A glimmer of hope lit his eyes. Rat has searched for years for any clues to his past. Enzo's eyes narrowed as he studied Rat. They had the same blonde hair and blue eyes, but that could just be a coincidence.
What proof do you have?
Enzo's voice was rough. He was speaking to Sal, but his eyes hadn't left Rat. I had an associate. I glanced over when Sal paused on the last word. He was hiding something there. I could feel it. Most likely whoever he had doing all his hacking for him. They had to be good to pull off the things they had in the past. I wondered if there'd be a way to get Sal to tell us who he was. They dug into Victor's past, into your entire family's history. This is your brother. For proof, you could always request to see his birthmark.
How did you know?
Even I know about the birthmark, Enzo, Cade murmured. It was insane how much these men knew about each other. As leaders, they were studied for any flaw. With how tight-lipped everyone is about organized crime, you wouldn't expect that they gossip about each other like old men sharing a glass of lemonade.
My younger brother was taken from me.
Enzo started. Rat nodded. We've filled everyone in about their Russian story. Yeah, sorry, but I've looked into my own past extensively and found nothing. Those of us on our side of the table knew what Rat was capable of when he got his hands onto a computer. So that was saying something. I'm not your brother, he says stubbornly, but I caught a note of wistfulness in there.
How can you accurately research yourself if you do not know your name, your birth date?
Sal asked reasonably. The kid belonged with us now, but I couldn't imagine how hard it would be to not know where you came from, especially with Rat's background. I'm sure he wanted to know why his family left him on the streets with a certified nutjob who collected unwanted kids like pets.
Victor was born with the Volkov family birthmark. Every child born within the last 5 generations had it.
Enzo unbuttoned his shirt and slid it down far enough to see a crescent-shaped birthmark on his left bicep. The women sitting at the table were enjoying the show Enzo put on. if their sly, sideways glances had anything to say about it. He left the dress shirt unbuttoned and gave Rat a piercing gaze. Rat's eyes were glued on Enzo's arm. Not for the same reason the women were eyeballing him. "Of course it's on your arm," he muttered. "I'm not showing you mine, but I have it." He folded his arms over his chest and glared at his brother. "I insist on seeing it." "Fuck no." Rat scowled at him. "How do we even know this birthmark is legit? It could just be a birthmark."
"I will know. Show me."
Enzo growled at him. I leaned over and whispered to Rat, "If you have it, why not show him?" "Because it's on my thigh. Extremely close to my dick, asshole. I'm not dropping trow here in front of everyone," he hissed back at me. I couldn't help the laugh that burst out of me. This fucking kid couldn't catch a break. "I think a more private showing would suit Rat better," I suggested. Enzo got to his feet, along with Sal and Cade. Rat jumped up so fast his chair slammed backwards and tipped over. He glowered at everyone, but followed him in. Cade paused at the door and sent me a questioning look. As the representative for Diego, I had the right to go check out the validity of the claim. There was no fucking way I was looking at the kid's dick, though. I shook my head and watched as they all left. The minute they left the room, Sal's daughter shot up speculative looks, then started peppering their mother with questions in Italian. Damn, I looked over at my brothers, but they just shrugged. None of us spoke Italian. All 5 women looked pissed, though. I didn't blame them. As soon as Sal had mentioned unifying our organizations, they had to have an idea of what was about to happen. Arranged marriages were practiced too often in mafia families for them not to have any clue. It didn't look like Sal bothered to give them a heads up prior to this meeting. That was a little fucked up. Celia hissed at her daughters, and they fell silent as the 4 men came back into the room. Rat looked stunned, while the other 3 were grinning. I guess that meant he passed the test.
"So, does your dick tat prove you're Russian?"
Riggs asked, taking a huge bite from his plate of food. Most of us had ignored the food while we'd been talking, but Riggs wasn't one to let a meal go to waste. It didn't surprise me. The man was as big as a fucking truck. It took a lot to feel something that size. Steele choked on a water he started to drink. He glared over at his brother, but Riggs just shrugged and shoveled more food in his face.
"It does,"
Enzo confirmed for him. His eyes were fierce as he watched his younger brother sit back down next to me. Rat had his head down and was staring at the food on his plate. I could tell he was just trying to process finding out he had a brother after all this time, so I decided to give him a little time to figure things out. I met Sal's gaze. "So, what about the rest of it?" "One of you will marry my Alexandria." All 5 women gasped and started talking all at once. Celia snapped something at Sal in Italian. We sat watching as he glared at his wife and responded in an even tone. He shot each of his girls a hard look, and they all fell silent and sat sullenly looking at their plates. "Who?" Kate asked, and we all tensed, waiting for Don's answer. I felt the wave of nausea roll over me. It was the moment of truth, and it felt like my fucking life was flashing before my eyes. I might be fucked up in the head, but even I know the prospect of getting married shouldn't feel this way. Victor. I felt guilty as fuck as soon as Sal said Rat's name, because relief at not being chosen swamped me. It was shocking that he wanted the kid to marry his girl, but it made as much sense as him choosing me. Now that Rat was linked to Enzo, Sal saw him as having pull with the Russians. Since Enzo was his enemy, it made sense that he would want his brother to tie their families together. Now, everyone at the table was arguing. Rat and I were the only 2 sitting quietly. His eyes were closed, and a smirk spread over his face. It was hard to tell, but I was pretty sure he was trying to figure out how he had such shitty luck. It only took a look from Cade for our guys to stop talking. Enzo was rubbing his forehead.
"Why my brother?"
he asked. He sounded tired, aggravated, and he kept eyeing the knife sitting next to his plate.
"He is connected to all of you. His MC brothers would never betray him. He's connected to you by blood, and Diego through Axel.
It makes the most sense. I am giving my daughter. You must give your brother." From Sal's perspective, it did make the most sense. None of us were happy about it. We were protective of Rat, and Enzo had just found him again after 18 years of being separated. The thought of sentencing him to an arranged marriage made me feel frustrated. I didn't want to marry Sal's daughter, but I didn't want Rat to either. No one wanted to force that on Rat. The kid deserved more. "I'll do it." Everyone looked over, but he was staring at Sal. "But I have 2 conditions." The Don's eyebrows rose, and he motioned for Rat to continue. "I get to pick which daughter I want to marry, and I have a month to choose. At the end of the month, I'll tell you who I will marry." Sal narrowed his eyes on Rat's face. 2 weeks, and we will announce the engagement with a large party." So we couldn't back out. If we told this community a marriage was happening, there wouldn't be any way of getting out of it. "Rat," Cade said, a warning clear in his voice. He was about to give the kid an out. He was going to suggest someone else. Knowing Cade, he'd recommend himself in place of Rat. Sal would only accept one of our high-level officers over his own choice. "Agreed," Rat said firmly, and reached over to shake Sal's hand. I sat there in stunned silence. He didn't need to do that. I looked over at Cade and noticed that his jaw was clenched. He was trying not to yell at Rat in front of everyone. We were all wondering the same thing. Why had he just sacrificed himself? Sal crowed in pleasure, while every other person at the table sat there miserably. The girls were tense, but silent, and I saw Rat sneaking glances their way as Sal chattered on about the best way to announce the marriage. It was clear that Celia wasn't happy with her husband, but she eventually joined in and began planning for the wedding itself. Her girls sat there, 2 with their arms crossed and mutiny in their eyes, and the youngest 2 with their hands in their laps, faces downturned. With the decision made, the lead weight in my gut lessened a little. We made whatever small talk was necessary until we could get the fuck out of there. We just exited the house when Enzo came out behind us. "Victor!" he called. Rat froze and took a couple deep breaths before he turned to face his brother. This wasn't going to be easy for him, and I felt sorry for the kid. Enzo watched Rat with a calculating gaze.
"I'd like for us to get to know each other again."
He must have recognized the struggle on Rat's face, because his voice softened. "Sure. Soon," Rat said, then spun and walked quickly to his bike. He was on it and riding off before anyone could stop him. Enzo's jaw clenched as he watched Rat race away. "Give him some time," Cade said quietly, coming over to stand near the Russian. "He's going to need to wrap his head around all of this before he'll be ready to move forward." Enzo seemed to consider that, then gave Cade a curt nod and motioned for his men to follow. They left just as quickly as Rat had. "You guys go ahead. We'll be right behind you," Cade told Riggs and Steele. He put a hand on my shoulder, silently telling me to hold up. Riggs gave me a grin as though to say, "You fucked up and should have taken my advice." I sighed and faced my president as the others rode off. The look in his eyes was speculative. "Look, I know you have issues." I opened my mouth to tell him I really didn't want to have this conversation, but he continued before I could speak. I shut my jaw with a snap. "I'm not going to harp on you, Axe," he said, holding up a hand to keep me quiet. "I just have one question. His tone was mild, reasonable, as though he were explaining things to a 5-year-old. I glared at him, but stayed silent, waiting for him to continue. It was better to let him get it out.
I was just wondering.
Kay shot me a sly glance. What you're going to do when the triad goes after Ming and her family? I froze. It felt like every muscle in my body was carved from ice. I watched Kay as he shrugged. I mean, we have a plan for the Guzmans, and we know their target is RMC. But May? Something tells me the triad is going to blame her family. So, was technically the one who killed May. Why did my voice sound so hoarse? Kate snorted. Who do you think the triad are more likely to blame and go after? They'll find out what happened that night, and when their drug deal falls apart, and they have no one to blame for their lack of a buyer, they'll blame Ming's dad. He had the most to gain. Gabe flipped a clump of dirt off his usually pristine bike. You know the triad's reputation as well as I do. Without a powerful force to back up the Chens, they'll wipe out the entire family. Something clicked. I think I knew it this entire time, but I thought I was doing the honorable thing by pushing Ming away. It was stuck in my head that I had too many enemies to keep her safe. Kate's words made me realize that Ming had enemies of her own. Keeping her close to my side was actually safer than sending her back out into the world to live without me. Deep down, something growled inside me. It started hammering at me to go make this right. I'd fucked up, and I needed to fix it. Now. Without another word, I hopped on my bike, and the engine roared to life. I was just about to tear off into the night when I remembered I wasn't alone. I glanced over my shoulder at Cade. He had a smug grin on his face and just nodded toward the road. It was all I needed. I raced away from the Italian's mansion and toward my future.
Chapter 34. Ming. I was lying on my bed, staring up at the ceiling. Waiting for the guys to come back from that meeting was torture. I wanted to demand to go, but I knew the guys wouldn't want that. After everything that happened over the last few months, they had every right to be overprotective of us. I hoped with Miguel dead and the deal between him and Bridget's dad squashed, things would go back to some reasonable sense of normal. Axel didn't seem to think it would happen. He was sure Miguel's brothers would come after us next. Just the thought of him had loneliness spreading through me. He doesn't want you, Ming, I reminded myself quietly. You're delusional if you believe that, Julie said as she walked into my room. I lifted my head so I could glare at her. My sister had a bounce in her step and a glint in her eyes. I was glad she was so happy. That didn't mean I needed to bask in her glow when I was feeling so down in the dumps. Go away, I grumbled at her. She laughed and sat on the bed next to me. Nope, you told me a week ago that we needed to talk. Now's the perfect time. I groaned. It really wasn't. I had so many thoughts racing through my mind, and I wasn't sure I was ready to share anymore. Later, Jules? Nuh-uh. Now. Our eyes clashed, and I could see recognition in hers. She picked up on the fact that I was a little depressed. My sister was like a dog with a bone when it came to mental health, so I knew it was better just to get this over with. Fine. Where should I start? Oh, right. I killed people in Mexico. That makes me feel like the shittiest person who doesn't deserve to be a doctor. Inadvertently, I got involved in something that got our aunt killed, and now Mom is sad, and yet somehow still angry at her sister for trying to kill her daughter. The man I love decided he was better off without me and pushed me away. I'm trying to be strong and stay away from him, but every time I see him, the longing in me almost takes over. All I want to do is fling myself into his arms and tell him to stop being a dick and just love me. I was breathing hard from all the verbal diarrhea that just happened.
Julie's eyes were wide, and her eyebrows were arched in surprise. I was a bottler. I bottled everything up until something shook it up and it all came spraying out. She shook and ended up getting soaked. It was her own fault, and I wasn't going to feel bad about it much. You know that's not healthy, right? I glared at her because she sounded so calm and collected, and it felt like my world was spinning out of control. What? I snapped. If she told me pining for a guy who didn't want me wasn't healthy, I might slap her. I wouldn't really, since I loved her, but I'd find some way to pay her back. Letting all that fester inside of you, she said matter-of-factly. Oh. I sat up and crossed my legs. When she arched a brow, I just shrugged. Okay, let's take this one thing at a time. She searched my face. I'm going to start with the easy one. There was an easy one? Mom and Dad love us, completely and irrevocably. Nothing will ever change that. She was right about that. Mom liked to lecture and butt into our lives, but it was because she wanted what was best for us, and it was sort of her job to do that. Neither of them blame you for Aunt May's death. She chose that path all on her own, not to mention she tried to kill us. I'm sure Mom is sad to have lost her sister, but she'd be devastated if she lost us or Dad. So can we lay that worry to rest? She ducked her head so that I'd meet her eyes. She was right. I knew she was right. It was just that my brain was piling onto the worries that already existed there, and that was another thing it could add. Yes, I replied. Good. We'll save the best for last. I gave her an incredulous look. What the hell was she spouting off about now? The men you killed in Mexico, were they your patients? Of course not, I whispered, horrified that she would think I could do something to one of my patients. She nodded, as though she knew the answer, but wanted me to say it. And were they trying to kill you or others? I gave her a flat, unamused look. I'd told her all of this already. You know they were, I said with a sigh. Bear with me here, I'm making a point. Do you know when police officers are allowed to use lethal force? I blinked at her. I guess if someone is trying to kill them? Why was she asking me that? She smiled at me as though I was a prized pupil and I'd just won the spelling bee. Exactly. They're allowed to use lethal force when their own life or the lives of those around them are in jeopardy. Her point filtered through my brain, and now I felt like an idiot for not picking up on it sooner. I let her finish, since she looked so pleased with herself. If they're allowed to take a life in order to save their own or others' lives, it stands to reason that you, or anyone, should be able to do the same. She finished with a quick grin. She sounded more like a lawyer making a final point to the jury than a therapist, but I understood what she was saying. Strangely, it made me feel a lot better. Between her and Dad's pep talks on that subject, I felt like maybe I had a shot of moving past this. Thanks, sis, I told her, meaning it. Her smile softened, and she reached forward to tuck a strand of my hair behind my ear. Okay, last one. You ready? I felt wrung out and exhausted emotionally already, but knew there was no resisting when she was on a roll. I nodded. Julie placed both her hands on my knees and leaned forward slightly. Her brown eyes filled my vision as she stared me down, unblinkingly. Listen closely to this one. My brows shot up, but I stayed still. She'd just chase me down if I moved. That man loves you more than you know. She widened her eyes at me to accent that statement. He just sucks at telling you. She's right. The deep voice made us both gasp as we looked over toward the door.
Chapter 35. Axel. The entire ride I called myself an idiot. I just hoped that I could get Ming to forgive me. The thought of her choosing not to be with me left me feeling bereft. "Can you give us a minute?" I asked Julie. She and Ming shared a long, silent look before Julie got up from the bed. As she walked past me, she muttered under her breath, "You'd better fix this, or else." I watched her walk down the hall, and before she turned the corner, she looked back at me and made a slashing motion at her throat before disappearing. A grin tugged at my lips. Life with these women was anything but boring. My gaze returned to where Ming was sitting, watching me warily. I strode across the room and sat on the bed next to her. "I'm sorry." Her brows shot up. She crossed her arms in a defensive gesture over her chest. She didn't speak, but the look on her face said to keep going. You were right. I was a coward. That was a bitter fucking pill to swallow. I'd happily admit the words, day after day, for the rest of my life, rather than lose her, though. Her brows drew down into a frown. "That wasn't fair of me to say to you. I was just mad. You were right. I was being unreasonable. The thought of you being killed destroys me." I sighed when her face softened. "Ming, I have so many enemies. Not just the ones after the club. There are so many organizations down in Mexico who would benefit from my death. So many who will use me and Diego as revenge against past actions from my father. I just wanted to keep you safe, and I thought letting you go would ensure that. What changed your mind?" "Cade pointed out you have enemies of your own. I debated on whether to tell her about the triad. I didn't want to frighten her, but ultimately, she couldn't guard against a threat she didn't know about." "Who?" "The triad isn't going to take May's death lying down. Your family is a much easier target than the Italian mafia, the Zetas, or us." "Jesus, is it never going to end?" She sounded tired, and I couldn't blame her. None of these women had signed up for this in their lives. I was about to ask her to, though. Eventually. "For a while," I amended. "Ming, I love you. If you're going to be hunted, it's better that I keep you by my side." She glared at me, and it sent my heart dropping down around my boots. That wasn't the look I'd been hoping to see on her face. "So, the only reason you want me around is so that you can protect me? As sweet as that is, Axel, I refuse to be your burden." "Are you loco? Did you miss hearing the part where I told you I loved you?" I couldn't help but laugh as recognition filtered over her face. She'd been so stuck on hearing what she'd wanted that she definitely missed that part. "You do?" The hope in her voice, shining in her eyes, fucking melted me. The triad threat only made me realize what a jackass I was being. "I've loved you for a long time," I told her in a low voice. "Before I even knew what it was. I loved you." She shook her head in bewilderment. "How long? Remember the first time you stole my ice cream?" I grinned at her. "When I was talking in the kitchen with Gunnar?" "Then," I confirmed. The breath whooshed out of her. She looked so cute and lost for words, so I took a chance. Leaning forward, I kissed her. Her arms looped around my neck, and the last pressure of the vice that'd been around my heart for weeks disappeared. Breaking the kiss, I leaned my forehead on hers. "Te amo, ama." "I love you too, Axel." She sighed happily. Then she pulled back with a speculative look. "What the heck does alma mean?" I laughed and cupped her cheek. "Mi alma means my soul." I shrugged when her eyes misted over. "I told you, I've known what you are for a while. You couldn't have let me in on that little piece of knowledge? She joked. You know now. I kissed her again. She sighed against my lips, then pulled back. Axel, I'm glad you told me, and I love you too, she repeated. I'm just really worried about all of this. It seems like every time we fix something, a new, bigger threat pops up. I stroked the soft, silky skin on her cheek as my hungry gaze roamed her face. She'd been avoiding me for weeks. Not that I blamed her after what I did, but I'd missed her beautiful eyes, her smile. Now that I was allowing myself to think about her and our future, I realized I missed her company. She was more than a woman I loved. She was my best friend. I know, but we'll take care of it. I'll take care of you. I promise. It's still amazing to me that you protect us the way you do. Your club doesn't have to do that, she told me. I barked out a laugh and kept going as she stared at me in surprise. Sorry, but yeah, we do. What do you mean? There's a brother here that's in fucking deep with every one of you girls. Some of us just needed to be hit over the head to realize it. Some still haven't quite gotten there. But Cade knew it early on. It's scary how much he picks up on, she said with a smile. It's a talent, that's for sure. So, she asked hesitantly. She met my gaze shyly. What does this mean for us? Quiero casarme contigo, I told her solemnly. Quiero bebés y que envejezcamos juntos. A quizzical look spread over her face. I think I need to learn Spanish, she said with a laugh. And I want you to teach me Chinese, I told her. Leaning in, I whispered the translation and more. I want to marry you. I want babies and for us to grow old together. I pulled back so I could see her gorgeous face, and I cupped it between my palms. I want everything you can give me, Alma. Love, happiness, all of it. She squealed and jumped at me so fast it shocked me, but I let her knock me backwards onto the bed. She spread kisses all over my face. Is that a yes? I asked between laughter. Yes!
Chapter 36. Ming. I moaned as a tongue brushed against my neck and squirmed back against Axel's hard body. The tongue licked me again. Then all of a sudden it was bathing my face and I couldn't breathe. My eyes popped open and I looked into the happy face of Rue. Oh. I laughed hysterically as she wiggled and licked me again. Axel groaned and tightened his grip around my stomach. I could feel his dick prodding my ass, so I knew he was awake now. Too early. Go back to sleep. Rue took that as an invitation to treat Axel to morning kisses, and he woke up sputtering as he wiped his face. He gave the puppy a mock glare, then scooped her up and cuddled her against his large chest. We'd spent the night making up, and you'd think that'd be enough for me, but it felt like I couldn't get close enough to him. His declaration of love and asking me to marry him had my heart so full it felt like I was going to burst. I turned onto my side and couldn't help but laugh. The dog was already asleep in Axel's arms as he leaned against the headboard. I studied his handsome face, then let my gaze roam over his body. He was so sexy it made me ache. My pussy clenched as though to prove that point. Picking Rue up, I walked over and put her on her dog bed. She groaned, but stayed asleep. I walked back over to the bed, aware of Axel's hungry gaze following me. Shoving him back so that he was reclining, I straddled his lap. He brushed his lips over my forehead while rubbing his hands up and down my arms. I tugged my t-shirt off, and it left me with only my panties separating us. Axel groaned as his eyes roved hungrily over my body.
Kate's going to call another meeting soon. I guarantee it.
He warned. That's fine. I mumbled as I smoothed my hands over his chest and down his well-defined abs. He tucked my hair behind my ear, so it wasn't covering my face, as my eyes followed the path my hands were forging.
We didn't get a chance to talk about what happened with the Italians.
He sucked in a sharp breath as I gripped his cock.
Mm-hmm.
I gave him a few light strokes, then looked up at him and grinned. I was actually dying to know what happened, but curiosity was warring with lust. His eyes were closed, lips parted, and conflicting emotions played over his features. I could tell he really wanted to talk. Go ahead, then. Axel's hands gripped my wrists, and he pulled them away from his body.
I can't think when you're touching me, much less talk.
My lip poked out into a pout. I wanted to play, and he wanted to talk. It seemed like the perfect compromise to me. I moved off his lap and sat cross-legged in front of him. Okay, I said more seriously. It suddenly occurred to me that Axel had been sure he'd be the one chosen to marry Sal's daughter. Wariness filled me. He wouldn't have professed his love and asked me to marry him if he was promised to someone else. I argued with myself.
I'll give you the highlights.
His voice was rough, and he was eyeing me like he wanted to eat me for breakfast. The thought had my heart beating a mad tempo against my chest. I licked my lips and watched his eyes drop down to my mouth. Neither of us were going to make it through this talk if he didn't spit it out.
Turns out Rat is Enzo's long-lost brother.
My jaw dropped as shock hit me full force like a fire hose. What?
Kate can tell everyone more about that.
You can't drop a bomb like that and expect me not to.
Sal wants Rat to marry his daughter, and Rat accepted.
He hurried forward, trying to shut me up. It worked. Now I was sitting in surprised silence.
Kate was going to suggest someone else, but Rat agreed before we could stop him.
He didn't look thrilled about that. I thought of the kid who was the same age as the girls, and I wasn't very happy about it either. He should have the chance to marry for love. Everyone should.
He told Sal he'd agree, but he gets to choose which daughter, and he has 2 weeks to decide.
Huh. That was interesting. I wonder why he wanted to choose between them. Maybe it was as easy as he felt like he had some say over the decision. Something told me it was more than that. I made a mental note to ask him about it later. He'd probably need a friend to talk to. Ever since we'd gotten back from Mexico, he and I had gotten even closer. Near-death experiences had a way of banding you together. The way things were going, all of us girls and this club were going to be welded together until the end of time. The thought made me unbearably happy. I eyed Axel and decided we had time. Straddling him again, I cupped his cheeks between my hands and brushed kisses over his lips. Axel cupped my ass and ground my core against his hard-on. His hands roamed over my body as though he couldn't decide where he wanted to touch first, so he was just trying to touch all of me. I slid down onto my belly and didn't mess around. I was already forced to wait so that we could talk, and while it was an important one, now it was time for fun. He let out a rough grunt when I wrapped my lips around his cock. I stroked him with my tongue before swallowing him back as far into my throat as I could.
Fuck.
His groan made my pussy start throbbing. The sounds he was making were so sexy and were turning me on. I loved that Axel wasn't silent in the sack. It made it so much more fun. I would have never guessed he'd be as vocal as he is, since outside of the bedroom you practically had to drag every word out of him. Then again, I sort of was dragging the noises out of him now, too. Using my hand, I gripped the base of his dick and fought back a smile as I felt pre-cum coat my tongue. Axel plunged his hands into my hair, and I let him take over and guide my motions. He lasted about 4 strokes, then he hissed out a breath and pulled me off him. "What are you—" My question ended on a yelp when he flipped me over and dove onto his stomach. His enthusiasm would be alarming if I wasn't so revved up. He ripped my panties off and tossed them to the side. I stared at them in disbelief while he attacked my pussy with his tongue. All thoughts of his strength being admirable and hot scattered as he sent sensations coursing through my system. He was circling my clit with his tongue, and my eyes nearly crossed. How did this man know my body so well? Axel thrust a finger inside me, and his long, thick fingers found a spot that proved he knew exactly what I liked. My moan was low and husky, even to my own ears. I wanted him inside me. Yanking at his head, I tried to pull him up my body, but he wasn't having any of it. Axel withdrew his perfect finger and pinned my wrists at my sides while he kept eating me out. I was so close to coming, and he was determined to finish me with that tornado of a tongue. Who was I to complain? A deft flick of his tongue later, and I was coming apart at the seams. I was only vaguely aware of my own hoarse shouts as my body shook. Axel was busy lapping at me like I was his favorite flavor of ice cream, and in return was causing my orgasm to stretch out longer. When I started to come down from my high, Axel crawled up my body. I sucked in a breath and had to grab a precarious hold on my libido. "Down, girl, you just had an orgasm." Something about the way he stalked up my body, staring so intently at me, his face wet with my cum, just cranked my system up to a 10. Axel snarled in frustration as he remembered something and started to root around in the drawer next to the bed. I stilled his frantic search for a condom. I started birth control and got tested. "Are you clean?" I knew he didn't sleep around often, but that didn't mean anything. "Yeah," he growled at me, and I hooked my legs around his hips. He captured my lips in a deep kiss, and I moaned as he slid inside of me with one thrust. He'd done the work to make sure I was ready for him, so my body opened fully for him as he began sliding in and out of me. His dick always seemed to hit that lovely spot inside of me, and it made me wild for him. I broke off our kiss and smiled wickedly at him. "Roll." "What?" I shoved at his shoulder, and he took the hint. Wrapping his arms around me, he rolled us until I came out on top. He managed the move while staying buried deep inside me. I'd remember to be impressed later. I started rocking against him and groaned when he reached up and started playing with my nipples. "God damn, you're so sexy." His voice was so rough it sounded like sandpaper, and it sent a shiver throughout my body. The slide of his cock filling me, my clit brushing against his hard body on every downward stroke, and the way he was teasing my nipples had me toppling over the edge of another orgasm before I realized what was happening. Axel gripped my hips and thrust hard up into my body. I rode out my own pleasure as he pounded into me, chasing his. I was starting to wonder if I'd come a third time when he let out a hoarse shout and I felt him coming. I collapsed down onto his chest and listened to the thumping of his heart. I wondered if we could ignore the outside world and stay locked up in here all day. My answer was a banging on the door. Chapter 37. Ming. Cade filled in the details of what happened last night for everyone, and then released us all for the day. Axel kissed me goodbye as he headed out for the shop. He had a tattoo client scheduled, and I told him I'd be fine hanging around the clubhouse for the day. It was my day off, and I planned on spending some quality time relaxing and playing with my puppy. I watched Axel zoom down the road on his bike and turned around, feeling lighter than air. Mixed emotions battled inside me when I spotted Rat sitting on the picnic table off to the side of the building. I walked over and sat on the top of the table next to him. We sat quietly for a moment before I rocked to the side and jostled him by hitting him with my shoulder. He sent me a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "How's my boyfriend doing?" I teased. I wasn't ever going to let him live down the fact that he'd told a border patrol agent that I was his sugar mama. Rat cringed, and his gaze whipped to the road. "Jesus, Doc, don't let Axe hear you say that shit or he'll kick my ass." I laughed and grabbed his bicep. The kid had been working out with the others for a few months now, and he was starting to build muscle at an alarming rate. It wasn't fair how fast 22-year-old guys packed on muscle. I'd had to work hard for the very little I had. "You can take him." "Nope, I don't even want to try." I laughed and fluttered my lashes at him. "You're not willing to fight for me?" Now he shot me a grin, and I felt like my mission was accomplished. I just wanted to cheer him up a bit. "I'm happy for you, both of you," he told me. Love for this kid nearly overwhelmed me. Not the kind I felt for Axel, but a sibling-type affection. He was the little brother I never had. I wrapped an arm around him. "Want to talk about it?" "What is there to say?" He shrugged, but grabbed onto my hand so that my arm didn't get knocked off. I scooted a little closer, and he rested his head on my shoulder. I put mine on his. Our affection was easy and becoming more familiar. It amazed me that only a few months ago he would barely meet my eyes. "A lot, I'd think," I told him. "You found out you have a brother, that you're going to be married. Isn't Julie the shrink in this family?" he asked sarcastically. I poked him in the ribs, and a laugh belted out of him. Okay, I don't know what to say," he replied after a pause. "Do you know who you're going to choose?" I asked softly. "I'll set up a few things with Sal so that I can get a chance to meet his daughters and spend some time with them." "Are you regretting it? Agreeing to do this?" "No," he said firmly. "This is a way for me to help both my brother and the club. I'm a little nervous, though." He lifted his head and looked at me. "I don't know how to be a husband. I've never even dated a girl." I stroked his arm. "We'll help you in any way we can. We can give you girl advice," I said brightly. I chuckled at the tortured groan he gave. "It can't be any worse than getting advice from those guys." He jerked a thumb over his shoulder toward the clubhouse to emphasize his point. "Whatever you need," I told him in a serious tone once our laughter died away, "and we'll welcome your wife with open arms." He gave me a half smile, just a tip of his lips. "Thanks, Ming. That means a lot to me." We split ways not long after, and I wandered off to see what kind of trouble Rue had found. I stopped and stared up at my parents' house. The last time Axel and I had been here together, Aunt May had been the one to welcome us. I looked over at him and wondered if he was nervous. He grinned down at me and grabbed my hand, stopping me when I was going to continue forward. I frowned at him. "Everything okay? If you're not ready for another dinner with my parents, I get it." I chuckled. "They can be a lot to handle." "It's not that," he insisted. "I just thought if we were going in there to tell them we're getting married, I'd better do this right." He dropped down to a knee and held out a box. I sucked in my breath at the beautiful ring that sparkled in the lights of my parents' driveway. Tears filled my eyes as the man I loved asked me again to marry him. He slid the ring on my finger after I told him yes, and I admired it happily as I moved it this way and that, watching the diamond flash like a rainbow in the light. "Let's go in," he whispered as he kissed my temple. Steeling myself, we went inside together. We barely made it through the door when my father caught me in a rib-crushing hug. I stared in shock, though, as my mom hugged Axel. I met Julie's wide eyes as Mom smothered me in her hug next, and Dad shook hands with my fiancé. Mom grabbed my hand, and her narrowed eyes met mine as she held it up. I smiled weakly at her. Surprise! Everyone fell silent as Mom searched my face. The relief that swept through me felt like a river cleansing me of all my doubts and worries when she smiled at me and then went to hug Axel again. Never in a million years did I think my parents would accept a man like Axel in my life, but he'd proven himself to them and shown how much he loved me and that he would protect me with his life, if necessary. What more could a parent want? Mom pulled him toward the dining room, peppering him with questions about the wedding. Not that we'd decided on anything yet. My mother wouldn't be dissuaded by that answer for long. Dad enveloped me in another hug. "I'm so happy for you, sweetie." He kissed my forehead and went to save his future son-in-law from his wife. "Well, that was something," Julie said lamely. We both laughed at that. "Seriously, I never thought, right?" I asked, widening my eyes at her. "I thought it was going to be a battle." We sat silently for a moment. I yelped when Julie slugged me on the shoulder. "What the hell?" "Thanks for paving the way for me, sis." She grinned at me and walked into the dining room. I felt like I was going to burst. I was so happy. Mom and Dad accepted Axel, which meant the one roadblock Julie had with Bass was gone. She could date him without sneaking around behind their backs. I stopped in the doorway that separated the foyer and the dining room and watched as my family sat laughing together. My eyes shifted to Axel, and I couldn't wait for whatever our future would bring.
This has been All's Fair in Love in Juarez, The Vikings MC Book 3, written by Kathleen Cole and Frank Jensen, performed by Allison Voller and Tyler Darby. This audiobook has been produced and published by Pink Flamingo Productions in 2023. No part of this audiobook can be copied or played for an audience. To find out more about Pink Flamingo Productions and our collection of work, please visit www.pinkflamingoproductions.com.